tres. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft, here with the host Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here, folks, for finally the quarterfinals of the second Challenger Series. That is correct. It's been a while. It's been a long time coming, and we are finally here for the best of threes to begin with the first two quarterfinals starting off today. It is going to be a very exciting day of streams and of matches, folks, and we've got some very interesting ones to go through. But first and foremost, the most important question of the day, Baba, how you doing on this fine afternoon?
Well, as usual, Jack, I am doing good and also excited for the next matches which is going to arrive for a total of 4 matches, because we just got to realize who our quarterfinalists are. And talking about those quarterfinalists, as I try to get that info, yeah, there you go. The first qualified teams are Gamers Syndicate, Extraordinary Esports, Red Vipers, and last but not the least, it is Monkey Hunters. And talking about the second qualified teams, we have MRCZ, Gazelle Esports, Team Valiance, and Vroom Vroom. Those are your 8 quarterfinalists who will battle it out themselves at the grand finals of this second series. Who will be crowned as the champions of this tournament? Well, we're about to find that out with the first matches that we're going to be seeing. And talk about those matches, though. It's going to be best of 3, Jack. So best of 3, we have 2 matches. Starting off, we have Monkey Hunters go up against EXT. Now, this match is definitely worth talking about, because our former player, that would be Sparko, used to be on Monkey Hunters, suddenly decided to change his roster back to EXT, and now he has to face up against his own teammates. So, Jack, knowing that EXT's hope to get to the next phase is to take out their own team, what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, for one, there's a little bit more context to this match that I think needs to go into, the whole storyline, I guess, that's slowly being formed between these two teams. But we'll get to that in just a sec, folks. Quickly, the second match that will happen hopefully around 6:37, because we are starting 30 minutes later than we had initially intended to. Some back-end issues in getting the lobby set up and all that. We don't need to talk about it on stream. Gamer Syndicate versus Team Valiance will be our second match for the night. Another pretty interesting one, all things considered, particularly from Gamer Syndicate's perspective. But just like Baba asked, right? What will be the outcome of this match? Well, it's kind of hard to state just yet. However, I think we can already glean some idea based on what happened in the SA Nationals. That is correct. Today is Monday, of course. It's not Friday. It's not Saturday. It is a Monday. The Monday directly after the first qualifiers of the SA Nationals have just taken place. And guess what? This match, Monkey Hunters versus Extraordinaire, has already happened there once before. And in a surprising turn of events, Monkey Hunters beat EXT. I believe the score was 7-0. Very, very interesting indeed. And I can tell you this much, like, sure, there were no streams, if I recall correctly, from the national side, but when I saw the score come up in the announcements, I was shocked extraordinaire to be taken down 07. Sure, their recent inclusions have definitely, taken their team coordination a little bit lower than they would have probably expected. It always happens when we make roster changes. Team coordination and how the players gel with each other always takes a hit. That is to be expected. But you've included a player like Sparko, who is just so amazing in his own right, and yet that is your first big loss in the nationals at that too. Not the best start for EXT. Now, while we could take that game as a big example, as we all know, when it comes to big teams like Monkey Hunters, like EXT, like, Mercenaries and all the like, they don't necessarily like to go all out in the early stages of a tournament, especially if it's a tournament with multiple qualifiers like the SA Nationals are, right? You've got the first week, the second week, I think a third week of open quals before we go to close qualifiers. So all things considered, the fact that EXT lost doesn't necessarily surprise me as it does shock me that they lost 07. So maybe they might put up a bit of a bigger fight here. And why I say that is because this is a best of 3, so there's more opportunities to, rectify your mistakes if you mess up. But most importantly, the stakes are much, much higher than an open quals with 2 more chances to go. So they will be fighting quite hard here today, and so will Monkey Hunters LFO. So it's going to be a pretty good match, all things considered. With all that being said, let's have a look at the maps that both sides have picked. And as you can see on your screens right now, it is Chalet, Oregon, and Villa. Still no Bank, mind you. We probably haven't seen Bank once since it has been picked up into the Pro League roster, but we can't really fault the teams for that. Bank didn't really change much. Chalet picked by Monkey Hunters, and they will be on the attack there. Oregon picked by EXT, they'll be on the defense there. And Villa, the decider, the third map to see who will win this confrontation. And folks, let us not waste any more time because the first map, Chalet, is about to go live. So let us start it off without any further ado and join the players in the middle of the ban phase of the first map. Extraordinary Esports versus Monkey Hunters LFO. Let's jump right in to this juicy match with the Flores band coming off from the side of EXT to start us off. No surprises right there. Flores is an insanely powerful operator in all the right ways for attacking teams and all of the more annoying ways for defender teams. He is a Thatcher substitute of the highest regard, because he can get rid of a ridiculous amount of utility with barely any counters, and that is something defenders cannot afford to deal with. Thatcher, of course, just like I said, Flores and Thatcher are extremely similar in that regard. Flores' counter is mute and his drones being shot. Thatcher's counter is Jaeger and Wamai. So you have 2 counters for each, but both of them are a pain to keep, and that's why you're going to have the bans for both Thatcher and Flores. And on the other side, Wamai is going to be banned by Monkey Hunters. That is, of course, for projectile safety, so that attackers get to keep a lot of their throwable utility to burn out ADSs and get rid of other utilities that Zofia, Ash, and other operators of that same caliber can get rid of. Finally, Mira ban coming out from EXT. No surprises with the Mira ban right there, because she, with her, one-way black mirror that only, anybody standing on the front end of the black mirror can see through, has always been historically very powerful, even if it's not in the best position for your team. That is just how strong Mira has been, and that is why she's going to be banned here today. With all that being said, round 1 is about to be underway, but before that, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby first today. From the side of Monkey Hunters LFO, we've got next one, Ragnar, Jittery, Rattler, Sandy, and Beach. And from the side of EXT, we've got Sparko, Ba, who is, I've been told, Danu, Fadals, EX7, and Nos. First floor bar and gaming room will be the side of charts, and a couple of 6 picks come out. Jittery out into the Twitch and EX7 out into the Valkyrie. Round 1 is now underway, and I have kept the man for the mic quite long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And also, without wasting any more introductions, we'll just head on in with our first quarterfinals matchup. It is Monkey Hunters on attack, EXT on defense. And the first map will be on Chalet nonetheless. Starting off, we will see EXT, the one to be on the defense. Talk about Sparko. He'll be the one bringing in the Frost. Having that welcome mat and also that deployable shield provides good amount of cover for the defenders to be holding their particular angles. But also quite an interesting way to be placing those two welcome mats right from the windows of mezzanine balcony. An interesting one, unless and until if Monkey Hunters do realize where exactly that trap is, they would just easily, use that to their potential and try to remove it as best as possible. For now, action phase will come in. Talking about the attackers, as we see next one, Ragnar, aka Maker, who in fact he just wants to keep his name as Ragnar for now, who will slowly make his way in towards the library side to get some useful information. And we also have the Nomad's air jab to make sure that none of those flank watchers would not come in, especially when they're trying to do their work, getting their access in towards the library. And look at that, EX7. Seeing the grenade, he will immediately fall back from the main stairs. Make sure he wouldn't get caught off in the process, but that would give the entire control of that place for the attackers, and it is definitely not good. Definitely not looking too good for Monkey Hunters. But still, it's a good way for Monkey Hunters to get in towards library, opening up that line of sight. But there you go. Already we did get to witness first frag, and it's going to be Rattler taking out EX7. A huge frag as the Valkyrie with the C4s will no longer be available. But look at that Sparko getting caught out from the Nomad's air jab. Thinking of going in for a quick flank will not work out. But still, this early frag here from EXT is going to put Monkey Hunters in a bit of a bother.
That it will, but that kill taken back by Nos is going to be huge. Jittery off the board, and comes in Sandy. In the meanwhile, on second floor, he's going to drop Nos. The trade is here. And mind you, it's not just the players in the lobby itself, it's also the fact that this is a big match for Sparko and EX7. They are facing off against their old team, Fatals. Oh, dear me. We saw him have a little bit of a lag moment. Hopefully he's fine in the context of this, in the grander context of this match. However, from the looks of it, second floor might have just been cleared out entirely by Monkey Hunters, which is always a good thing. You want to clear out that second floor and have cover for yourself vertically as soon as you can. However, Beat still can't enter the site. Rattler's the one with the diffuser, but wait a minute, beautiful headshot on to another defender. There goes Fatals, who's going to make it a 4v2, leaving Dhanu, ball that is, and Sparko. Last two remaining. Sparko's gonna find one. Yes, he does. Finds the Hibana, clips her head while she's trying to run away. And here comes Dhanu trying to find the planter. Can he get him in time? Sees one at the window, misses. It's a 1v3, all down to Sparko once again, up against his old team. How much can he really accomplish here? Not much. Runs towards the main lobby, gets caught off, and that is gonna be the kill taken by the Zofia to finish off the first round. Extraordinaire. Seems like they are going to be a little slow to start up, at least for the first round here today. Monkey Hunters on the other side, picking things up right where they left them off yesterday and taking the first round in decisive fashion.
Well, that's an amazing start for Monkey Hunters. That post plan successfully in favor for the attackers. They just have to worry about how they will defend on second floor master bedroom / office. Now, just keep that in mind. We do see some changes in the optics around here. You see Bob bring in the Echo. You have EX7 still with the Valkyrie. No changes as of now, but Sparko will decide to not bring in the Frost and just use a Rooney instead. Having that Suda Grace is very important and also very vital for them to try to, get that, to try to, get those projectiles from the attackers. I mean, you have a lot of projectile from the attackers. You have the flashbangs, you even have frag grenades, not to mention the concussive and impacts from the Zofia, where Sandy will be the one who's going to bring it up. And you have the air jabs, which can be blocked off if not being careful. But other than that, EX7 with the early down really put a lot of hurt on EXT's defensive capabilities, especially the way how they got that entire control on library, not even allowing them to head in towards the windows to go in for that spawn peak. Not the spawn peak, I would say, then a run out, as I'd like to call it. That did not happen for them, and now they just need to figure out a way to defend it once more. With the different site changes, EXT needs to, I wouldn't say EXT, Monkey Hunters needs to tread carefully, because the amount of changes that you do get to see from the optics and also from the side really does confuse a bit if not executed properly. Monkey Hunters, just like how Jack said, who were very confident, 7-0, I believe, on the SA Nationals matchup. And now they are going to, they are. It's more of like a rematch at this point, Jack. It's at the starting
Oh
of the
yeah.
round, it is 1-0, and with the map being on Chalet, we still have two more maps to go. You have Oregon and also the Decider map, which will be on Villa. So things might not go smoothly if Monkey Hunters do show up their mistakes.
While that is, always true for any team in any consideration, making mistakes is always going to be big, but oh dear me, EX7, that's one way to start off a round for sure. Beat, not expecting the C4 to fly through from the lines of sight made down below. And even if that is the Valkyrie C4 used up, which they were, or, probably saving for the plant later on in the round, it's still a good use of it. You still get the Nomad taken care of. Those air jabs no longer will be as pesky and as intrusive as they otherwise would have been in the round. Good stuff right there from EX7. Good thinking. He knew there was somebody there, and he had to take him out as soon as possible, and he did. Now, Sandy. He knows that there's an Aruni right on the bathroom door. He knows that he has to get that kill sooner or later. Sparko, I'm not sure if he knows of the Zophia's position. He is well hidden, mind you, and looks like Nos is going to go down in the meanwhile. EX7 as well. Wait a minute. Rattler and Jittery. They've just suddenly done a big clearance on the side of EXT. Two players gone, and traded that for the kill from the Valkyrie earlier, which means that first floor is entirely on Monkey Hunters' control. Again, good stuff from Monkey Hunters. They know exactly what to do here, especially given the fact that they, of course, used to play with EX7 and Sparko so much. That brings an element of familiarity to this match, more so even than the number of times these two teams have played each other already. Repel into Solarium, comes in the Hibana, of course. That's Ragnar. And now, shots fired. Wait a minute, he sees it. Can he get the kill? No, not quite. Shots fired. And there goes a grenade. That's going to be Sparko down. There goes Dhanu. What just happened? EXT collapsed. And now it's all up to Fatals. Last one standing. He sees Zofia. Can he get the head? No, not quite. It's an LMG going up against Fatals. You need to be careful. He won't be. And there goes Sandy with the kill. The wide peek from the smoke not helping him in that situation at all. But there was only so much he could do because he was about to be contested probably from the rotation between sites on his right. And he had to move left to right. At the end of the day, he moved. He got taken out. And round 2 goes to Monkey Hunters LFO. Like I said in the previous round, and like Baba was saying, just earlier in this round, Monkey Hunters very confident, picking things up where they left off yesterday, 2-0 already. EXT, sure, they have conceded the first 3-4 rounds to their enemy teams before. They are slow to start up, at least from what we've seen in the Challenger Series so far. And that might just be the case here. It's a BO3. It's a longer format of Rainbow Six Siege competitive. So they might just be taking their time. They might just be, easing themselves into the match. But the issue here is the longer they take to, get started, the more rounds Monkey Hunters get away with. And the more rounds Monkey Hunters get away with, the less chance EXT has to take at least the first map. Map 2 will leave for consideration once this first map is over. But map 1 is extremely important. And if they lose it, especially in a big way, I don't know if the momentum is going to be, there for them at all for a comeback.
And that is true, Jack. And talk about EXT's adaptations in the previous matchup. I believe if I just try to get that information right about now, I believe they did went up against a particular team. Just don't have that information. I still remember that in the first half, EXT wasn't performing well. Next thing you know, in the second half, they did brought it up, really good, and the map was on Oregon. So maybe maybe in the second map, we might be able to see a EXT fling back. But since this is Monkey Hunter's pick and the way how confident they are on attack, 2 rounds in their favor. And talk about the second half, this is exactly where Monkey Hunters needs to be careful, because on a map like Chalet, you get to witness a lot of attacker wins on. It's more of like an attacker favored map, as I like to call it. Every time when I say it's an attacker side, it always comes back the opposite. But still, Monkey Hunters still have what it takes to take out and maybe try to get that lead as best as possible. Gemini replicators will come in, whereas EX7 will destroy it, denying any information being given right into his trophy as well as the kitchen site. You even have one of the attackers trying to get information, and look at that, Jittery already prepping in with the nade. Where is this nade gonna go through? In towards second floor master bedroom to try to take out the player who's at the doorway of Piano. Unfortunately, he won't be able to find one as of now. But look at this difference here. Monkey Hunters, for the past 2 rounds, we did get to see at least one early kill. That was exactly where EX7 was taken care of twice. But now, Monkey Hunters are a bit facing problems when it comes to, getting early kills, because we haven't seen any bodies being dropped. We do see a lot of hard breaching capabilities being used to open up lines of sight, opening up the hatches, and opening up the walls so that they could head in and go in for the plant. And interestingly enough, Monkey Hunters, they are letting the attackers enter the building. This is a very risky move being made from EXT. But if this works, if they're trying to trap out the attacker, in which it did work out well, we see one of the players, I believe that should be Fadels, who's going to take out Rattler. And now, with Monkey Hunters losing one of their players, EXT might have a chance.
Let us not forget that Monkey Hunters have effectively played 4v5s on, 4v4s, shall we say, on both rounds. But wait a minute, Ragnar repelling in, and no, unfortunately, he can't get Fatals. No damage done to the smoke, in fact, and that is going to be huge. This one is the kill that we should have been watching out for, and, Monkey Hunters should have been watching out for, because they needed more clearance, they needed more security before that repellent happened. They needed the smoke gone, and they repelled in before getting rid of him, and unfortunately that did not allow the player with the diffuser, in this case Ragnar, to get close to the site. Sparks are going to take a bit of damage. Another repellent has happened, but here we go. It's a 2v5. Will it be a 1v5? Wait a minute, 1v4 beats in. He's going for the plant, but there's an Echo drone. His position is given away, and there's the Echo himself. Tanu comes in, finishes it off. That's going to be the first round taken by Extraordinary Esports. No unnecessary peeking, no unnecessarily aggressive plays. It's all smooth, all consistent, by the book, yes, but that is important in these situations. When you've lost the first 2 rounds, you need to take it back to the basics, and that is what they did. They played good old-fashioned Siege that we see every day, and they managed to bring up the round for themselves into their first round on the board. 2-1 is the scoreline going into the 4th round. EXT have finally put themselves on the board. Better late than never, and like we said, they are a team that likes to take their time to start up here and now, and that is what they have done. 2-1. Monkey Hunters are still in the lead, and it is Chalet, a known to be attacker-sided map. Now, whether or not that remains the case for the remainder of this first map, of course, we will find out. But right now, they are in the lead, and they can still take this lead farther. They could go 4-2. They could go 3-3. I'm not saying that 5-1 is entirely impossible, but given EXT's performance in the previous round, I'm not sure if 5-1 would be, a prediction that will at all come through. So I'm gonna hedge my bets at a 3-3 or a 4-2, folks. There's no way a 5-1 is happening here and now. So right now, 2-1 is the scoreline as round 4 is underway.
It's actually good to see that EXT did survive the previous round. I wouldn't say just survive. I'd say they did, get that first early kill, taking out both Ragnar and Rattler, who was currently from the mezzanine stairs, and somehow it was uncontested. But with that early kill, Monkey Hunters started to, slowly started to fall apart, especially when they, started to get in towards the building. They successfully opened up lines of sight. Although one of those lines of sight did eventually work out in the favor of Fadels, and he made sure that he would successfully hold his ground as best as possible. So he did exactly that, and I believe he'll be able to do that once more, with the site being on bar and gaming room, the site where the attackers will have an easy access getting in towards the library side. Looks like they're having some issues being dealt with. Now, there you go. The sledge is, breaching hammer will come in to open up the barricades to provide a lot of distractions and also giving them some informations along the way. First kill will come in from Sandy. He's going to take out his former captain, Sparko, on the opposition side, and that's going to put Monkey Hunters on a good man-con advantage. 5-4 with Sparko gone. You don't have that C4, and look at that heavy aggression being made from Rattler. He's going to take out one, and yet another will come in from him. That's not going to work out well because EX7 was there to take out one, and another trade will come in from the Hibana. And look at that, Fados is all by himself. He can't do anything at this point because Jittery is right towards the Fireplace Hall to take the final player on the side of EXT. Looks like they just have to make a decision to not go to that site and try to go someplace else. Maybe try to go on second floor master bedroom. Maybe try to go on bar, kitchen and dining. Maybe basement snowmobile garage / wine cellar. That's the site that we don't get to see more often, because the amount of win rates that we have on that site is particularly lower than bar gaming room. Looks like they're not going to pick that site at all, but still, this huge advantage that they're going to get here. 3-1. As we proceed to round 5, kitchen and dining room will be the site. 6 pick will come in from Baw as he switches from the smoke to the echo. No Tachanka being brought up, especially on a site like this. Tachanka might bring in either from Monkey Hunter's side or from MRCZ. That's the main operator that you do get to see on a map like Chalet. And since not being able to bring it up means that you only see 2 of the roamers on second floor master bedroom, and there might be at least 2 anchors in the site.
Well, whether or not they have only 2 anchors on site or 3, they will need to hold second floor very, very well, because they have lost this site before going out to second floor master bedroom to begin with. And that just speaks to Monkey Hunters' consistent performance in this match. Now wait a minute, is that Dhanu playing Echo with a shotgun? Very interesting decision right there. The secondary shotguns from Fadels and Sparko are to be expected. They are playing Castle and Frost respectively, who have a couple of very good secondary shotguns made for breaching, right? That's all well and good. But then you have Bob over there with the Supernova. Now, I'm not saying the Supernova is bad, folks. The Supernova is actually underrated, I would say. It's actually really good for what it does, and even from a breaching perspective, it's pretty decent. But nope, looks like EX7 is going to be the first one to go down. Rattler's already in here, or at least he's close to the building, outside the building, wherever in the building, outside of it he is. He has taken the first kill. It is the Valkyrie gone. Again, no more of that C4. And while the black eye cameras might be out there, as you can see from the red pings popping off all over the place, it's not going to matter much if the side of the defense cannot capitalize on those red pings and get the kills here. And now they're trying. Sparko barely survives the shots coming his way from the Zofia right there. Sandy has a call out now on where the Frost at least was relative to site. That's a very important call out, mind you, because West Main is quite the important place to hold. Where Sparko was, that is where that shield is still. Wait a minute. Fadels is going to see one. No, not quite. I think the window's just covering up the feet of Sandy, the Zofia right there, which means no visual, which means no kill for the castle. In the meanwhile, Hard Breach has already gone off on the main wall of site on first floor. Gemini will see where Fadels is. His position is now being given away. Nos is here for support, of course. Will he get one? Oh, dear me. As seems like he did. Excuse me right there for the delay. And there comes the Bearing 9 with another. Suddenly, Monkey Hunters are at a bit of a disadvantage.
But this time it's on Monkey Hunters. Looks like EXT has made a decision to finally turn things around. It's working out well in their favor as of now. 50 seconds left for the attackers to make their push. And talk about Faders, who is still alive. Thinks of contesting that angle, but somehow he actually survives the grenade blast, but still won't be able to survive nonetheless. 2 players already gone, and now EXT, there's only 2 players left, Sparko and Baw. Hopefully the Yokai drones will just give the information as best as possible, and Sparko is just going to let 2 of those players in towards the trophy. And look at that, sneaky as ever, Sparko be able to take out Rattler and confirms it into a 2v2. Still, EXT still has a chance to win this round if they just have that proper information, and that information will be denied from B, taking out Dhanu, which leads to Sparko in towards the trophy all by himself. Doesn't have any information nonetheless. He will be able to take out Beat. That's the diffuser being taken care of. Sandy needs to go fast and go in for the plan, in which he won't do that. My oh my, that's actually a surprise over there with Beat, who just got taken out. The diffuser has been down. He could go in for the immediate revive, could have picked the diffuser and go and, plant it towards the dining room, but that gave EXT another defensive win on dining in kitchen, a crucial one at that. And if Rattler, did drone out the entire site on Trophy, finding out exactly where Sparko's location was, maybe we couldn't get to see that 3-2 score line in the first place. It would have been a 4-1. Monkey Hunters would have easily got that round if they droned out Trophy well, and evidently they did not. They let Sparko on the loose, and we all know what exactly he did in the end result. Giving the win for EXT will make sure to put them in 3-2. As we proceed to round 6, the final site for them to be defending will be on Master Bedroom / Office once again.
Credit where credit is due, though. Sparko was very, very, very quiet sitting inside of Trophy first floor. As you should be, when you're in that situation. You don't want to give away your position in the slightest, and he did exactly that. As now, with that round win, EXT have come back to a site that they had won previously, and they are looking for the round win here as well. They need the round win to equalize 3-3, go into the other side with a little bit of momentum going their way, with a little bit of, potential advantage, storing up that energy to release it in big waves. But then again, Monkey Hunters' defense on Chalet also be quite the force to be reckoned with. So you got to be careful how you choose to go about this game. That is simply the kind of intrigue that is brewed from this match, this one game alone, especially with the added context of what happened in the SA Nationals. Gemini Replicator will be used to take out the Surya Gate onto the trophy window, allowing the drones to go straight. And it was a give or take for either side, really. You either get the Gemini in there with the sacrifice of a drone, or you get the drone in there with the sacrifice of the Replicator. But regardless, EX7's position will soon be given away unless the drone has gone above, in which case the Valkyrie will be unperturbed for the time being. There is somebody running around down below, and that could be somebody headed towards Big Garage. I feel like that's Sandy, but I don't think Sandy will be going towards the Big Garage just yet. Sparko having a little bit of trouble to retrieve his Surya Gate, the second one on the double window of Solarium, but hopefully he can get that nice and quickly. Nos, wait a minute. Inside of first floor bar, he might have a very big role to play. Gemini has been spotted in the meanwhile by the default cams. Nos will do nothing about that, knowing exactly what it is. But there's somebody else in there. That's Dion, and a beautiful shot. He's going to find Jittery completely off guard. Unfortunate Jittery right there. He checked nearly everything. Unfortunately, I don't think he had any idea of the fact that there was somebody inside a bar, and the EX7 comes in the meanwhile. Rattler goes down. 2 drops, and a little carelessness from Monkey Hunters right here. They're missing shots, they're missing cues to check areas that they really need to be checking. But unfortunately, EX7 also getting a little careless right there, pushing up despite having a good idea that, wait a minute, there is somebody on the trophy window. Didn't need to do that, but there is still Nos who could come in for cover, and he will. That's going to be beat down for the count, and it's now a 4v2. EXT with a solid lead once again.
This is crucial for EXT, taking out 3 of those players, and somehow Sandy figures out exactly where Nos' location is. He'll be able to take him out first, knowing that he was the main threat to the problem. He still needs to find 3 more players. I mean, talk about them. Those 2 players are Heavy Anchors and Sparko. Player on the side of EXT needs to figure out a way. The rappel won't work out well because Fadals is there for the cover. And guess what? The diffuser has been dropped, which leads to Sandy in a 1v3 situation. He'll get caught off from the default cams, which EXT will now have information on where exactly his location is. The push will happen. Push and also the pre-fire being made from Sandy's LMG. A lot of shots being made. He will get Fadals though. He won't be able to find the other 2 players on the side of EXT. And we all know what the end results is, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a 3-3 equalizer in the first half. 3-3. The first 2 rounds, which was a flawless win from Monkey Hunters. Next thing you know, EXT started to bring things back up, especially on round 3, 5, and 6. And Nos, with the early kill, taking out Jittery right from the main entrance, really did give the players to go roam around carelessly, knowing that one of the players has been taken care of. We just need to find the other two players, in which they evidently did. And then we did get to know, what exactly happened at that specific round. As we proceed to round 7, the site will be on bar and gaming room with the role swap, as we see EXT be the one on attack, Monkey Hunters on defense, and let's see who will be in the lead
Attackers
once
need
again.
to locate and defuse bombs.
Once again, who will take the lead? We have effectively gone back to a 0-0 situation because both teams are just starting their first rounds in these roles, i.e. Monkey Hunters in defense and EXT on attack. They are, gonna have to take some time to learn exactly what it is they're going up against, and of course, neither of them have a lead. They are on the same scoreline. That is, for all intents and purposes, a beginning from 0-0 without it actually being 0-0, because it's 4 rounds to win from here rather than a full 7. So, it's semantics, basically. It's the same thing, but not at the same time, and I think we're going to have to stop this comparison here now before I lose my mind trying to explain why it is the way it is. Round 7, on the other hand, of course, always brings in a very interesting change in dynamic, a dynamic shift, if you will, because the team that has the momentum is usually the one that starts off taking the lead, usually the one that starts off taking a couple rounds before things really start to spice up. And while that could be the case with this one, again, Monkey Hunters could just as easily take a round here and now and put EXT on the back foot once again. That is very possible, and that is something that we will have to remember, as EXT is going to take a bit of damage. Jittery, very brave to peek that window. Some would even say maybe a little foolhardy to do that with an LMG on the other side, but it's the Pete and Roni, folks. The Pete and Roni does not lose, except for when it does. But let's not talk about that right now, as we have some destructions happening already. We have utilities being used. We have the clash. Pete. Okay, I wasn't quite expecting him to be so still on the mid window, and he still takes damage trying to get back away from that window. A little unfortunate right there. Grenade's gonna go out from Dhanu, but no, unfortunately, the flashbangs, a clear indicator that a grenade was about to pop, but it doesn't matter. Jittery comes in, and that is gonna be the Dhanu off the board early. Rattler taking damage. Things aren't looking too good in the early rounds right here for the side of EXT. They've taken bits and pieces of damage here and there, but so, of course, have the defense. Jittery still in library, though. He's still being a thorn in EXT's side. He's still being a nuisance up there and providing trouble. Much needed trouble, mind you, for Monkey Hunters, because they want to take away as much time as possible from EXT's hands. And the longer that works, the more room Monkey Hunters will have to work with.
Absolutely, Jack. And talk about EXT already losing ball in the early rounds. We see quite a lot of disturbances being made, and look at that, a lot of damage being dealt around from Sandy's MP5. You will be able to deal some damage to Faders, but just keep that in mind. The diffuser has been dropped. It looks like EXT will be able to find one of the openers, though. I believe it's going to be Sparko taking out one. EX7 gets the other, taking out Rattler. A 3v4 where EXT is now currently in the driver's seat. They just have to worry about getting the, defuse, to try to get the diffuser back up. But oh no, look at that! Faders getting caught from the Froster's mat trap. And look at that, the diffuser, actually the defenders, they're starting to turn things around. And with Sparko all by himself, and Sparko will be met with an ouchie from the shock. He'll be able to try to take out some damage to Beat, but nonetheless, he will get caught off from, he'll get caught off nonetheless. Beautifully done from Monkey Hunters, as they'll be able to win their defensive rounds on first floor bar and gaming room. Not mentioned, in the previous round, we saw EXT had that advantage, and somehow, suddenly, it just immediately went back to Monkey Hunters immediately. Can you imagine how much time that they took just to take out those two players, and then suddenly the trade-off that Monkey Hunters did was so exquisite that it immediately nullified what EXT was thinking in the first place. So it was basically a huge win for Monkey Hunters' defense. And and also not to mention the Frost Mat Trap, which was at the blue stairs, really did put EXT up on an edge. And my god, they are definitely not feeling happy about this. They are not feeling happy about this at all. And talk about this huge lead that Monkey. I mean, not a huge
Attackers have
lead,
located a bomb.
a starting lead in the second half, 4-3. If this keeps continue, like if this keeps going around, we might be able to see Monkey Hunters get a tremendous lead on defense itself, Jack.
That they could. Like we said, Monkey Hunters' defensive capabilities, even on a map like Chalet, are not one to be scoffed at, ladies and gentlemen. And that is something, of course, that we all
5 seconds
need
to
to
insertion.
remember. That EXT are facing up against, it's no big deal, only one of the best teams of the region, and Extraordinaire, of course, themselves are no slouches at all. They are definitely up there for sure. But again, it's that Nationals' context that we have from yesterday, which I know that we're talking a little bit too much about, so we'll stop about that soon, folks. Don't worry, as more of this match goes on. But the reason we keep bringing it up is because that is just so huge. Now, of course, the usual Jerko saving strats probably applies as well to the first quals of the Nationals that we saw played. So, it's not all doom and gloom for for Extraordinary Esports, but it is still a bit of a warning sign. They cannot afford to lose like that, even if they are saving strategies, saving ideas for later on in tournaments, for longer running matches. They will still need to pull off performances to, at the very least, give themselves room to work with. Without that kind of room to work with, you are not looking at a round win or even a series win for that matter. Too many matches going away because you were trying to save your strategies and save your important plays will mean that things will go awry very soon. But in the meanwhile, Rattler, unfortunately, is going to go down, but there is the fight back immediately from Jittery, as he's going to find EX7. The Zofia gone, traded for the Jaeger gone. Very, very ironically enough, the operator with the gadget denial is dead, so who does Jittery take out? The operator with the gadgets, because why not? Of course, you still have Ash, you still have Sledge, you still have Hibana, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it's a little joke that I thought was pretty funny. Ragnar, oh dear me, missing a few too many shots right there, but Sparkle, where are you going? Jittery's still down here, my guy, and he's going to be watching Trophy Window. It's going to take him down very, very quickly indeed. And that's going to be another one down. Very unfortunate right there from the side of the attack. EXT getting a little ahead of themselves. Jittery, careful. Verticality is Sledge's domain. You can't just stand around in one place with a hole in the ceiling above you and expect to live. As in the meanwhile, we have areas being taken control of by EXT. Here comes Fatals. He's going to take the trade finally. Jittery off the board. And that is a much needed trade. But here comes Sandy with one more to fight back. Danu off the board, man. They are not letting me finish off my segment here. Fatal's pushing up. He's got a ping as well. That's going to be the pulse of the board. And now it is all up to the Sandy. The last one, Sandy. C4 doesn't go where he needs it to. Unfortunately, he's going to drop. Will he see one? He does. Can he get the kill? No, not quite. Hibana sees him first. And that's going to be Fatals with the kill. And that is EXT bringing it back. They were put at a disadvantage just a little while ago, but it didn't matter. They fought back. They held strong. And they are once again equalized. 4-4 going into the 9th round.
Well, what a 4K from Fatals. I think those 2 kills from first floor dining is a necessary thing for EXT to progress towards the site. Knowing that it was Sandy who was all by himself from second floor master bedroom, if he was a bit quick into getting towards the stairs to try to confuse the attackers, maybe we would have seen Monkey Hunters fling back, but unfortunately that did not happen. And I would say Fatals with the with huge kills when he was at the trophy stairs. Taking out 2 players was a necessary
Attackers
thing
need
to
to
do.
locate and
And
defuse
even with that angle being placed, Monkey Hunters, they really did try their best to hold their ground, but unfortunate that they couldn't get to win those gunfights, nor they had the chance to maybe, be in a safe spot. They couldn't, they couldn't get to do that. And now we see EXT equalizing it once more, 4-4 on a map like Chalet. But once what we thought that Monkey Hunters would be the one in the lead, suddenly it's just a back and forth map round wins. I mean,
discovered the location of a bomb.
in round 7, it's Monkey Hunters who gets the chance, and then in the next round we see EXT winning their own rounds as well, which gives Monkey Hunters a bit of a pressure, especially in the first map itself. Keep that in mind, we still have 2 more maps to go, and this map, we'll get to see whether who will be on the map point lead, and also not to mention the map series lead, to see whether if they could, if they could win Chalet, maybe they could win on Oregon as well. But yeah, thinking that this is Monkey Hunters' map pick on a map like Chalet and EXT's map pick being on Oregon, things will be a bit, things are going to get shaky, knowing the way how Monkey Hunters is playing as of now. Again, we'll be able to see the Zophia's LMG to pre-fire in towards the windows of bedroom side to try to, get those kills or try to provide a lot of distractions for Monkey Hunters to worry about. This grenade will come in from the sledge to try to take out some important utilities, which in fact will get caught off. But wait a minute, look at that, Fadals with the first frag already. The same thing can be said to Sandy as well, as he takes out EX7. Again, back-to-back early kills being displayed from these two teams, and somehow it always comes down to that one final, it always comes back to that 10 seconds or 20 seconds remaining timer, that late game where you do get to witness who will, who's going to be on that upper hand. And talk about Fadals, oh my, almost missing the opportunity to take out Jittery. He was going in for that peak. Will now give Monkey Hunters their chance to hold their ground. Huge amount of information, and Nos also does the same thing. Missing shots on the Kaid will live. We'll make sure that Monkey Hunters will live for now. And they still haven't got control on second floor master bedroom control. If this happens, and with the time being delayed up to a minute and 10 seconds, it's not going to go. It's not going to look out well for EXT, knowing that they did wasted so much time. Look at that beautiful shot from Sandy to take out Fadals right in towards the piano room. Quite an unexpected show here for Monkey Hunters, and the same thing can happen once again. This time from the sledge to take out one, and guess what? Jittery is still here. He's going to take out two of the players right then and there. Nos and Fadals, and the final player will go out as well with Jittery, using that vertical line of sight to his advantage, thanks to that passive that the Aruni has to get that 3 kill and also put themselves back in the lead. 5-4 will be the score line. And talk about round 10, there is high likely a chance where EXT might fling back if Fatals has something else to say.
All right, then. Quite the round that we just got to see from the side of Monkey Hunters. I like how it's always been this way between both of these teams. It's always been like this, at least for this match entirely, which is to say they take a round, they lose a round. They take a round, they lose a round. As soon as EXT gets going, it's been like this for an entirety of the second half. Now, the first half, of course, it started with a 2-0, then it was a 2-1, then, I think a 3-1, 3-2, 3-3. So a couple of rounds here and there were taken in extra, if you will. But the second half so far has just been a back and forth constantly between both sides. Though I have to, credit where credit is due. Jittery, just too good. Too good. I think he got like a 4K in that last round alone, which of course is going to make for some, interesting things to watch out for. What I'm referring to, of course, are post-game clips posted by the players over on social media, which they often do. Jittery does like to do that, I know. And, some of the players in this lobby do as well. We've seen clips from them before. But the ones I look forward to sometimes are Jittery's clips, especially on rounds where he's, doing real well. Because it also offers a look into the way that Monkey Hunters is communicating, what their call-out types are, and just in general, how they are flowing. More so on rounds where Jittery is really going at it, because that's the kind of stuff you get, but it's also useful insight for that matter. It's good to see the kind of coordination that these teams bring out, as in the meanwhile, we're going to have to pause that thought for a second. Sparko's taken a ridiculous amount of damage, not sure where from, given that the Nomad is a 2 armor 2 speed. That's not a healthy bit of damage that Sparko has just endured. Jittery, unfortunately, not seeing the upside on rappel, and he's going to be the first one to go down. That is Fatal's off the board. Oh dear, Fatal's on the board with the kill from Jittery. Excuse me, rather. That is not too good for the defense. Jittery has, for the most part, in more rounds than not, been the one to initiate the first kill, and a lot of the times he's been the one to carry out the final few kills as well. And Sandy, while he's also been joining Jittery to that extent, He'll now need to pick up the pieces, and the rest of Monkey Hunters will also have to do so as well. Rattler's cover over there on second floor is being taken care of slowly but surely, and Rattler himself is now off the board. Sandy, he saw Sparko pass not too long ago and tried to contest him, gets the kill, but here's Fatals with the double. He's going to get a bunch of players above. Oh boy, that C4 could have taken him out. He is very low on HP, mind you. Sandy really wants a kill here. He's going upstairs to second floor. Can he actually get one? No! Grenade comes in, and now it's only the Clash remaining. Beat, he's found one. Can he find any more, though? Fatals is the one going for the plant. That means second floor is probably actually his for the taking, which it is. But where is the plant happening? Pings are coming off, and Beat will need to move sooner rather than later. The plant's actually happening in Bar, which doesn't leave him much room to move, and there we go. Nomad Air Jab is just gonna, give away the fact that he was trying to approach from this region, from main stairs. Fatals directly below main stairs with that. Sledge as well going for a contest, but not much coming off of that. It's just a clash after all. How much can Beat realistically pull off here is the question. He's got his shield on his back. He's trying to give his team some room to work with, but it simply isn't working. Oh no! You don't beat the 552 Commando that easily, as the IQ will very, very quickly demonstrate. Unfortunate for the Clash, unfortunate for Beat, unfortunate for Monkey Hunters LFO, but once again, it's going to be that back and forth, losing Jittery and Rattler the way they did, and then Ragnar going down was just, it just wasn't good for Monkey Hunters. It's been like this, they play a certain way, and then they see that EXT are countering that way of playing, so they change it up, and they win a round, and then EXT comes back with a counter, and then they change it up slightly again. EXT loses, EXT comes back with a counter, EXT wins. It has been this way. It's this constant back and forth, and I'd like to point out the fact that, before we got started with this match, while we were waiting for the lobby to fill up and, for the stream to come to us, from the intro screen and all that, me, Baba, our producers and admins over here, we were having a bit of a chat about this game. We were talking about the fact that, yesterday's Nationals game between these two teams didn't exactly go all the way, or close to for that matter, and EXT might not be feeling themselves so much as they would like to, and that might lead to a quick first map. Some of us even said a quick second map. Now, I'm not saying who it was because you know how it is. But point notwithstanding, the predictions were that we would probably see Monkey Hunters take both maps quickly at that too. Well, yeah, about that. That will simply not be the case, folks. I even, was a little skeptical of EXT's chances today. I will fully admit. But again, it is because of that Nationals game that we had heard of. It is so shocking. And despite knowing the fact that teams like to say strats, usual jokes and all that stuff, while that is true, we were still not really leaving much room for EXT in our heads because of that performance yesterday. And, well, I am happy to at least say that I was quite wrong about, the predictions today, even if I was batting on a closer game more so than most. But Sandy, oh man, he even had a Valkyrie camera to throw out after taking that first kill. He heard the rappel, of course. I think he heard the rappel go off. He heard the window break. The hatch had already been opened, but no, here comes EX7. That's going to be Sandy off the board. I don't think Sandy expected that, and EX7 comes in with another beat off the board, but a trade comes in instantly from Jittery. What is this game? It is a game of trades. It is a game of back and forths, and nowhere has that been more represented than in that one instance right there. Sandy takes one, gets taken down by EX7. Suddenly, Beat is off the board as well, but then Jittery comes in, finds EX7 for the trade and the 3v3 conversion, making it, like I said, 3v3 going into the 11th round. Ragnar takes a bit of damage right there. Gotta be careful where you are. He's been downed, unfortunate, and Fatals will finish him off. Making it a 2v3. Will it be a 1v3? Yes. No, it actually will be a 2v2. Jittery comes in from behind, finds the repelling Tanu. There's gonna be one more down. Flashbang came out, but that only flashed the Hibana, not so much the defenders as, I believe Sparko was hoping to. But where is the smoke? Where is Rattler? I believe he's just, sneaking about somewhere inside of sight, all cheeky breaky like. Sparko going all the way around towards library stairs. I'm not sure if this is the right idea. He's left Fatals all alone with the diffuser. One diffuser drop, and things could go so bad so quickly. Bearing 9 fires out and is going to find one, but here comes Judy for the trade. Instantly triple kill, and that is the diffuser drop. Now Sparko needs to not only get the diffuser, he also needs to get Jittery, and he doesn't have any denial for the Surya gates. He either has to go all the way into office, all the way around through the rotate, or he goes right through the Surya gate or through bathroom into Jittery's hands, but it won't matter. He did go through the rotate and then tried to get into sight, but unfortunately, he was looking towards the bathroom door hallway rather than towards Solarium, where Jittery truly was the whole time. That's going to be another round for Monkey Hunters LFO, and better late than never, folks. They are 6-5 up in the round of ones, so to speak. They are on match point. Map point. They are 1 round away from taking map 1, going 1-0 up on the series, and putting EXT truly on the back foot. EXT, on the other hand, are 1 round away from pushing to overtime, equalizing again, and denying map point to start off for Monkey Hunters LFO. Which will it be? Well, if you'd had asked me this at the half, I would have said Monkey Hunters might just win it out. But now, I'm sorry, it's a little bit more unsure, if you will. And that, of course, is just going to make this all the more exciting.
Yes, it is, Jack. And the way how these rounds have been going around back and forth, it's just balanced at this point, you know? Like, even when Sandy picks off Fadels immediately with that inverted rappel while holding an angle right from below the kitchen, opening up the hatch into a second floor master bedroom, having that angle, having that unexpected angle really put really put Fadels off guard, because I believe he was the one who was rappelling from that angle. And with Fadels taken care of, Monkey Hunters can, even get themselves more focused on what their next task would be, and that would be wasting the attacker's time. Because Fadels, he was the one who was dealing so much damage. Actually, no, it wasn't Fadels. It should be either Baw or Nos who just got caught off while he was repelling in. Because Fadels was the one who was at second from master bedroom, who got caught off from Jittery, who was slowly making his flank right from the Solstice stairs, and it did work out well for him in the end. But for now, we will see Sandy right very close towards the windows of Mudroom. Quite sure that this is a good idea. Maybe he's just prepping himself for a run out right outside the particular place that he's in. And look at that, the early kill will come in, and guess what? It's Jittery again taking out EX7. Again, not looking too good, but just like I said, EXT, they are on point when it comes to getting that early, when it comes to getting those trade-offs well. And with EX7 gone, Jittery is gone as well, thanks to Nos. Like, again, you see that, the amount of balance that these two teams have. It almost feels like their talents, the entire... Oh my goodness, that was an amazing push there from Rattler to take out Fadels while he realized that he was throwing in on those flashbangs. And guess what? Sandy comes in to take out as well. This is actually huge. A 4v2. And let's keep that in mind that this is match point for Monkey Hunters. If they win this, then that means it is map point for Monkey Hunters. And also, they just don't have, they just have to win one more map, which will be on Oregon. This is huge, very huge. And with Danu and Nos, the only 2 players left to keep this match back on track, you still need to worry about the Alibis Prismas, which already gave one of the players, positioning. And it's not going to look out well for them. And also, not to mention, you have those ADSs being placed from the deployable shields. You have to at least have some denial to get that access from blue stairs. And it's, unfortunate that, the only thing that they can do is just try to figure out another way to get into the building. We'll be able to see Bob use that sledgehammer to get an entryway right from the basement wine cellars. That's the only way that he could go through, and with the information being given, Bob winning that gunfight, this might be a huge change here for EXT. But you still need to be careful around, because Sledge is so low on HP, and also they have so much information via the cams, and now Rattler needs to just wait patiently just for the 2 players on the side of EXT to just enter in towards the building. And guess what? Rattler will do exactly that. Ball goes down, and another player goes down. It's going to be Beat who's going to take the final kill. And guess what? It is 7-5 in favor of Monkey Hunters, as they will claim the map on Chalet. And after this, we will proceed to the next map, which will be on Oregon, with Monkey Hunters on attack, EXT on defense.
What a game indeed between both sides, and it's only just getting started. 7-5 to Monkey Hunters LFO. Continuing where they left off yesterday, winning one more against EXT, but it's only map one. It's not the entire set, folks. The series is yet to reach its conclusion. We may have had the first big win taken on Chalet here, but we still have Oregon and potentially the decider Villa to go through. Oregon, of course, will be a bit more telling, I believe. EXT are on defense first, so things will be very, very different probably on startup. But then Monkey Hunters LFO attacking on Oregon isn't exactly something to sneeze at, just like Monkey Hunters defending on Chalet isn't something to just forget about because Chalet is an attacker-sided map. Similarly, Oregon may be a defender-sided map, but we've seen Monkey Hunters make a full mockery of that before. So things could be very different going into map number 2. Regardless, a good first map from both sides, good trades. Most importantly, excellent trade game between both sides on the second half, especially on the second half. Once EXT got going, and once they were really reading into how Monkey Hunters were playing and, countering them accordingly, especially with the fact that they were trying to take out Jittery, trying to take out Ragnar, trying to take out Sandy early. And whenever they were successful in that and weren't getting traded back instantly, those were the rounds that they won. Unfortunately, even despite doing that in the last round, they couldn't quite hold on as well as they wanted to. They got taken down, they lost their gunfights, and they lost their positions, unfortunately losing map 1 as well. The first map, Monkey Hunters, well played, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go into the highlights. Bit of a lengthy highlights as well, given that it is a 7-1. So let us go straight into those highlights, talk about the match that we have just had. And you'll see right from the beginning, Monkey Hunters were never going to take this slowly. They were never going to start off, all just, taking their time to get started, all that stuff. None of that. For them, this was going to be a match that they took seriously from the get-go, or at least as seriously as you can get with an early game Monkey Hunters LFO. And, they would amp it up as required if EXT were to fight back. The first 2 rounds, unfortunately, were no real indicator of what Extraordinaire would later on go on to do. But round 3 onwards, it was very clear that EXT, unlike their performance in Quals 1 of the Nationals, will be bringing in their A game today. Like I said before the match started, this is a quarterfinals. There's a lot at stake here. There's a prize pool at stake, a semifinal spot at stake, at a bare minimum, 3rd place is at stake here. If they were to, and if they were to go all the way, well, then a major chunk of the prize pool for the second challenge series is at stake as well. So there's tons of things at stake. Not barbecue steak. Let's not confuse ourselves there. I've said that word so many times I had to end up making the joke, folks. I'm sorry. But like I said, all things considered, round 6 onwards was where the back and forth began. EXT take round 6, Monkey Hunters take round 7, EXT take round 8, Monkey Hunters take round 9, round 10 EXT, round 9 round 11 Monkey Hunters, excuse me, right there. And then, of course, round 12, the round where it was all going to be decided. Monkey Hunters took the initiative and they finished off the match. Better late than never. Just like I said, it was time for them to completely abandon all, cautionary tales and just throw all carefulness out of the window, throw caution to the wind, win the round, and give themselves the first map, and that they did brilliantly so, as they will move on to Oregon with high spirits.
Absolutely, Jack. And talk about Monkey Hunters immediately realizing that, risking OT wasn't a good idea. So they will be happy knowing that they did end it off, winning that first map on Chalet, which is their map pick. So they are very confident on, doing what they do best. It's just that in the second half, you start to see Fadels, picking off players one by one, especially when the site was on first floor dining. He did get that 4K, one kill with the Type 89, and the other 3 were just pairing 9s all the way, immediate control on dining. And he did an amazing job when it comes to getting those picks. Other than that, we didn't get to see much more plays from either Baw or from EX7, because in the first half, EX7 was losing even on both, as well as on defense, as well as on attack. Every single time when I see an early peak, EX7 either goes down, or maybe we might see an immediate trade-off where we either get to see Jittery or beat actually not Beat. It's just Jittery who gets taken out. Jittery or maybe Sandy. I mean, Jittery and Sandy. Yeah. I just got confused at that moment. But yeah, talk about Beat. He doesn't, go very aggressive at this point because he is an anchor. He always plays as the smoke or even as the pulse, where we did get to see him play that. An amazing player when it comes to being very supported for his teammates and also holding his angles. So a very amazing team at this point. And also, talking about them taking out ext is also an amazing one. Quite surprised to see what happened to Tsukushima Goat. We didn't get to see him, but instead we did get to see Danu instead of Tsushima Goat. But who knows, we might be able to see in the second map for now, because the
I
second map
mean,
will be, yeah.
I mean, it is the man's birthday, right? Let's let's
Yeah, it
let's
is.
let's
It
cut him
is.
some slack. Also,
Yeah, it is.
Senpai, if you are watching, I hope you are. Happy birthday, man. We hope to see more amazing plays from you in the near future. But yeah, just get that out there. I just remembered, we've wished him over on social media, but of course, wishing him here also means a lot. I hope to all of us here. Just let's just take some time to appreciate Tsukushima Goat. Yeah, great player, great person, great personality. And with all that being said, it will be Oregon, but we will get back to that map in this match after a short break. So until then, folks, stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft, here with the host Blackjack and Baba Gusta for the first day of quarterfinals. That is right, first day, because like we mentioned before, this is a day where we get the first two quarterfinals done. Tomorrow will be the second set of quarterfinals, i.e. 3 and 4. Then the semifinals, then the third place match and the finals. It's going to be a long week of Rainbow Six, followed by, I think, a Friday off. We're not sure on the scheduling yet. You'll see it on those social media once we've got everything settled. And of course, to round it out, on the weekend, we have the Nationals again. So, like last week, this week is also going to be chock full of Rainbow Six Esports. So we hope you're ready to play, enjoy, and to chill out and watch as the two of us cast through these, most of these matches. And Nationals on the other side, we've got no idea of. So it is what it is. So regardless, back to the match at hand. Monkey Hunters LFO versus Extraordinaire Esports. This will be map number 2, i.e. Oregon. We have just been through the first map, that is Chalet. Monkey Hunters won it 7-5. Now, I will say, initially, it looked like it could be a, 7-3, 7-4, the way it was going, but EXT woke up, took trades, traded rounds, traded bodies, and finally, it was a 7-5. EXT still ended up losing, but they gave it a very good fight indeed. That map, of course, was more of a anyone can take it type of situation. Monkey Hunters on Chalet have been good before, but they have had issues on that map too, so it wouldn't have been too much of a surprise if they were to take the loss there. On the other hand, we are moving to Oregon, a map which, as of recently, Monkey Hunters have been exceptionally good in. Extraordinaire, not so much. If you recall back to the qualifier stages, I believe there was a match where they were 0-3 down, unexpectedly so, before they started turning things around. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to do the same thing. It's, again, similar to the national situation. They're probably just saving strats and trying to see what their opponent was getting up to. But here on Oregon, they can't afford to save strats. They will have to be 100% from the get-go, because Monkey Hunters will very much be 100% as soon as we get started. They will not be sparing any quarter or taking any prisoners. They are out for the kill, and they are out for the win. EXT, on the other hand, they will want this map for themselves. They want to continue fighting, and they cannot afford to get eliminated here and now. If they do get eliminated, then, folks, it will be quite difficult for them. Well, if they get eliminated, they get eliminated. There's no case of difficulty over here. What am I even saying? But like I said, it's going to be not too good for them. They get eliminated here, they will have been eliminated out of two very important situations over the course of 2 days of that too. Not a good thing to have, if I do say so myself. That is eliminated from calls one of the nationals, then eliminated from the quarterfinals of the Challenger Series 2. So all in all, it will not have been the best start to the week for Extraordinary Esports, but they still have the second, qualifiers of the nationals to go through as well. Regardless, we have got all the players back in the lobby, so we are asking them if they are ready, getting the confirmation, getting started with the game. And before we do, Baba, quick predictions. I've already put mine down on the table. I feel Monkey Hunters are going to win this. What do you think?
Well, since you said that you're gonna go and pick Monkey Hunters, I would likely prefer to go for EXT because balance.
Nullifying,
Because why not?
nullifying the caster's curse. I see what you did there.
Yes, I'm not just trying to nullify it. I'm also just proving my point that the way how EXT played in the previous round, actually on the previous map on Chalet, there was there was equality going on, all right? Okay, I mean the first early kill, it was
the back and
from,
forth.
it was just huge back and forth. So since you said you're gonna take Monkey Hunters, I'm just gonna say EXT might have what it takes to put us on map decider. But for now, let's just head in to the match right away. With the map being on Oregon, starting off with the ban phase, we will see EXT ban the Flores. Now, Flores, popularly known for having 4 explosive devices, which can be used to take out any defender's utilities. Very important defender utilities, which would be the deployable shield. Very important, especially on a site, especially when the site is on basement, laundry, and supply room. This is exactly where you do get to see a lot of those utilities being placed. Second ban on the side of Monkey Hunters will be the Thatcher. Nonetheless, a 100% ban rate at this point. Every single match you see, Jack, it's just Thatcher bans everywhere. No matter how many times you expect that there won't be a Thatcher ban, but it still will be, because that's how powerful he is. The EMPs that which would disable any utilities, and it would it proves to be very useful for the attackers to open up lines of sight easily. But for now, we'll just see the rest of the 2 defender bans. It's going to be the Wamai and the Mira, which will get banned, and then we proceed to the action phase, actually from the prep phase immediately. The first round, EXT is currently the one facing difficulties, whereas Monkey Hunters is currently the one on map point. Already they've won their map on Chalet. One more map win on Oregon will give them the spot onto the semis. Can this happen? Will we see Monkey Hunters make a wonderful win against EXT, or will we see the decider map, which will be on map Villa, I believe. Yep, there you go. The map 3 will be on Villa. So hopefully we'll get to see what EXT is capable of. But in order to do that, they have to win on map Oregon. So let's see what's going to happen in the first site, being on basement, laundry, and supply room. And we will see some interesting picks being made here from EXT.
Well, quite indeed. And Ella with the shotgun on basement, though I cannot deny it is generally a good idea to have Ella shotgun on Oregon, playing close to site in a more lurking capacity. But it's also, a bit of a double-edged sword, since Ella's shotgun, while good, even at close medium ranges, it tends to have its moments of disadvantage that are not necessarily as good as we all want it to be. That shotgun is extremely powerful. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying that shotgun's whack or something, but it is still a shotgun, so you got to be careful on range. And if the attackers find you at a longer range, well, it's the AR that's going to win, no questions asked. So that's something, of course, that EXT will have to be a little careful of. Sparkle in the meanwhile bringing in the castle for a bit of extended hold on the first floor, and maybe even second floor. Excuse me right there. If, of course, EXT wants to do so. Fadas with the Malusi already on tower top floor. Now, wait a minute. Tower top floor control established by the Malusi is going to be huge, but Sparko is going to be huge already. He's going to find Rattler. Big drop right there. The Thermite of the board from the castle. His own FBI counterpart on the defense on small tower. That is one hell of a way to start off the game, I have to agree, as Monkey Hunters will lose the first body of the round.
Not good for Monkey Hunter's side, because that's the hard breacher. The Thermite should have been used to open up lines with sight, and with Fadals, the one currently contesting the big tower, things will not be as easier enough. Talk about Fadals, who's just taken out so much important attack drones, which would have given good amount of information via the site. 2 drones gone. grenade will be thrown out to try to take out Fatals, but will this work out? No, it does not. Actually, it does. Fatals will be down, and also the confirmation will come in from Jittery to take out Fatals, and there you have it, an instant control on Big Tower Stairs, but at the cost of 3 attack drones, 3 grenades. I believe it was just 2 grenades. One grenade was from, Jittery, and the other was from Beat. Go in for that confirmation. But nonetheless, they will open up the walls in towards the attic, but actually it's not. They just opened up lines of sight so that they could enter in towards the attic, especially on the defender side, because the site is on basement laundry and supply room. With just 1 minute left, you see Fatal's done so much heavy damage, and somehow Sandy will be able to get in the site, taking out Sparko. Quite a big drop here for Monkey Hunters, knowing what EXT was thinking at that moment. The amount of aggressive peaks that Monkey Hunters is doing somehow is not working out, because EX7 is still in towards the freezer side contesting, and he'll be able to win that gunfight. Taking out Sandy in towards the laundry side is going to put a lot of pressure on Monkey Hunters' side. Only 30 seconds left for EXT to defend the side successfully, but will this work out? No, it does not. EX7 comes in with yet another kill, taking out Ragnar. Guess what? The diffuser has been dropped out. Grenades will be thrown out to make sure that he'll be able to take out the attacker, and looks like he will. The defender goes down. It's going to be EX7, and another kill, whereas Jittery fails to win that gunfight to Nos. And he's currently the one to win the gunfight. Yes, he will. The final frag, where Beat has to find the exact player in towards the freezer site. Couldn't get to win it out. It looks like EXT will gladly get their first win on defense. Basement laundry and supply room will be in favor of EXT. Amazing push there from the Iana, who did get one. Unfortunately, couldn't get the other to take out the Valkyrie in towards the freezer, and Nos was there to successfully clutch it out, a 1v2 situation. A job well done for him, as he'll be able to put up a good lead in the first round. 0-1 will be the scoreline. Talk about round 2, the site be on second floor, kids dorms main hall, with a 6 pick from Sparkus, which is out from the Kai to the castle. Having that armor panel is heavily required. And talk about that previous round, Jack. Did you get to see that new lineup? I mean, they opened up the entire wall. They used the Aruni Surya gate, and also they've placed an armor panel. It's more of like the attackers were letting it out a bait, in which they were supposed to push it in, and also knowing that so much utilities has been wasted around with that big tower contest where Fadals was holding in. It almost actually worked out well for EXT's favor, because so much drones were gone, so much utilities were gone right from the big tower stairs, and when they arrived at the site, they had less utilities to work out with, and they were forced to push aggressively without having any information, and that let EXT win their first round. So I would say that strategy did work out well in their favor.
Well, it did, although I have to say their gunfight selection and execution is a little unfortunate every now and again, but that is extraordinary, the team that we have come to expect overall. And I will say that even with those minor issues here and there, EXT are quite strong in every sense of the word. Me Jammers and final bits and pieces of this play that is the defensive hold are coming out still. EXT gonna have to make sure that they get everything ready. It's a bit of a lengthy process setting things up, especially when you're not completely, they're not completely holding out for a rush play. As Sandy's gonna come into bottom tower, we have the Me Jam being taken care of on second floor of attic, that is, and getting the attic wall opened up nice and quickly as the round continues to progress. Sparko firing a few shots, not sure if he saw someone or if he was taking pot shots right there, but of course he's moved a long away from where he was on meeting door since, so he doesn't have to be afraid of anything. EX7 on the other hand, that is quite the angle he's holding right now on the garage door, which of course somebody might decide to walk through, making them easy target for the Ella's FO12. Just those little things that we're seeing from the side of EXT. These are the little things that they need to capitalize on as things go forward. As soon as they get these rounds through the use of the good tactics, they would be taking rounds as well. But unfortunately, Rattler, the one who took the kill on EX7, gets traded by Nos. unaware, unfortunately, that the Jaeger was on the first floor. He gets taken down for his trouble, and there comes Ragnar with another. That's not on the board. Another trade. And here comes Ba with the trade onto Ragnar. What is going on between both sides? It is a game of trades and trades and trades, and a grenade beautifully timed by Jittery will be those one that finds Sparko, making it 3v2.
At this point, it's just juggling around. Look at that.
It's him
Another
again.
grenade kill from Jittery to take out Ba. And Fadels is left all by himself in towards the drums, and he needs to find 3 players. Will this happen? Don't think so. The SMG-11 will give away his positioning. The shotguns will come to try to get 1 kill, but unfortunately it won't happen for him. Smoke gas canisters to make sure that the push from the attackers will not happen. And now another smoke gas canisters. It's just panic mode at this point for Fadels. And there you go, Sandy will finally take out the smoke. And also give Monkey Hunters their win on round 2. Second floor Kids Dom's main hall. Again, very beautifully timed, cooked grenade from Jittery. 2 grenade kills. That is the main thing that I can say at this point, because the rest of those, peaks were just frags after frags after I mean, not just frags, I would say trades after trades. I mean, like, if Ragnar gets one, Bob with the shotgun gets the other, and it was just cycling it out. That was just circles of trades. But Jittery's grenade was mainly the one which almost shocked
Attackers need to
EXT's
locate and
defense a
defuse as
lot.
many bombs as they
Losing 2 players in the side itself really did give the attackers the advantage to push in towards the side and get the immediate control on Games Room. And yeah, anything other than that, it's just Monkey Hunters played it really well. The same thing can be said to EXT too. It's just that we didn't get to see them make much more aggressive plays. It was just that they were just patiently waiting for Monkey Hunters to do that thing, and they did exactly that. EXT is very well done on their defensive sides in the previous round, but Monkey Hunters were currently the one who was very strong on their attack phase.
10 seconds to insertion.
Quite strong indeed, but right now, again, it's going to come down to who actually wins those trades. EXT are continuing the trade game that they did in the previous map on Chalet, right? They are constantly taking bodies back for every body they lose, and that, of course, is a good thing for them and for their chances in this round. Now, unfortunately, given the fact that they are, of course, 1-1 instead of 2-0 up, means that they might not be able to take full advantage of Oregon's defenders' added nature, but to their credit, that might not be what they are going for. Now, Jittery on a bit of a roam hunt already towards basement, as he will clear out barricade after barricade, not really encountering much in terms of operator resistance, but I think he'll be happier for that. That means that there's nobody down below for the time being, and he can just chill out, drone himself up to first floor, and get his team in there with a little bit more, with just a little bit more going their way. Mage Jammer, that needs to be taken care of on tower second floor attic wall, is going to be taken care of by the Maverick, of course. That is something that Rattler can't do. B's going to have to be the one to do it. And in the meanwhile, Jittery's been taken down. Big drop. Ragnar's taking a bit of damage as well. That is huge indeed. Jittery off the board. As we have discussed this time and time again, Jittery is quite the important player for the side of Monkey Hunters. He is the one that makes a lot of plays happen, but Nos, unaware that Sandy was watching that exact doorway, is going to get taken down as a result. Big drop as meeting is opened up, and attic will be opened up as well to allow lines of sight and to allow entry points for Monkey Hunters.
Again, look at that. Already we see Nos and Jittery going down.
Attackers
An
have dropped the
equalizer
bomb
yet
diffuser.
again on a minute 20 seconds. This is actually in the
Attackers
mid
recovered the
phase
diffuser.
where it's still equalized 4-4. And look at that, the amount of protection that they have from that deployable shield into a second floor case. They actually know that they will push in towards the attics nonetheless, and they're making sure that whatever protection they have, they could do it. They just want to waste the time for Monkey Hunters, and looks like that is not going to go well here. Look at that Rattler yet again to take out EX7, I believe, but is trying to contest in towards the attic side and somehow lost that gunfight. Now they will push in towards the attic without having any problems at all. Again, this rappel is going to be huge for Sandy if he just finds the head of Fadels. This is exactly what he needs. The smoke gas canisters, which delay the pushes for Monkey Hunters, but Sandy somehow gets Boy instead, and look at that, a huge repercussion from Fados to take out one. The UMP gets the other to take out Beat, and Sparko, oh boy, gets caught off from the attic side, which leads to Fados yet again in a 1v2 situation. Big drop as he takes out Rattler, and now he needs to find Ragnar. Where is he? There he is. Beautiful headshot yet again from Fadals as he will succeed in a 1v2 clutch. 1v2 clutch here, ladies and gentlemen. That's twice that we do get to see here. That like the first round where we did get to see Nos succeed a 1v2 clutch, and now round 3 we see Extraordinaire win yet another 1v2 clutch situation. That's exactly what EXT needs right now. They have to recover these rounds. If they do not, if Monkey Hunters immediately gets control of the situation, then that means Monkey Hunters will win this round. And I would say an impressive clutch there from Fadals to make sure that they will be able to, get themselves back on the lead. Two defensive wins for them. As we proceed to round 4, the site will be on Basement Laundry and Supply Room. Let's see how Monkey Hunters do, proceed their attack this time.
There's going to be quite a lot of work to do for Monkey Hunters to make up for the way the last round went, which did not, unfortunately, go all that well for them, I have to say. While they had the right idea and the advantage for the longest time, I'm not sure why nobody was covering Tower. Nobody was covering the entryway from Attic until it was too late, and even then, the Thermite could only do so much. Rattler could only do so much. He took one, then tried to bait with the plant, but they had absolutely no idea where the smoke was, and that allowed, the smoke to rotate around, go into the corner of Games Room, through the white stairs area, where there's usually a rotator or a line of sight. That one little strip of wall is broken open more often than not, and once that rotate happened, without any intel being gathered by the side of Monkey Hunters, not necessarily their fault either, their drones were probably taken out by that time, that late in the round. You don't usually have drones remaining by then, so it's not a surprise that they didn't know where the smoke was going. It was only too late to save the 1v2, or the 2v1, depending on which side you're looking at it from. Right now, however, oh dear me, that's a little unfortunate, if you will, for Fados. He was just trying to probably, slither away down the tower stairs like he would have loved to do back in, I believe, round 1, but this time he's not going to be surviving at least until late round. Gemini Replicator is going to be finding another one in the meanwhile, as in the location of another one on second floor. Look at the extensiveness of this roam that EXT has put together. Oh boy, Beat, he's gonna see one, but no, he was aiming a little too high up, and Sparko takes full advantage of that momentary lapse in concentration. There goes another one as Ba has taken a kill, Ragnar off the board, but he has been downed and taken care of as, well, not taken care of just yet, but Jitter and Rattler are gonna find Nos and Ba. Ba will be converted on to finally, as Rattler is gonna get disoriented with the use of the Gershmot. Ella from Beyond the Grave still as useful as ever for her teammates. Slowly but surely, time is taken away from the side of Monkey Hunters, but with a minute 30 remaining and so many bodies taken care of, it's only down to EX1 and Sparko. Mind you, however, these two, even when they were part of Monkey Hunters and even now as part of EXT, they are a formidable duo to go up against, and they will be looking to win out this 2v3. This is theirs to lose, effectively speaking, given the position they're in right now. They've got control of site, they've got control of the important thoroughfares, more importantly, as the Surya Gate will be taken care of by the use of the Gemini Replicator. As now, I think the argument can be made, the time is slowly taken away. Shots fired, but Rattler's not going to find him. Unfortunately, EX7 survives as the drop comes in from the meeting hatch. They need to find at least one of those, the Castle or the Aruni. They would prefer the Aruni, but they'll take either one to go at this point. Grenade needs to come out. Will it? It's going to go the other way, I think. Another grenade, but Sandy's thrown that the wrong way. He's going to find Rattler as Rattler found Sparko. It's all up to the Aruni, who has gone all the way back towards the rotation between sides. EX7 takes a bit of damage, and Jitter will take the kill anyway. Oh, that round could have gone so badly, so far south for Monkey Hunters. That one misfired grenade could have done so many things for EXT, and Monkey Hunters, they are going to be so glad that they managed to hold back and hold on to the advantage when they did. Thankfully for them, when the grenade kill, the team kill happened, Rattler had still taken care of Sparko just in time before the grenade took him out, and leaving them in a 2v1 with some info on where the Aruni went allowed them to still win the round. Monkey Hunters, I'm not sure if if they're all there just yet, especially with the way that late round went, but still, good on them for winning their gunfights, good on them for winning their positionings for the most part, and yeah, good on them for equalizing 2-2 going into round 5.
Yep, an equalizer is exactly what Monkey Hunters needs, especially in the first half. Having that huge lead in first half is more of like a safe bet for them, knowing that they will succeed well enough in the second half. But the role swap will happen. We will be able to see Monkey Hunters be on defense, EXT on attack. Now this time we'll see some changes in optics yet again from EXT's side, as we see Fatals bring in the mute. Yes, I mean the side being on first location and dining really heavily relies on Mute's Jammer because it denies so much information. It even denies a lot of utilities on the attacker's end. So no matter how many times you even place those Surya gates, you still need to deal with those jammers first in order to in order for the Gemini replicator to head in and disable them as fast as possible. The only question that I have to ask for Monkey Hunters is that how will they proceed? Will they push in towards construction, then slowly make their way by opening up lines of sight in towards kitchen, maybe on dining, or will they just head in towards big tower stairs entryway and then slowly make their way towards the side? It's heavily depends on them on how to do it. Although the big tower is exactly a big huge no, and Bo going in for a bait. It's not going to work out well for Monkey Hunters because they immediately realize that that runout is not acceptable. And there you have it. The attack drones will give them the proper information. And now Bo is particularly stuck in that position. He either has two options. One, to either, challenge the angles that the attackers are being made, or run away and make sure that you would stay away safely. I believe that's not going to happen because Bo is stuck in that angle. And the only thing that he can do is just waste the time for the attackers, in which he's doing as of now. 140 seconds, which leads to the mid phase. And Ragnar still trying to contest the angle of the Jaeger, who's still into a second floor cage dom. A quick peek, and that quick peek gets denied from Jittery just by going in for that drop shot. It's going to work out well as he's going to take out Bo right into towards the construction. Immediate control from them. But look at that time though. 120 seconds left for them to make their push. And with that control on construction, now they can not waste any more time and focus on opening up the walls in towards dining.
Not if Nos has something to say about it, and he does. Ragnar's going to go down, and that's going to be a big drop as well. That is your Nomad off the board. Sure, the air jabs have been used up, but that still doesn't mean that you will get away with not having that Nomad in play. Rattler already in towards showers. I'm not sure exactly what the Maverick is doing that the Sledge couldn't already do, but I don't think Sandy is still in there towards the showers area, so the Maverick just has to open up that rotate by himself. Of course, they need to make sure that they have eyes on Diffuser and the player with the Diffuser at all times. Rattler is that player at EX7 and EX7 and Fatals both have C4s that can be deadly for anybody who goes in for the plant. Shots fired already, but they aren't connecting. Wait a minute, Rattler's going for the plant. That means the defenders are going to have to move any second now, and there goes the C4. Nos was taken down, but Fatals finds the planter anyway. He is still safe. Fatals goes down finally. Jittery finds one. That spark off the board. Can they find the last player? Where is EX7? He is on second floor. He's going to see one. The legs of that is, and he's going to take down Jittery. However, it is now 1v2 in the post-plant situation. He only has 40 seconds to execute on this situation, on this, on this timer that he's found himself in. Unfortunately, C4 goes out. Will I find anything? No, it does not. Maybe a drone or two, but even then, it's not going to give him much room to work with. He has to go for the diffuser physically, and he's got a Sledge above watching. Shots are going to be fired, but it's going to be the Maverick to finish him off. Beat comes in for the final kill, and a smoother than usual take for this match from Monkey Hunters. LFO is going to see them go 3-2 up, take the lead for the first time in this half, and what a time to take the lead indeed for them in round 6.
Huge Huge plays being made from Monkey Hunters, and also a good attempt from EX7. Jittery, a beautiful angle being made from that hatch as well. But he was just the only man holding that angle, and the other 4 players were unfortunately got taken out from either from Jittery and for a moment there almost when I saw Jittery, hit that wall bang to take out the player in towards Showers. For a moment there I saw Beat almost heading towards his line of sight.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
It was just
by
a split
attackers.
second that we would have seen Beat get TK'd, but somehow that did not happen. And I'm actually glad that Monkey Hunters, amidst the team kill that they did from Sandy's grenade, if that happened yet another time, and that won't look out well for the attacker's side. Knowing that you have that good amount of lead, and also even mention the map win on Chalet, winning map Oregon is going to be a
10
difficult
seconds to
task
insertion.
for Monkey Hunters to be contesting. Yes, it is round 6. It's the
5 seconds
it's the
remaining.
decision time whether EXT will equalize it
Attackers are
3-3
moving
or
out to
Monkey
locate a
Hunters
bomb
will
and
put
defuse
themselves in the lead 4-2. And also we'll be able to take a look at that in the action phase as Monkey Hunters. I see 4 players in towards construction. Yeah, I see 4 players in towards construction, and look at that, EX7 immediately goes down, and guess what, it's a rust. Yeah, for 12 gets one, taking out Rackler. What exactly happened in that pursuit moment? Look at that, 2 kills, and another kill. Will that happen? Actually, it does not. Rackler will come in to take out Bo. Immediate control, 3v3 with just 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Sandy takes out Fadals, and now EXT is currently the one facing troubles because they did not expect it. Monkey Hunters to go with that aggressive peek. There you go. Look at that. Another aggressive peek. Taking out Nos, which leads to Castle all by himself. Jumped on in towards the meeting side. But unfortunate, he won't be able to do enough at that moment. And there you go. That's the quickest first half done and dusted. And we'll be able to see Monkey Hunters get themselves in the lead 4-2. Double kill from Boss F412. And unfortunate that the secondary pistol didn't work out for him. But still, good attempt from EXT to be holding out that rush. If the F412 did had at least 1 or 2 shotgun shells left, maybe we would have seen EXT win that round. But what's past is in the past. We just need to look out for present. As we proceed to round 7 roll swap, we'll see LFO on defense, EXT on attack. LFO currently the one on the lead, 4-2. They just need 3 more wins. Yeah, they currently need 3 more wins to get themselves on the
Attackers need to
spot
locate
into
and
the
defuse as many
semi-finals.
bombs
Will it
as they
happen,
can.
or will we see EXT fling back? We're about to find out in this round.
What a rush play. Oh boy, what a rush play indeed from Monkey Hunters. Even with the F12 coming off from Dhanu, it simply was not enough. Not even close for that matter. For the side of EXT, he got 2, but unfortunately the RG15 could only support him so much as compared to the F12 against a Nomad. And even when the Nomad was out of bullets on her own primary, it came down to the pistols and, of course, the PRB, I think is it PRB or PBR, whichever one, the Cavera pistol, the pistol of the Brazilians, whichever one you prefer to call it, came out on top and allowed the Nomad to go through to the blue bunker elbow, and then it was one kill after the other until Monkey Hunters found themselves in a 3v1. Excuse me right there. And after that, of course, it was anybody's game. It wasn't anybody's game. It was Sparko's game to win. Unfortunately, that was not to be. And that round ended up going the way of Monkey Hunters LFO. So, a breakdown of a rush doesn't necessarily mean that it was a big play with all the utilities and facets being used. No, it was the element of surprise. Then Monkey Hunters, they're no slouches when it comes to rushes. They have rushed quite frequently, actually, once at least per game before, oh dear me, that's a C4.5. Oh, well, Fatal's unfortunate. He's going to go down, the first one to go down indeed, as that will be your first kill taken by the side of the defense. A C4 coming out at the right time from Sandy is going to see EXT lose their first body, and none too soon too, because That was Fatals. That is Sledge. Those are grenades and a full soft breed Sledgehammer gone, and Sandy's not done yet. He's going to find a second one. Nos on the board. It's a 5v3.
5v3, and already EXT is facing issues. Look at that. A beautiful shot from Beat. Taking out Sparko. This leads to EXT to get those 2 kills. A beautiful shot yet again. Quite an interesting one at that. A double peek from Jittery and Beat in towards the attic. And somehow that won't work out because EX7 was there. Getting out those 2 kills. Not quite sure what, Jittery and Beat was thinking at that time. But that's going to give EXT a chance to get themselves back on the phrase, and they are definitely not wasting any time at all. The attic push will come in, and so does Bot, taking out Sandy. Again, a big drop from him, as he was the one who was causing main troubles. 2 kills from Sandy, in which he's been shut down, which leads to EXT 1 step ahead on getting the control into the side. Impacts being made to gain the angle of sight, as well as Ragnar, who was just patiently waiting with his F412. Now it's just the amount of main problems that EXT needs to deal with should be the information being given via the attack drones. A lot of utilities being thrown out from the Sophia's concussions to give them the information, and so does Bod, just pre-firing his weapon, hoping that he'll be able to get a kill or 2. But it's just patience at this point. 17 seconds left for the attackers to make that push, and that execute is going to be so deadly because Rattler is there, threatened with the push, thanks to the Malusi's Banshee deterrent to give 2 informations, and there you go, a beautiful hold from Monkey Hunters. And also good recovery from EX7, taking out both Jittery and Beat in towards the attic. Almost shook Monkey Hunters' defensive side, but they did eventually recover it up really well and done from Rattler. All he had to do is just wait for the Malusi's, Malusi's utility to just, give them the sound. She could be, she could just easily go in for that pre-fire. Again, good job from Monkey Hunters, which will put Monkey Hunters in a tremendous lead, 5-2. 2 more rounds for Monkey Hunters to win this map. Will it happen? It's the biggest question that I've been asking for the past 2 to 3 rounds here, Jack. I mean, you said that Monkey Hunters is going to win. I said EXT was going to win. EXT still has a chance, EX7, Fatals, if Fatals come back with an amazing 1v2 or 1v3 clutches, just like we saw on map, round number 1 and 3. That was 2 1v2 clutches on defense that we did get to witness from EXT. So what I ask is that if they make those clutches, or should I say just, try to pick out the important players like Sandy and Jittery, things might, go smoothly for EXT if, if they do it right.
Again, we may have had our predictions pre-game, folks, but I don't think any of us were quite expecting Monkey Hunters to run away with the mid-game as well as they have had so far. 5-2, looking at a very, very, very strong play indeed from their side. And on the other hand, EXT, they've been looking good in patches, but those patches are too few and too far between rounds and within a given round as well to really, string them together into consistent round wins. Jittery, where are you going, my good man? He's going out, for a little bit of a walk, and he's also gotten back in because the outside world is dangerous and you don't want to stay out there for too long. I'm just kidding, of course. He's out there to have a little bit of fun with some of the attackers, as Rattler, in the meanwhile, has taken a bit of damage. He's the one up on first floor security room to try and give his teammates a little bit of early roam clear kills to work with. Wait a minute, Sandy's also here, mind you. And there we go, the pre-fire comes in, but no, he's not going to get the kill. Initially comes in for the repeak and finds Nos. 5v4 now, as that is going to be the Ash taken care of. The site is basement, mind you. The hold on second floor is huge, but the site is still on basement. But will it matter? Ragnar comes in to find EX7. That's a 5v3. EXT in a massive spot. A bother. Here's Beat with the shotgun. He finds one. Can he find another? No, not quite. Doesn't get the down. He does still. Wait a minute. What is that range? It's now all down to Fate as the last one standing on the on meeting. Okay, not sure what Ragnar was up to over there on the stairs to stage, but with Ball already DBNO, He is, of course, safe for the time being. The Clash hasn't even come out to contest this. Jittery, I don't think, knows that there is a down but not out situation, which means a revive can happen. And it will. It's still a 2v4. And despite what the health bars for Monkey Hunters' side, the blue team side, might be looking like, EXT are in a massive, massive spot of bother.
Again, we see EXT only left with just 2 players left. And Sandy's just providing pain. I mean, it's just endless pain at this point. Look at that, so much damage from Fadals with Jittery Shock, and beats his shotgun. Will actually get the headshot, taking out Baw, and the final kill will come from Sandy to take out the final player on the side of EXT. And with it, we will see Monkey Hunters put themselves on map point, ladies and gentlemen, 6-2. And Sandy is just providing pain for EXT's attack. And with Fadals, no matter how many times he, tried to get that control from main stairs, he just had to deal with the clash. He just had to deal with flank watches. He just had to deal with, the numerous amount of flanks being coming in from Monkey Hunters at this point. They were just, I would say, they were just cornered. They couldn't get to know what they were doing because they just lost players time and time again. There's just 3 players down in the mid rounds. With Beats' shotgun somehow connects, downing Baw in a DBNO state in towards blue. This is huge for Monkey Hunters. And talk about EXT, they've only won 2 defensive rounds, and that's it. They haven't won a single attack round, and the 2 rounds that I did get to witness from EXTs are just clutches. And that's it. Those 2 rounds from EXT was just clutches. One from Nos and the other from Fadals. What happened to EXT at this point? That's the main question that I have to ask around now. Is this, why are they, getting caught? Why are they letting Sandy hold in towards the hallway side? What happened to those drone works? Are they having that information, or is there any miscommunications happening in EXT side, Jack?
I feel like that might be the case. I think it's a situation where EXT are very comfortable with the players that they have, but at the same time, I don't think that they are quite all there, Like when EXT was playing, before they picked up, Sparko, and before they picked up EX7, they weren't quite as powerful as they seem on paper now, but they were there. They were strong. They were up there with the best of the best constantly. And while they still are up there with the best of the best for a majority of these situational rounds, it's not quite as strong as they used to be. In the meanwhile, Nos is taking one. That's going to be Sandy off the board. Big drop indeed as Ragnar went up the white stairs. Rattler is still up there as well. Mind you, Nos has got to be so careful. He's got EX7 for support, and shots are about to be fired any second now. No, Ragnar misses. And it's all going to come down to probably the shotgun of the Mute on second floor. Rattler is going to have to try and find himself in a position where he can take full advantage of this. Gemini has seen where he is, which means he needs to move, and move he does. SMG-11 in hand. Can he find one of the 2, EX7 or Nos? Both of them are very low on HP. As we have somebody else pushing up from Addict. C4, is he going to go out? It does. He's going to find one. Not quite. Fadals is very low on HP, mind you. And here comes Jittery from the back, but no, he's been seen. EX7 doesn't let him pass at all, but Rattler, where are you going? Out the window as Beat finds Nos, but it's too late. Baw comes in to find Rattler, and there goes Beat as well. Sparko finishes off the final player. Oh man, that was a quick round and a half. But ho. Okay, then, that was intense. That was quite intense as well. Didn't give me a moment to breathe either. Oh, not sure what happened right there to Sandy, Jittery, and Ragnar. I don't think they were quite expecting EXT to continue fighting this hard, but they should have. And they unfortunately got taken down as a result. And even the last-ditch effort of the Mute to jump out of Kids' Dorm's window to go into the hallway, the kitchen hallway window down below, it was thwarted because Dhanu was still there. He was probably watching the big window of dorms, and that, of course, little roof area has an angle overlooking the hallway window as well. So, all things considered, not a bad play from EXT, not too bad for Monkey Hunters either, though I have to say their gunfights did get, did get skadooshed a little early, and that is your Kung Fu Panda reference for everybody in the chat who's wondering what I just said. But yeah, all things considered, I have to say Monkey Hunter is a little lackluster in that last round, but they are on match point, series point, so they could very well afford a couple of rounds here or there. EXT, on the other hand, can't. They need these rounds to equalize. If they equalize, it's overtime, and they can still take it back to 1-1 on the map count. Will they? Let's find out.
Well, we're about to. That is for sure. And EXT needs to figure out a way to win 3 rounds back to back. The previous round, however, it was just filled with chaos. It was just so much chaos at this point, where there was just so much action going around, and we had no idea. I mean, we just had to process it for around like 10 or 20 seconds. And yet we see Monkey Hunters makes those risky plays, especially Rattler, though. He loves making those risky plays. And Jittery was slowly making his way to protect his player right from the second floor kid storms, and like immediately EX7 realized that there was a flank watch, and guess what, when Jittery arrived at that time, EX7 just immediately pre-fires it away, realizing what exactly was happening, and they won it out. I mean, that's easier said than done. And that's how EX7 operates at this point, because he knows exactly how a flanker would arrive. He exactly knows what a flanker would do at a certain moments like these. So when it comes to the execution wise, EXT, they just handled perfectly well. And I'm just hoping that they would do it, again, 3 rounds in a row. For now, we will see the players on the side of EXT opening up lines of sight in towards second floor games room. We also have Fadals with the support, the IQ, in which you'll be able to help with all the important utilities being placed around, and Ba opening up the attic side, which leads to all walls being opened up towards the attic, as also on second floor kids. Kronos will come in from the attackers to give vital information in towards the attic side, and also a smoke gas canisters being thrown out in towards the armored side. Again, we will see the smoke retracting back his deployable shield and placing it in towards second floor kids Storm's main hall. It's quite an important angle to be holding on to, because both of those angles have been opened up, and EXT, they just needs to make this push. The only difference is that none of the players have gotten themselves, neither of these teams have been eliminated. And Sandy, he's actually looking for that moment of, he's just waiting for that opportunity for that runner to come in. He's just waiting for the windows to get opened up. Then and only then he could arrive. And guess what? He's going to do exactly that. Nos is going to go down. And that's the first frag. And the second comes in from EX7. Immediately, Sparko will make sure that he will get that control. But that hold, the hold is not going out well for Monkey Hunters. C4 will come in. Will this connect? No, it does not. And he is all by himself. Sandy needs to clutch a 1v3, and with the barbed wire giving away his information right from the main stairs, things will not look too well on his cord. Will get the kill from Fadals nonetheless. Now he needs to find 2 players, EX7 and Sparko. EX7 has the LMG, in which all he has to do is just keep pre-firing all the way. But you don't need to, you don't really need to have that, because they have their backs covered. Whether Monkey Hunters will win yet another attack round, second floor kids dom will go in their favor. And I actually like how EXT operated at that time, Jack. I mean, at the time when I saw Sandy went in for that run out, immediately EXT realized that in order to come back, he has to arrive back from White Stairs. I mean, either from White Stairs or from the main stairs. It's up to them whether if you want to waste a lot of time, or if he wants to do this the safe way or the hard way. The way how they realized that Sandy was on construction, they immediately pushed in towards the side, started eliminating players one by one, knowing that Sandy was all by himself, and they actually did win that round. So again, using that weakness, using that, that opportunity that EXT did, they immediately took care of it, and also got themselves their round on round 9, second floor kids Dom's main hall. But for now, we are we're going for a pause timer, because the players on the side of EXT have requested it. It's just mainly because to know what their next game plan is for the next 2 rounds, because Monkey Hunters is currently still on match point, and almost EXT as well, who they're slowly making their way to equalize it once and for all. And this time will be able to determine whether EXT has got what it takes to equalize it and put themselves on the decider map, or we might be able to see Monkey Hunters win it out 8-0.
Well, it's not only to really convene and realize where they went wrong. EXT is also taking the pause because Sparko has disconnected. You kind of want him back before you go on with the game. But regardless of that little tidbit, folks, yes, we have in fact taken a pause, and we will be getting back into the match as soon as we have all the players back and ready. Jittery has asked that, that the admins ask both sides before getting started, as it were, because, also want to do that. You want to make sure both teams are ready before you start off, because both teams have to be ready to play. After all, you can't just start randomly and say, okay, you guys play now. That's not how this works. Now, it is 6-4, mind you. Match point is still in favor of Monkey Hunters, and the last couple of rounds that EXT have taken have been beautiful indeed for them. But I have to say, we've seen this before. As in, teams on the losing side or at the deficit, they take a pause, while the match point is on their enemy's end. And then, they come back only to then get completely eliminated on, the post, how's about this? The post pause round. It's happened before, but I'm not saying it's going to happen here just yet, as we have Sparko returning nice and quickly. And now we're just going to get the ready confirmation from the players. Folks, don't worry. We'll be back with the game within the next minute or so. Ragnar has confirmed that Monkey Hunters are ready. All we need is EXT's confirmation, and we'll be good to go. Now, I think it's also that Sparko is still loading. He hasn't gotten an op just yet. Okay, there we go. The game has, he's actually managed to select Hibana, so he should be just fine going in from here. There we go. Ready confirmation has been given, and that means we are resuming, ladies and gentlemen, into the match once again. Let us join back the players here at this 6-4 match point situation. They are very close to the conclusion of this game, or the extension of this game into map 3, but which will it be? It's been quite the ride, going from 6-2 to 6-4, as Monkey Hunters still on match point. They still only need one round, but EXT has been emphasizing on the side push very well. They've realized that trying to contest Monkey Hunters on and against them in the roam is probably not the best idea. So what is the next best idea? See the fact that they have an extensive roam setup with 3 players above, push site. Site is usually the weaker area unless you have your best gunners still sitting in the site. But the issue with roam holes is you need your best gunners out on the roam as well. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Do you put one of your best gunners inside, one of them above? Maybe that's, the most middle of the road solution. But at the same time, it's probably also your best one, because then you have somebody to hold on to site, you have somebody to hold on to the roam. But if your roaming gunner gets taken out, and then the rest of your roam gets taken out as a result, how do you defend the site? Conversely, if your site anchor gunner gets taken out, and your 2 players or 3 players in the site get taken out, how do the roamers retake the situation? It gets quite difficult. That's why you see teams wanting both of their best players out in one specific role, anchor or roamer. But then if they both go down, which has happened in this map itself, how does the team then take the round back? These are the questions that EXT are posing towards Monkey Hunters, and Monkey Hunters pose these same questions as well. Mind you, as shots fired, and Sandy's going to find one. That's going to be ball off the board. Dhanu down, as Nos is now taking a gunfight. He knows where Jittery is. The drone has revealed his location, but wait a minute. He's going to just fall back down the freezer stairs to beat, just to the safety of his teammate Beat, and go back towards the site. EX7 still on the roam clear towards tower, mind you, from the kitchen corridor. And I believe there is somebody towards the tower. That is, second floor at least. Sandy is still up here. EX7 takes a ton of damage, not sure exactly from where. Is he going to open up a new angle? But unfortunately, his health was way too low to contest that safely. And he gets taken down as a result. Ragnar will not miss those. Sandy finds Nos. It's a 5v2. All down to Sparko and Fatals. The final 2 remaining. The last hope for EXT. And the last 2 players standing between Monkey Hunters and this match going their way. Ragnar gets taken out. Beautiful shot by Sparko. You never underestimate him in these sorts of situations, as we have Fatal still still very, excuse me, they're still very careful of the kitchen corridor. Shots were fired, but the defender has since fallen back. Excuse me for the pause that I had a temporary disconnect right there. And Sandy, meanwhile, gets traded, but Sparko's now the last one standing in a 1v3. We've seen him pull off these clutches before, these comebacks before, but can he do this here against his old team? These are the proving grounds, folks. This is where Sparko is going to show us, can he pull this off? Banshee slowing him down. He can't afford to take the Banshee out because there's so much flying his way. Tachanka's grenades and the shots from the Kaid, and that will be it, folks. That is the conclusion to the match between Monkey Hunters and Extraordinary Esports. Monkey Hunters LFO are your winners, 2-0 on the map count, and they will be the ones to go into the semifinals as your first semifinalist. Extraordinary Esports, unfortunately, will have to go home and prepare for the Nationals' second qualifiers later on this week. Unfortunate for EXT, but they will have to try again, like we said, at another point. They played very well, mind you. Both maps, 7-5, 7-4. Sure, it doesn't reflect the best on them, but they gave it their all, damn it, and they showed us that they are, in fact, a pretty good team. So all things considered, a big shout-outs to them, and big congratulations to Monkey Hunters LFO. They will make it to the semifinals, and we will see them again in a few days, that is for sure. But before that, we still have 3 more quarterfinals to go. And before we get to the second quarterfinals of Gamer Syndicate versus Team Valiance, we have the highlights to go through as well. So let us wrap up this match by going into the highlights before we call for a break. And taking us through the highlights will be Baba Gusta. So Baba, take it away.
Well, thank you for that, Jack. And also, what an amazing, quarterfinals, best of 3 that we did get to witness here, Jack. The first map being on Chalet, it was 7-5, and then the second map where we saw Monkey Hunters make an amazing performance on their attack phase, winning 4 rounds. 3 rounds, which was back-to-back on round 4 and 6. The first and third round, however, was a 1v2 clutch, one from Nos and the other from Fadals. And that was a necessary clutch, as I like to call it, because that clutch was the main reason why Extraordinaire survived in the first place. And if that did not happen, we wouldn't have seen EXT win yet another 2 rounds on attack in round 8 and 9. But other than that, I would say Monkey Hunters have proved themselves that they are a fierce competitor on a map like Oregon, but still there are some mistakes that they still need to fix onto, especially Sandy with the accidental grenade that he threw on, that he did that in which on round 4 could have gone in favor of EXT, but it did not happen. They still had the cover, they still had the man count, so they didn't have any much more problems in the end. But the round 6, this is where things started to get a bit shaky for EXT. If Bo had the F412's shotguns magazine still left, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and successfully defend the site on basement, on the blue bunker side, maybe we would have seen EXT win that round. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that, but still, it was a very well effort being made from EXT side. And EXT, so in EX7, Fadals, we didn't get to see much presence being made from Fadals, especially on the attack side. But the coordination that they made on second half was still pristine. It was absolutely amazing on round 8 and 9, the way how they hold their ground, the way how they realize that they are very aggressive. And also we did get to witness Nos' speed, acceleration, and gravity all 3 at the same time. That's what Nos excels at. Nos is an expert when it comes to being onto site, especially in the early rounds, giving that surprise attack for the defenders, and not by the time that they realize that they're in the building, it's too late. EXT have got the entire side covered around. They just had the entire stuff to go through, and Nos has already dealt so much damage on their end. In the mid rounds, they have a lot of man count advantage, and in the end, you'd see them win those rounds. Although most of the time we didn't get to see Nos doing that. He was just mainly providing the amount of support that he was given for the team, And yes, eventually it did work out for 2 rounds, but other than that, in round 10 they just started to fall apart, and we all know what exactly happened to EXT at that time. Again, great performance from them, but alas, the only thing that they can do is just go back to the drawing board, realize what mistakes that they did, and hopefully come back stronger in the next series. If we have another next series, we still have no idea for that, but for now, there you have it. That's our first quarterfinals matchup with Monkey Hunters getting their spot on semifinals. We will have another match. Hopefully, we should be having that match around at 6 in the evening, maybe 6 at 6:30. So without having any issues or delays, we should be able to get in on our second match, which would be Gamer Syndicate going up against Valiance. Again, a very amazing, a very intriguing match to look at, and amazing teams that are going to be seeing around. But unfortunate, only one can get the spot on semi-final. Who's it going to be? Jack, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I want to say Team Valiance because of what we've seen before from them, but given everything we know, Red Vipers might end up, excuse me, the Gamer Syndicate might actually end up winning. It's a little bit of a back and forth on that question, at least in my head. So we'll have to reserve judgment until at least we see the first map, but we'll get to that when we get to that, folks. But until then, we're going to have to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the quarterfinals number 2. Stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2. Supported by Ubisoft, here to host Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here for the second quarterfinals match of this tournament. That is right, we just finished, well, a little while ago, we just finished the first one, a little more than 40 minutes ago, I believe, or somewhere close to that, 30 minutes ago, probably. Time is not my strongest suit. But what I mean to say is Monkey Hunter's LFO versus EXT has been taken care of. And to those who weren't there during the first match, the results are thus. Monkey Hunter's LFO go forward to the semi-finals of the tournament, winning 2-0 over EXT, 7-5 on Chalet, and 7-4 on Oregon. Now, we're going to be shifting gears and casting our gaze towards the second game of the night, which is Gamer Syndicate versus Team Valiant. It's a pretty interesting one, all things considered, given where both teams have been so far when it comes to their performances in the Challenger Series. So, I'm quite intrigued by the matchup of the night for sure, and the maps that we have, of course. We'll be talking about those as well in just a short second. Before that, Baba, how you doing on the evening? And more importantly, what do you think we're going to see?
Well, starting off with the first question, Jack, I'm doing great. Like, never better. And talking about the second question, which would be our second match, Valiance versus Gamer Syndicate. Yet another interesting match that we're going to be looking at. I mean, we've already know Valiance, we already know Gamer Syndicate. It's just we just have to see only, it's just that out of these two, only one can get the spot in the semi-finals. And talk about the other two quarter-final matchup that we're going to get. We'll be able to cast that matches in tomorrow. So we still have we still have another 4 teams left to see only 2 teams get the spot into the semi-finals. Who's it going to be? That's the biggest question that I have to ask for our dear viewers out there who are watching the stream right now. But yeah, talking about the match between Valiance and Gamer Syndicate, again, an interesting match to look at. And talking about the map bans that these teams have made, the starting match will start off with our famous map of all time, Oregon. It's just Oregon. I mean, there's nothing much more we have to talk about it. And we still have the 3 map left to go. We still have Clubhouse. We still have the second map, which will be able to get to see it via our streams.
The second map, now, folks, is Cafe. Actually, I seem to have made a bit of a mistake in getting everything set up here, so that is on me. That's why Baba was a little confused right there as well. Sorry about that, Baba.
Yeah, it's
accidentally picked Oregon twice because we see nothing but Oregon every single day.
I mean, it's all right at this point, Jack. I mean, talk about Oregon. It has its own ups and downs. The same thing can be said on Cafe as well. Yeah, let's. How about we just take a look at that in the map reader to see who picked map Oregon, who picked map Cafe, and also the decider. We already know that the decider will be on Clubhouse. So starting off, we will see Gamer Syndicate pick map Oregon, and Valiance have made a decision to bring out Cafe. Quite an interesting theory that Valiance would bring in Cafe, because at the previous 2 days where we did get to see the second quals, yeah, on the second quals we did get to witness Valiance play 2 matches on Oregon, and they're very confident in winning those matchups. And since Gamer Syndicate decided that they will bring on map Oregon, it might be a bit, I would say the first map is going to be a lot head to head. It's just going to be a lot of back and forth, rounds that you do get to witness. There's high likely a chance where overtime might come in as well. The same thing cannot be said to map Cafe though, because Cafe has its own difference, especially when you have a site like second floor reading room. Things might go a bit, things go might in favor for the attackers if they have an immediate control on third floor bar. So that's how Cafe works. If you have vertical lines of sight, then that means you have then that means you have almost half of the site itself. So that's how powerful Cafe Dostoevsky is for the attackers. And for Oregon, it's just normal as ever. You just see a wall, you just blow it up, just wait for the defenders to make their hold, and then the attackers would just enter in without having any problems. But for now, enough about the numerous amount of rants that I've talked about on map Oregon, and just head into the match right away. Starting off, we'll be seeing a Team Valiance on attack, Gamer Syndicate on defense, as we start off with the ban phase and see what the bans that we're going to be seeing on the side of the attackers. Again, same attacker bans from Valiance's side, as they will ban the Jackal as well as the Mira. Thatcher ban from the side of Gamer Syndicate, and I believe the last ban would either be a Valkyrie or maybe a Maestro. Actually, yeah, it should be a Valkyrie in the end, because we've seen a lot of ban rates coming in on the side of the defensive side, and the second will be none other than the Valkyrie nonetheless. Is it or is it not? Yep, there you go. Valkyrie will be banned on the side of Gamer Syndicate, and that would be an immediate end of the ban phase itself. Thatcher, Jackal, Mira, and Valkyrie are the operators which we won't be able to see on a map like Oregon, with Team Valiance being the ones on attack. And also, let's just introduce the rosters. On the side of Team Valiance, we have Killen, Kingslayer, QB11, Flickshotter, and Dibjol. What an interesting one to be seeing QB on Valiance's side. Talk about Gamer Syndicate, we have Jin, Heko, Psycho Boy, Spidey Time, and Anshasin. I guess I did pronounce it right. Anshasin. It's more of like Ansh and an assassin. You combine it together, you get Anshasin. That's actually a nice username. I'm not gonna lie. Starting off with the first round, it's going to be on second floor Kids, Doms, and Doms main roll, with the 6 pick coming in from Spidey Time as he switches from the Cav to the Aruni. I give my mic back to Jack.
Alrighty then. Looks like we're going to be going straight into round one. No delays, no pauses whatsoever. And I say that as a relevant point to talk about, because that is something that has happened quite a bit if we all cast our minds back to the qualifying stages. So once again, just pointing out the small things that we are just glad for as we move in to the first round itself. In the meanwhile, we have the setup coming in from Gamer Syndicate. Looks like it's going to be a slightly more standard setup to start us off. You have the footholds and the rotate between the dorms side and the kids dorm side. You have the Kaid's Electroclaws and of course Castle down below. This is interesting though from Anshasin. That's definitely going to be something that my tongue is going to struggle with going into this match, but I'll try my best, folks. I hope not to butcher that name too many times. Trying to pronounce it, but just carrying forward the spirit of the qualifiers into the quarterfinals, bringing us some good old new names to talk about and to commentate over. Gamer Syndicate, this time with that spirit. I can see that QB has brought his name back as well. QB11. I feel like he used to go with a different name up until recently. Either that, or I might not have noticed that the name change happened. Regardless, round one. And we're not going to be seeing too much, heavy front-loaded action just yet. This isn't the same game that, Monkey Hunters played not too long ago. This is a slightly more reserved match. Oh, dear me, Spidey Time snuck up the main armory stairs, gets QB, and he's getting another one. Wait a minute, Dibjol is off the board, and he's finally going to get taken down by Killen, but oh my goodness, the damage. You have a hard breacher, i.e. the ace, and you have Zofia taking care of QB, and Dibjol are not going to be happy about that. It's Killen. He's going to see the arm. Yes, he is, but misses his shots on the door frame. Unfortunately, he's going to have to come in as his teammate Kingslayer has also approached to try and give him a little bit of help in this area. Surya Gate is denied as utilities are being used up. However, without Zofia, things are going to be much tougher for the side of Valiant.
I mean, exactly, and the way how Spider Time dealt 2 damage, I wouldn't say just 2 damage, I'd say 2 players down on the side of Valiance, the Zofia and the Ace. Your Heart Breacher gone, and so does the denials from the impacts and concussions. It's going to put Gamer Syndicate in a very good hold because the attackers needs to deal with deployable shields, EDSs, not to mention the Aruni Surya gates in order to pass through. And look at that, good angle, good patience. Looks like Anshasan will be able to get one. The same thing can be said Flick Shotter as well, using the nade to his potential. I believe he cooked it right from below to try to take out that deployable shield, but instead he did get the kill nonetheless. And now we will see Valiance left with only 2 players. Kingslayer and Flickshotter, the air jabs will come in to give them the information, and so does the drones, giving away exactly where Jaeger's location is. Now, Flickshotter is currently in from the white stairs. He's just waiting for the attackers to push in towards the trophy room so that he can proceed pushing in towards white stairs, getting that kill as best as possible. But keep that in mind. Diffuser has been dropped in towards trophy, and the Jaeger has that perfect information, and they could carry it out as well as possible. But they also need to worry about man counts, as we see Psycho gets taken care of at the hands of Kingslayer, and which leads to just 15 seconds left for them to go in for the push. Diffuser has been taken out, but they forgot about Jin, who's just slowly making his way to get one and guess the other. A beautiful headshot to take out Kingslayer, and now we will see Gamer Syndicate successfully hold that defensive hold on second floor Kids Doms and Dom's main hall. All thanks to Spidey Time with this early flank from basement laundry stairs, and slowly made his way to the upper stairs to take out 2 of the players on the side of Valiance. A surprise attack, but a welcomed one. It's going to give Gamer Syndicate their first win on their defense. Starting off with their second defense, the site will be on Basement Laundry and Supply Room. And talk about QB's name change. Back when we had all usernames end up with 7, like EX7, MI7, Maker7, QB7, IM7. It's just that I believe the players have made a decision to change their names, and looks like it's there are some great names, you know. Maker changes name to Ragnar, EX7 still EX7, MI7 still MI7, and also IM7.
Right. Well, regardless of, I'm not sure exactly what happened over there, but
I just had a brain freeze at that moment. It's just nothing else. Jack.
I am 7. All right then.
Are you 7, Jack?
No, I think I would know if there were 7 of me running around. I don't think I would wish that upon the world. Thank you very much.
Imagine 7 of us playing, imagine 7 of us in a custom game match.
That's grounds for an apocalypse. Okay, let's not go there. But
multiverse expands.
Oh dear me, we're hitting up the MCU next, folks. Yes, the next multiverse movie is gonna be us. But jokes aside, it looks like Flickshutter is not gonna have much of Hecko's anything for that matter. He's gonna find the smoke early, take him down as a result, and that's going to allow the Flores to really take care of the utilities sitting inside of Blue Bunker. Big drop early, mind you. You don't necessarily see a drop like that to start off a round, especially with the smoke on Blue Elbow. You don't see a smoke be so aggressive and then get taken out for his trouble, as Jin is now going to take a ton of damage. QB finds Psycho Boy, the Jaeger, who was quick peeking just a second ago, as a Flores drone goes in, but no! Caught trying to throw a C4. This is going to take that kill, and it's now all down to Spidey Time and Anshasan, the last 2 remaining. What just happened to Gamer Syndicate? Valiance decided, you know what? All right, you guys took the first round. You guys gave us a bit of trouble. We're not going to let you do anything remotely close to that. In this round, we are oh dear me, Killen. You can't have those team kills. You cannot have those team kills here, as Spidey Time will come in and claim the kill onto Killen nice and quickly, leaving himself and his teammate, but now only his teammate Anshasan, the last one remaining. Digil finds him. Spidey Time, wait a minute. Oh dear me. that wasn't going to work. Spy Time went down, and then Dibjal, who was just sitting inside of the blue bunker, rotate, well, on the other side of it, is going to be the one to find that kill. And a very clean, well, mostly clean take by the Valiants comes off very well indeed. Killing, unfortunately, team killing, then getting killed himself. Sure, that's not going to be part of the highlights. At least it wouldn't have been, but unfortunately, it ended up being. Is just one small issue in that round. Other than that, 1-1 is the scoreline. Valiants have taken their first round.
Yep, as we like to call it, lightning struck for Valiance's side, realizing what mistakes they did. They've decided to go for a fully fledged push in towards construction. Now, surprisingly enough, I was surprised to see the Flores pick out Heko immediately in towards the blue bunker side. I don't have exactly the idea on what exactly happened at that point, but taking out smoke was very crucial for them, which let them have an easier access right towards the blue bunkers side. Not being able to worry about gas canisters, they just have to worry about angles being made, one from boiler, one from freezer, and also one from supply room. And they executed it perfectly for the attackers. They realized what their weakness was, and they exploited it in a way that Gamer Syndicate wouldn't have any choices to come back. Now, the only thing that I have to say about Gamer Syndicate is to worry about not getting picked out early. That's the main thing that I have to worry about. And also, they did hold their ground well. I'm not saying that they did so many mistakes on their end, but letting Valiants get that opportunity, taking out one of those players is so crucial on an early round. It's just that you've almost have half of the job done just by getting that one kill. And this exactly happened in that previous round. They were so, they were totally calm about it. They just pushed in, they took players out one by one, and then they easily got the round. Although I could say that it cannot be the same on round 3 because there will be some changes. Just like how Spidey Time takes out Kingslayer while he was slowly making his way from the big tower entrance. Grenades will come to try to take out the deployable shield, but will it succeed? Yes, it does. And Psycho Boy will actually decide to go in for a contest, and so did Anshasin, who will unfortunately lose to Flickshorter. One unfortunate fall that he had to go through in towards the security room, to still have that smoke gas canister to deny the push in towards the blue side. Now, how will Valiants go through? Knowing that Nomad has been taken care of, those air jabs won't be available, and so does the Melusi C4, which could have been used to deny the push in towards the blue side. So, I would say it is a bit balanced side, but they still need to worry about a lot of angles being made from Gamer Syndicate, just like how Psycho Boy takes out QB11 right from the stairs.
Oh dear me, that's not going to be too good as QB is going to go down. But wait a minute, Hector is going to push up aggressively with the SMG-11. How's he just allowed to do that? That's going to be a little too bad right there. Dibjal is down with the diffuser. Killen and Flickshutter are nowhere close. Killen's going to go down in the meanwhile to Spidey Time, and it's all now down to Flickshutter just above tower stairs. He's got someone behind him. He doesn't even know. Psycho Boy is going to come up and easily finish off the kill. Not sure what the kill cam was trying to imply right there with the, with the cam on the SMG-11 inside a meeting, but hey, it is what it is. Regardless, a great round from the side of Gamer Syndicate, absolutely dominating over Valiants, who had such a good round just a couple of seconds ago. You don't really see these sorts of rounds being taken like this between two sides this early in the game. This shows that both sides are here to play 100% as much as they can. The question is, how long can they keep it up for? Who will be the one to lose stamina first? Because if both sides are equally matched, it becomes a game of attrition. And in a battle of attrition, the one to lose their footing first is the one usually to end up losing. Who's it going to be? That is where the main intrigue of this match lies as round 4 gets underway.
Yep. And also, if along with attrition, they need to have sufficient amount of nutrition and hydration, because having H2O really gives you the, really makes your mind refreshed. You can be able to, sit down, like you can think your strategies right, and maybe you could try to counter Valiance's attack, or maybe try to hold off Valiance's attack as well, both at the same time. So it's left with the players on how they do it, and also again, nutrition and hydration is important in our day-to-day life basis. For a human being to be fresh and all. But for now, let's see enough about general knowledge stuff as we proceed to the action phase itself. We see Kingslayer back at it again with the Nomad's air jabs, and also we see Anshasin bring in Thunderbird's Kona station, a total of 3 stations, which can be able to heal the defenders up to a total of 30 HP per one shot, and it will be refreshed every 20 or 25 seconds. But wait a minute, Spider Time. Whoa, so aggressive. He's going to fall back in towards the side, uncontested. Spider Time will survive nonetheless. And also, since he's been taking quite a lot of damage, the Kona station would be there to give him right back up to 100 HP. Shouldn't be much of a problem. The only problem is that Valiance just lost Killen. No grenades, no Gemini replicators being used to provide distractions or maybe try to take out some certain utilities. And Echo, taking out that attacker drone is necessary because you don't want to give the attackers information. And now here comes the RC Rateros. Will it be destroyed? I surely hope so, because the angles being made from Hecko clearly did destroy the the Flores drones, which will in fact make him angrier for a bit. But he could use those drone holes in towards the games room side where he could take out that deployable shield. But either ways, the Ace's Sunma Breach charges will come in to open up lines of sight. And also, I could see the attic has been contested as well. Oh, look at that. That C4 dealing damage to the Joel on his end. But it's still 4v5. Billy still have that huge lead, but it's been even much more greater for Anshasin as he takes out QB11 with a beautiful headshot. A minute and 20 seconds left. It is 3v5. Gamer Syndicate holding so strong on second floor Kids Dome. And look at Spider Time again with the aggressive peek. And another one to take out Flick Shutter. This man is insane. Look at that. 4 kills from Spidey Time's SMG-11 to give Gamer Syndicate their win on second floor Kids Dom's main hall. What a performance from Spidey Time. What a day for Gamer Syndicate to be making such amazing performance on defense.
You know what I like the most about the way Spidey Time played that entire round? He saw a drone or a Gemini coming his way, and he decided to be aggressive about it, right? He knew with that first kill on Bedroom Balcony, he knew that they were droning. They were, probably going to have a Gemini or an Iana watching it, and somebody's going to be droning for her. So he pushed up aggressive, caught them off guard. With the Flores, he saw the Retero drone come in, he pushed out aggressively, got the kill, pushed out onto master bedroom's door, got the kill onto the attacker on the balcony. None of them expected him to be that aggressive that quickly, and that lent so well to the way Spider-Man wanted to play that entire round. Even in the end, when it's just a single player remaining, he sees a drone that is clearly giving away information to the Nomad, and he thinks, you know what? I'm gonna push. I'm gonna be aggressive about this. And oh boy, does it work out ever so well in his favor. That is what we love to see from our perspective. Aggression. Take advantage of when you know your enemies are on the back foot, when you know that you can absolutely cast them off guard. Take full advantage of that fact, and suddenly you've got yourself a situation that is yours to take, yours to make, and yours to win. And that is exactly what Spider Time did in that entire previous round. Beautifully played by him to get his team the 4K and the round win as well. And I have to say, Gamer Syndicate actually played pretty well around the fact that Spy Time was being that aggressive. They mostly held back, allowed the utilities to do their work, threw out a couple of C4s whenever it was required, and mostly just let the man do the work. Spidey Time, well, you gotta give it up for him, He did well when his team needed him to. Now in round 5 is a 3-1 situation as Gamer Syndicate have a fairly large lead. Now Oregon is defender-sided, I will give him that. But at the same time, Valiants are faltering. They are losing positions and they are losing gunfights that they really should not be, or they're getting caught unawares in a lot of situations that they simply cannot afford to be. And it's happened more than once. It's happened multiple times so far, and they will need to clean up their act if they want this first half to be improved.
This is exactly what mainly I'm worried about for Valiance, because for the past 3 rounds they've been, the peaks that Gamer Syndicate made was very unexpected, especially like even on the first round where we did get to witness Psycho Boy playing as the Aruni, picking out two of those players, and Hecko realizing what Maverick is doing, he'll be able to take out the Maverick, running towards the meeting side to take out Flickshot, and another kill comes in from Hecko this time around, taking out a Kingslayer. There goes your King and Flick, both at the same time, and Valiance is left with yet another 2 players left, and Hecko really needs to be careful from that entry-wise, but somehow he actually survives that. Look at that, killing. A bit more confused, but Dibjal was there for the cover nonetheless, right from the main stairs, and that distraction really did give them the chance for them to survive. But for how long? They only have 45 seconds left. They need to push in towards the side on first floor meeting, and Anshasin might be able to get that kill. There you go. The UMP will deal heavy damage to Dibjal. This leads to Killen to find 3 players on the side of Gamer Syndicate. Biggest question is, how will he do it? He has a lot of angles that he needs to take care of, and Spidey time will be there for that clutch to not happen on the side of Valiance. And with it, we will see Gamer Syndicate be on a tremendous lead on first half, 4-1, where Valiance only won 1 attack rounds on Basement Laundry and Supply Room. Other than that, it's just Gamer Syndicate being very unpredictable for Valiance's side. The heavy aggressive peak that Spidey time really did, put them off guard. Also, not even mention the Maverick, who was trying to use a half wall trick in towards meeting, was definitely not a good idea. He could have used a bit of a hole on the middle of it and try to use a grenade to take out the important utilities, and then use the Aces Selma breaching charge. That would have worked out, but I believe that they don't want to waste any time, and doing a half wall is the better reason to do so. But where's the cover? And especially on a site like First Pro Meeting, you cannot you cannot provide cover for your team, knowing that there is an angle specifically being placed around that. I mean, it could work out if you're opening up on CCTV wall on map Clubhouse. It could work out, and maybe it could work out if you're trying to open up a wall on Jacuzzi side. Even better yet, the site on second floor Kids Dom can be doable with the Mavericks hole, but on first floor meeting, where you have to meet with where there is at least 2 or 3 opposition team holding that one specific angle, knowing that the attackers would push in from big tower entrance, is definitely not a good idea to be doing that.
That is definitely the case. You need cover, you need better coordination, and you need your teammates to be on your flank at all costs when you're a Maverick going for a half-wall trick. That's why I think we've seen the half-wall trick sort of fall off, especially when it comes to the plays from Maverick players that we've seen here in South Asia, because it's gotten, well, it's always been quite dangerous. But, I think it's really starting to hit... Okay, Spider-Man. Okay, you can chill out for a second, Maybe let Valiance enter the building, What is that shot? What is that shot? Okay.
That's his Peter Dinklage jacket.
Oh dear me. That's his that's the Oh, I see what you did there. It took me a second. It actually took me a second. My goodness. I've been on the hype train for that movie for this long now, and it took me a second to see what you did there. Good stuff, Baba. Good stuff. But yeah, he definitely got the sense that somebody was out by the barrel. Does that do a bit of a pre-fire, and boom, pop goes the weasel, as we have Psycho Boy taking one more of the board, killing down. Valiant's absolutely getting shredded right now. Hecko, wait a minute, he's gonna see one. He's also gonna do damage, so they'll take damage in return. Flickshot will take damage as well. Shots fired from the tower stairs. That's QB taking one down, but he gets taken out immediately. Jin comes in for the trade, and now the push is happening on towards the blue bunker entryway. Dibjal and Flickshot are under fire right now. Flickshot are off the board. It's all up to Dibjal, the last one standing, and he's gonna choose to walk away, at least to try and bait the defenders out of blue bunker. Will he be successful in that endeavor? Doesn't seem like it. Is there somebody running around above? There is actually. Wait a minute. He knew that a window was broken, and he takes that kill nice and quickly on Shasen off the board. It's a 1v3, mind you. Jin, in the meanwhile, trying to reinforce Heko out of sight entirely. Not sure if a sacrifice play is required in this moment, as another gas canister, the second one from Heko, will come out. This 1v3 is a very deadly one for Dipjil. He can't even go through this door. He's going to die. Well, he's going to take a ton of damage if he does. He's probably not going to die. But I guess it's not going to matter. Spider-Ham's going to kill him anyway. That is going to be another round going the way of Gamer Syndicate, who are absolutely dominating so far on the defensive side of things. The first half has just ended, folks. Round 6 has just been taken care of, and it is a 5-1 in favor of GS. They are absolutely not willing to stop here today, here and now, as they will now go on the attack, one round away from map point here on Oregon. Looks like they want to be done with Oregon as much as we do, as we are going to be moving now into the 7th round.
7th round roll swap. This is where Valiants can at least try to win at least 2 or 3 defensive rounds. Maybe on second floor kids, basement laundry, if they win at least those 2 important rounds, then they shouldn't have to worry about much. But unless, of course, if they make so much mistakes in the process, exactly the way how Spidey Time with his SMG-11 gets so much kills from that time. How much was it? Wait a minute, I just realized. Spidey Time, 13 kills. 2 deaths, 1 assist. Can you imagine, Jack? 13 kills in the first half. 4K with the SMG-11, and also every single early picks that we've seen, it's always Spidey Time. And currently I have no idea on how Valiance is going to counter this. Know that yes, they are on defense, they could hold out pretty well. You have those jammers to quite technically delay some time opening up walls, maybe to deny their information via the attack drones. They could do at least that. But I kind of have a feeling that Anshasin bringing in the Finca means that we might see some rush coming in. I mean, it's just a a prediction at this point. For a moment, I mean, every single time when I see Finca being brought up, it's just that they want to continue pressure. It's not that it's a fully fledged rush in towards the side. Yes, they're going to take some time. They're going to open up the important parts of it. But when they immediately ask for the adrenaline surge, we all know what's going to happen on them in the end. But for now, we see a lot of information coming in, and so does Spidey Time, who's going to get picked out. Actually, it's going to be Dipjol, who's going to get 2 kills on his hand, and Spidey Time comes in to take out that specific player towards the armory side. But the damage has been done. Psycho Boy and Jin is gone. Who's going to open up the walls now? No one at this point, because they don't have a secondary hard breach. This is going to hurt them a lot. And even with the Maverick, that could open at least some important walls, he has to make a decision on either to open up second floor kids or on attic. Because if he does decide to open up both walls, then I really think that it wouldn't be a good idea. But Spidey Time, again, his Spidey senses is tingling quite a lot. Already for him, he gets that 2 kill, equalizing it 3-3 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Spidey Time is booming.
There goes Anshasin in the meanwhile. That's going to be another major kill, and suddenly things have turned around. Gamer Syndicate are the ones with the mankind advantage, but Kingsler's not going to let it stay there for long. Comes in, gets the trade onto Anshasin, as Heko is now going for the opening on attic wall. They know this, mind you, Valiance, as the diffuser, I believe, was dropped with Anshasin, so it's actually going to be very difficult for them to retake this here and now. Spy Time actually going to jump in, and Heko's going to follow suit. You have the Banshee so close right there. They're careful of every single potential area to peek, and they're going through slowly but surely. Will they know that there's somebody inside of Games Room? I don't think so. I don't think they know just yet, as a line of sight is going to be made. Kingslayer is watching this. You can see it. They have some idea as to where the players could have gone, but wait a minute, Spidey Time is unawares, and Flickshare is going to take him out quickly, going prone as well. Heko, the last one standing. He's got to make this 1v2 his teams if he wants to give them the map point. He's got to know where the kite is. He does, takes him down. It's all between him and the Jaeger now. Takes care of the thing slowing him down. He has to peek. He has to get him. He has to know where he is. He does. Will he get the peek? No, it's going to be Kingslayer to give his team the round. Much needed for both sides really, but more so for Valiance. They will be the ones to finally put a second round on board, struggling, huffing and puffing, but they finally get there and get there in good time. Do they do so? Oh man, that was close. That was intense. I will give them that. Anshasan probably actually could have rotated out of the door at Trophy after getting that kill onto the Melusi, but unfortunately, he probably thought that the Jaeger or somebody else was much closer on the shield on Attic than they were. I mean, sure, Jaeger was on the shield. Kingslayer was on the shield in Attic, but regardless, he probably had enough time to run away from there and save his diffuser carrying capacity for his teammates. As soon as that diffuser went down there, I think that's where the round really almost was set in stone. Flickshotter, of course, hiding perfectly inside of Games Room as well, just to give his team that little bit more of an edge, leaving only Hecko the one remaining. Spidey Time, so much work done. 15-3. Man, that player, that one person has been doing so much work, but the rest of his team are, playing around him pretty well. They're gonna have to step up just a little bit, mind you, because if they get taken down early like they did in the previous round, then Gamer Syndicate will be in a heaping helping of trouble, and they cannot afford to do that as we move to round 8.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Round 8. Even with that huge, recovery that Spidey Time made in that previous round, it always comes down to the Finka who just lost that gunfight to Kingslayer, who eventually realized that they had to, bring up the defuse sooner or later. And he played it so well that Gamer Syndicate couldn't get to, succeed in taking out Kingslayer at the right time, because he was left with quite a lot of pressure. I'm not gonna lie. You even have those grenades, but wait a minute. That first kill from wait, was it from Anshasan? Yeah, actually it is. Anshasan comes with the first frag. Dipjol goes down. And I believe he was trying to take out the player while he was at the garage entryway, which you have an angle right in towards the construction entrance. Actually, not from construction entrance, from big tower entrance. Look at that, the grenade being thrown out from the Maverick. Kingslayer immediately realized it and decides to go in for an aggressive peek. Succeeding that push is going to put Gamer Syndicate on an equalizer, 4-4. Looks like Spidey Time decides to contest this angle. He doesn't have the information nonetheless, and it's best to use the attack drones to give that vital information. Who knows, maybe there could be one hiding towards the Harry Potter position, there might be one hiding towards Boiler. There is so many angles that the attackers needs to be careful of, and so many bodies being dropped, but it's still in favor of Valiance. With Killen taking out Anshasan, this is going to be a lot of problems for Gamer Syndicate to be dealing with. Not only that they've won 5 defensive rounds in a row, surviving attack rounds is what you have to worry about on a map like Oregon. And there you go, the Thermite taking out Kingslayer. It's going to put themselves in a huge boon. With the Boiler control coming in and an immediate control back onto Killen, it's going to be a back and forth kills around here. With 55 seconds left, Gamer Syndicate needs to push. This time they have the diffuser in hand, but they don't have the site under control because Killen is still alive. He is still in towards this laundry room, and one pick is exactly what Valiance needs to get themselves back in the fight. The angles are being placed right towards the freezer side. He has to go in for the plant, but he still needs to worry about the alibi. The malicious Banshee Terrant will give away his location for now, and here comes the aggressive peek from Killen yet again, taking out one more, which leads to Jin, the last man standing. He needs to find 2 players, one in Boiler, one in the site itself. How can he proceed through the flashbangs? Does actually work out. He could go aggressive to take out that one irritating player, and I believe that is not going to happen because Killen will be the one to survive and give Valiance their win on basement, laundry, and supply room. Again, beautifully done there from Valiance's side. Kingslayer with the aggressive push. Like, just by hearing the grenade sound from the Maverick, goes aggressive, takes out that player. Beautifully done from him, and also from Killen, who I believe gets the quad kill on his end, holding out the Boiler's room and playing accordingly. Amazingly done. But talk about Gamer Syndicate, they just need 2 attack round wins, And talking about a map like Oregon, getting 2-round wins, especially on attack side, is not an easy job.
That it is not. Gamer Syndicate are definitely feeling the full
Attackers need
brunt
to
of the
locate
force
and
that
defuse
is
as many bombs as they
defending
can.
on Oregon. Just like how they gave Valiants, a taste of that, a taste of that side. Now Valiants are giving them a taste of their own medicine, a little bit of a role reversal, quite literally, if you will, for these last 2 rounds. Now, I will still say that Gamer Syndicate have still pushed it far further than Valiants were doing, especially in the later rounds. But I can still see where Valiants are edging it out, and it's because they simply know what's going on. They are coordinating exceptionally well.
10
They're
seconds
giving
left.
each other the information, exactly the information that each of them needs
5 seconds
to
left
win
before
the
insertion.
round, because they know what to expect and where
Attackers
that
are
expected
moving out
play
to
from the
locate a
attackers
bomb
is
and
coming
defuse
from.
it.
As soon as they know that, as soon as they have that little bit of info, they execute on it and they finish off the round quite well indeed. Well, I say quite well. It's a bit of a hit or miss at the end of the day, I guess, but so far I guess they never missed. That's a dated reference. As round 9 will now go into action phase. We already have a play from Spy Time. Wait a minute. I think he wants to clear out the basement area nice and quickly. Sakaba is going to go in ahead of him just to clear things out. But in the meanwhile, the roamers, I believe, are mostly on second floor and towards small tower. Killen is just chilling, as you can see, all the way out towards the small tower. Like we said, hoping to make a living over there. Maybe, maybe not. But for the time being, all he's gonna do is vibe. As Flickshotter, lengthy use of his bullets right there. I think just to open up a little line of sight. As Hecko is gonna get started on getting rid of electrical utilities towards the single wall next to garage that the thermite is now going to breach. There we go. Breach is coming out. Is it going to be denied? No, it is not. Breach has happened, but is somebody very close to that breach? Hold on just a second. I think I saw a defender outline extremely close to that breach. That could have just been, my eyes playing tricks on me. No, it's not actually. It's Kingslayer. Expected him to be the one playing around it. Actually, though, if he pushes out, he might find a couple. Unawares of his position. As in the meantime, Spy Time is going to push in towards tower, big tower that is, alongside Psychoboy. He's going to request for a little bit of support towards, towards the tower entry. But wait a minute, Psychoboy's going to throw a grenade. Is this advisable right now? There is somebody actually on second floor of tower. Will they get him? No, not quite. Psychoboy's going up for the push. He might just be able to get this. Yes, he will. Better late than never. The first kill goes off. It's 5v4.
5v4 with the distractions being made from the main entrance. Now they're thinking of going for a fully fledged push in towards the meeting side. So I'm going to look out well, knowing that they've only had 50 seconds left to do so. Another extra thermic charge being used to open up the meeting side, which means that there is 2 angles being opened up. Meeting room will be clear, but they forgot about the aggressor, Jaeger. That actually gets caught off from Spidey Time. QB11 comes to take out Psycho Boy, converts it into a 3v4, but the advantage is still in favor of Gamer Syndicate, unless Spidey Time has something else to say so. Yes, he does, taking out Killen, put themselves in a 2v4, which leads to Gamer Syndicate currently the ones taking themselves in the bag. And how will they do it? Yes, we all know what's going to happen next. Taking out Dibjol, and the QB from Hecko in towards the attic is going to confirm match point for Gamer Syndicate. Map Oregon 7-3. Winning first floor meeting in kitchen. An absolute banger, I'm not gonna lie. Opening up the walls opening up the walls right from the main entrance, and also opening up meeting both at the same time really did give the confusion that Gamer Syndicate were hoping for, because opening up multiple angles is going to force Valiance's players to be in a position where they shouldn't have to be in, and that is very risky to do so. And most of the time when you get to see on a map like Oregon, the main thing is that whenever you have that one angle, you need to win it. If you make one single mistake, yes, you can just peek back and see whether if you could win that gunfight. You even have the deployable shield. But once if that position is compromised, if if the attackers do successfully open up a particular wall, which in fact you are forced to watch two angles instead of one, then it is definitely not a good thing for a defender to be holding those angles, because you have particularly no idea on what kind of push the attacker is going to give. Keep that in mind. The attackers have the attack drones, but not the defenders. The defenders, the only thing that they can do is just guesswork. They can just guess on what kind of push that they're going to make, knowing that Valkyrie has been banned. You don't get to use those camps to put in order. Also, it's very it's just 100% ban rate at this point. She'll be joining in with Thatcher any moment soon. But talking about a lot of information being denied from the defenders, it's just that opening up multiple amount of angles gives the attackers more opportunity to win it. And with the pause timer coming to an end, it just took around 2 or 3 minutes for the players to just leave the game and come back in. They just had a bit of an issue. But yeah, resuming back the match right now, it is Gamer Syndicate on match point 6-3. Will we see an end, or will we see Valiance win two more sites on second floor kids and basement laundry? We're about to find out in round 10.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Round
as they can.
10 now underway. Gamer Syndicate on map point for Oregon. They are looking strong indeed. Even an attacking round does not escape them, folks. They played that pretty well, actually. All things considered, it was quite smart of them to open up the the single wall next to garage on first floor first, that meeting wall, and then change it up after staying there for some time as well. It was to really sell the idea that Gamer Syndicate were about to push from the back. Valiants were sort of a little confused for a second that, wait a minute, are they actually doing it? Are they not? Then Spidey Time hears, Spidey Time comes out towards tower. You have Psycho Boy coming out towards tower. Thermite is relocating. Maverick is relocating. And then you had the Jaeger come and try to take a kill, because he'd heard the kill go off. The Kaid on tower second floor had been taken care of, so he was like, okay, wait a minute, there's players here, I need to get a kill. Pushed out from stage door towards the tower door, only to be met by Spidey Time. And then Valiance realizes, wait a minute, they've changed the direction of the push. They're actually coming from the tower side now. So they need to start preparing for that push, because they had initially prepared for that only itself. Unfortunately, this time with two less players remaining and only so much time remaining, they couldn't really get themselves in a position where they would win that round based off of that play alone. And well, we saw where that went. It went into the hands of Gamer Syndicate, as QB in the meanwhile is going to find Anshas, and oh dear me, looks like we have an early kill coming off, and a big one at that. Using the Maverick's line of sight against his teammates is going to be QB. He's going to be the first kill on the board. As the minute 50 crosses, Maverick opens up Attic. It is a 4v4 as Spidey Time comes in, but no, he pushed up way too fast as Divjal came in to take full advantage of that. C4 comes out. Will it find anyone? I don't think so. Shots are fired, but only minor damage done to Heko in the meanwhile. As once again, the advantage in terms of the body count is for the Valiants.
Two bodies been dropped on the side of Gamer Syndicate, which means that a lot of trouble is going to happen on the attacker's side. Cook grenade from the Iana, which in fact deals damage to the Thermite, interestingly enough, but will still use the exotomic charge to succeed opening up the walls from the game's room. That's exactly what their main intentions was, not because of Thermite getting, dealing a minor damage. But for now, we will see the Iana use the Gemini Replicator, and Heko taking out that C4. So going to put themselves in a very good mood. The pre-fire from Heko misses as Tipjol wins it. Double kill for him to take out Heko. And a very important to drop at that as well. Gamer Syndicate left with just two players left. And Jin, Psycho Boy, reading it perfectly right from the armory stairs. But he won't be able to get that win off from that push into a second floor kids, and neither does the Thermite into the second floor master bedroom, which leads to Valiance winning yet another defensive round on second floor kids dorm's main hall. And I know for the fact that in the next round, I would say that they will win basement laundry and supply room, knowing on how confident they were on defending that site. The only concern that I have is that whether they could win the first floor site, which is on meeting and kitchen and dining. That's the only two sites where Valiants are not confident at. And Gamer Syndicate, knowing this, they still have that 90% chance that there is a high likelihood chance that they could win it. So who knows? Maybe that can happen or not. I
Attackers
just
need to
had to,
locate and
mute for a
defuse
bit there
bombs.
because I almost sneezed. But anyways, talking about the prep phase and talk about round 11. Basement, laundry, and supply room being the side. Gamer
Attackers
Syndicate
have
still
located
on
a
match
bomb.
point. Let's see whether Valiants can survive.
Only a couple more rounds, mind you, for the Valiants to really just equalize and go for overtime. This is a similar situation to how EXT was playing on this map again when they were 6-2 down. How similar are these two matches? Well, quite similar, all things considered. It's
10
just the
seconds to
difference
go.
is instead of a comeback from 6-2, it's a comeback from
5 seconds
6-1.
left.
Excuse me, they're from 5-1 for Valence. I think it actually
Attackers are
matches
heading out to
almost
defuse a bomb.
blow for blow, all things considered. And that is going to be quite interesting to see which side actually ends up taking the victory, because we've still got a ways to go for this round, for this game, especially if the Valiants have anything to say about it, and it is very clear that they've got quite a bit to say about this as well. QB, interestingly enough, bringing in the Rook. Not sure exactly how useful Rook is going to be in this situation and context, but hey, you never know. The MP5 with the scope, the zoom scope, might actually work out. Now you have the Alibi playing very aggressively, and Spidey Time is actually waiting for him this time around, trying to see if he can get him, but no shots fired. Nobody actually takes any damage off of that. Unshasen, on the other hand, on tower stairs. Hecko on upper tower stairs as well. Both of them waiting for some sort of play from the defenders, any roamers to come in this direction so they can get taken out. What I would like to see, though, from Gamer Syndicate is maybe using this as a distraction to send a couple of players down from main stairs to catch them off guard. That has been done before, and it could happen as well, as meeting hatch has been blown wide open. In the meanwhile, there we go. Spidey Time off the board, and that's QB with the Rook, with the MP5. First kill down. The 5v4. Will it be a 5v3? Yes, it will. Kingslayer wins against the Finka. And Dibjol wins against Hecko. It's down to a 2v5. Psycho Boy and Jin, the last ones standing. A collapse from Gamer Syndicate is going to see them in a terrible position on this round. They are on map point still, and they can still maybe potentially win it out from here, but there is so much work to be done as they're heading on second floor. They know there's somebody up here and they want to get rid of them, but how successful will they even be in this endeavor? Only time will tell. Psycho Boy goes all the way around, but no flick shotters here on top of white. Lack of information, clearly, as there are no drones. Their teammates probably died before throwing out a bunch of drones in the meanwhile, as the shotgun comes in from flick shotter. And that will be a flawless round from the Valiants. They are not done. Not by a long shot, as now it is 6-5, ladies and gentlemen, and we are in the round of ones. One round for the Valiants to equalize and go for overtime, and one round for Gamer Syndicate to capitalize on the map point and win out Oregon, as Kingslayer unfortunately has disconnected from the Valiants' side. So that's going to be another pause. We do apologize for this back-to-back round pause type of situation, but it is what it is. We simply have to wait for a little bit, as we will be back with the match in just a quick minute.
Yep, yes, we will. And talk about the progress that we are going to witness here from Team Valiance. First half, it was just one attack win, and the same thing can be said to Gamer Syndicate, where they've only won one attack, which is on first floor meeting slash kitchen. Second floor gets Dom's basement laundry, fully in favor of Team Valiance. They have no issues dealing with that side whatsoever. Just like I said in the previous round, it's just that I'm a bit much more worried. I'm a bit more worried on the first floor side itself. So I'm guessing that Team Valiance is going to pick the side first floor dining and kitchen rather than going for meeting, because in meeting, like, the attackers have multiple angles and they could have an easier access to go in for that plant. So maybe if they could divert their attention, let's just say that instead of attacking in towards the big tower side, how about they attack in towards the construction? And how would we do that? By picking the site on first floor dining and kitchen, because that's the only place where the attackers have to provide pressure. In that way, the defenders could figure out a way to hold out their, deployable shield, the amount of covers that they really need. You can even try to make that vertical lines of sight put to good use. Try to take out the attacker who is vaulting in from the window side of construction, from the construction area. Everything can go out well for Team Valiance, but the only question is, can they do it? If they do, then we'll be able to see Valiance put an overtime match on a map like Oregon. And this is high likely a chance that this can happen. Although on Gamer Syndicate defensive side, where they did succeeded in defending first floor meeting and kitchen, basement laundry and supply room on the first second round was where Gamer Syndicate had a bit of an issue. But other than that, they recovered it pretty well in the first half. Although the same thing cannot be said in the second half. Second half was clearly in favor of Valiance at this point. I mean, Kingslayer with the clutch, a huge clutch, an important clutch at this point. I mean, not being able to win round 7 means that Gamer Syndicate would have won this entire match nonetheless, and we would have even get to see map 2, which the map will be on Cafe Dostoevsky. But it's just prediction at this point. Some of the prediction would be right, some of the predictions would be wrong. It's just that Gamer Syndicate, who had that good pace, immediately starts to falter down on second half itself. And if this keeps going, and if we see Valiance use this opportunity to get themselves back up on their feet, then maybe we might see a comeback about to happen on the side of Team Valiance.
Well, a comeback is quite possible, all things considered, given where we are in the game. Again, it's a 6-5, folks. One round away from overtime. Valiants are this close to actually winning out the round and actually going into overtime. And on the other side, Gamer Syndicate are so close to winning map 1. They are so close to taking Oregon and going into the next set of rounds in the next map, that is Cafe. But will we see it as a 1-0 for them, or will it be a 1-0 for the Valiants? Let us find out as the match is resuming here and now. But wait a minute now. As soon as we say that, there's a pause request from Gamer Syndicate side. Not sure what's going on there, as oh dear me. Regardless, pause requests and all that will, of course, be dealt with by the admins as and when required. Oh, never mind. It won't be needed. All right, then Anshasan gave us a bit of a heart attack right there. I thought that as soon as we called that, hey, pause is unpause. Let's go, folks. We're going to have to pause again and come back to our faces looking all sheepish like. But nope, we are going in round 12. The round of ones is now underway. 6-5 is the score line as the Gamer Syndicate, like we mentioned, one round away from winning Oregon. Valiance, one round away from going to overtime. Which will it be? Are we going to see the first overtime of the quarterfinals here and now? Or are we going to be denied once again in a 7-5? We'll find out as action phase is starting up.
I just love the fact that Caster's Curse is actually a thing.
Attackers must locate and defuse
The amount of talks
Yeah.
I said that, Valiance is going to pick dining and kitchen because construction is somewhat manageable for Valiance to hold out, but no. We don't get to see them pick first for kitchen dining, but instead they'll go back to the same side, which is on meeting and kitchen. Although, hopefully, with some changes being made around, with Flickshorter bringing in the Mozzie, which you have good amount of denials as well on his end, and Gamer Syndicate definitely not wasting any time at all, getting the control in towards second floor master bedroom. Needed control, and also in the early rounds itself, it's going to put Valiance in a bit of a problem that needs to be dealt with the attackers, who will now gain control of the second floor cage doms. They could now initiate their vertical lines of sight thanks to Spidey Time using his skeleton key. But Spidey Time really needs to be careful from that white stairs because of the bandit, who did dealt some major damage to the buck. But although you still have the Finca, Spidey Time will be able to get themselves back to full HP by pressing a total of three adrenaline surges. The first frag will come in from the Maverick, taking out QB11. That's going to put Valiance in a bit of a trouble once again. And just like I was mainly concerned about on Valiance's side, first floor side on a map like Oregon is definitely not in their favor, because every single time I see Valiance on a map like Oregon, they see first floor meeting site, doesn't work out well in their favor. That's what I think on my end. But hopefully this does proves to be wrong, and hopefully I see Valiance come back to witness overtime, because I would definitely love to see that.
Well, I mean, overtime will be very exciting, that is for sure. However, with QB off the board and with the advantage going the way of Gamer Syndicate, that might not end up being the case, folks. Verticality is still being established, but Dibjo's area is still just fine. He can sit around, behind his cover for a little bit longer, but for how much longer? 50 seconds on the clock. Gamer Syndicate still need to find a couple more bodies before they can push in safely, before they can take control of the round itself. But are they going to be able to? Are they going to have that room to work with? Or is it not going to work? Well, wait a minute. Here goes Unshasin. Finds Dibjal. That's going to be a big one indeed. Now it's all down to the last three. Flickshotter, Killing, and Kingslayer. And one of them is going to go down. That's going to be Killing off the board. The C4 will not work as Unshasin comes in. But it doesn't matter. Here's the Maverick move. One C4 goes out, and that's Flickshotter with the double. Hecko and Psycho Boy off the board. But the diffuser is with Jin. He needs to find him, but it won't matter. It's Unshasin in this round who will take the kill and the round win for Gamer Syndicate. That is correct, folks. GS are going to be the one to take map number 1. Oregon goes their way after a few hiccups. All things considered, it was still pretty good from the side of the Valiants. They tried their hardest, but unfortunately they will lose 7-5 to Gamer Syndicate as they take the first map, going 1-0 up on the map count and putting Valiance on the back foot. Now, the question is this going to be similar to how the first match between EXT and Monkey Hunters played out, in the sense that, once EXT was on the back foot, going into map 2, they were very, lackluster for a majority of the game. Did start making a comeback until, Monkey Hunters finally shut them down. So will it be the same thing? Because it's a 7-5 result, and we had a potential comeback from Valiance already. So is it going to be the same thing? We will find out. But before that, we have the highlights to talk about, because the first map was quite interesting indeed. And there's a few things we need to say, and we can only do that when we go into the highlights. So let's roll the highlights right here. Talk about the match that we just had. And Baba Gusta, please take us through them.
Well, this is my favorite part of them all, match highlights, where we do get to analyze and try to understand what went wrong on Valiance's side. I mean, not just Valiance's side. We could talk about the plus and the pros and cons of this entire match itself. Firstly, we did get to witness Gamer Syndicate successfully winning 5 defensive rounds, except the one signed on Basement Laundry in round 2. There were some certain places where Gamer Syndicate got caught off guard, which was in round 2. But other than that, the way how Gamer Syndicate held out, and the way how Spidey Time was just popping kills left, right, and center. Not to mention Hecko was also there with the SMG-11. It was just SMG-11 galore on a map like Oregon. Those two players were the only one who's been dealing so much damage and so much pressure on the defensive side. They had no idea on how to deal with. And Spidey Time, I just have no idea on how he wins those. Like, he gets one, taking out the Flores, and the second, right from who is so far away from the balcony side of second floor master bedroom, and somehow he wins most of those gunfights. That's the amount of aggression and chaos that Gamer Syndicate had was unstoppable, and Valiance had no idea on how to counter those. And the same, then afterwards, second half happened. We did get to witness Valiance start to, come back. All thanks to Kingslayer at this point, because Kingslayer started to make some amazing plays. The round 7 1v2 clutch, where they did take out Unshasin, the man who had the diffuser in hand. He just, waited it out for the attackers to make their move so that they could win it out, and they evidently did. We did get to see a glimpse of hope for Valiance to come back, and then slowly it started to just slowly started to disappear when they got to realize that the side that they are not confident to hold out with would be on the first floor meeting / kitchen. Very unfortunate that they couldn't get to win that side. And although I wouldn't say it was a close round, it's just that the side where Team Villains were holding out on defensive side was not very good, because early kill in Gamer Syndicate's side, they have the entire control on the site as well. And every single time I see, or I see Valiance defending that site, it always comes down with just either one or two players left in the late round where they have no idea on how to contest this. And somehow Dibjol, especially on that round that we get to see right now, the bandit who just out of nowhere just wins that gunfight. It's just what an amazing, it's a spectacle to look at this point. Gamer Syndicate, they still have their fight in them. I mean, Valiance as well, they still have their fight. And Gamer Syndicate, the one who will calmly decide on what to do next on map Cafe Dostoevsky, since they are currently in map point 1-0. One more win for Team Gamer Syndicate to put themselves on semi-finalist spot. There is highly a chance where Valiance might pull back through and put us to map Clubhouse. And that's the thing where I'm very interested to look at. But for now, we're just going to take a short break and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft. Here with the host Blackjack and Baba Gusta. Here we are with the second quarter final match between Valiant and Gamers Syndicate. That is correct. We are well within the second match of the quarterfinals. That is to say, we're going to be getting into map 2 very shortly. Indeed, we've just finished off map 1 and now we're going into the second one after a very hard-fought victory from Gamer Syndicate, 7-5 in their favor. It took a while, they were only 6-2 up for the longest time, well, 6-3 up for the longest time. But hey, it is what it is. They managed to take the rounds, when they did, and they ended up with the win, and that's all that matters. The round wins were theirs, the rounds were theirs, it was all theirs. They won, you get the point. Now, we're going to be moving into Cafe Dostoevsky with a Valiant in a 1-0 lead. That Gamer Syndicate with a 1-0 lead. Excuse me right there. Had a bit of a brain freeze moment, even though I haven't had anything cold today. It's actually quite the warm day, even though it's been raining so hard in the West Bengal region as of recently. But hey, it is what it is. Climate changes. It's real, folks. But regardless, Gamer Syndicate, now with the 1-0 lead, have put Valiance on the back foot. Quite truly. Can a Valiance come back from this is the question that we are here to answer. And in the meanwhile, will Valiance win as well? Is also a question that we want to answer as well. So we're going to get the answer from that as soon as we get all the players back in. There's just one player from Valiance who needs to join back in, folks, and we will get the game started. Until then, predictions. Let's spice things up here. Baba did mention that the Caster's Curse is very real, and we're about to play into the Caster's Curse more and more as we go on. Excuse me right there. I definitely had a bit of a temporary internet disconnect right there. But what I meant to say was, Baba said the Caster's Curse is real. So let's play into that. Let's see how far we can really carry through this curse on stream here and now. I'm going to say Gamer Syndicate win this, comfortably at that. I don't see Valiance actually coming back. And that is, I'm not, being jovial with this. I'm actually being honest. I don't see the Valiance coming back. Cafe is a good map.
Of Caster's Curse.
Valiants are a strong team, don't get me wrong, but their performance in the recent few months hasn't really sparked that same level of favoritism in my head that I have for them or had for them during the days of the Pro League. And right now, Gamer Syndicate is really just the team that I'm looking at that might just end up winning it. So that's my prediction. Baba, what do you got? And before I pass it on to Baba, folks in chat, your predictions are treasured as well. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat, don't worry, and we will be calling out ones that we think are pretty interesting, if there are any down there, and we will talk about those over the course of the match, depending on where it goes. So, Baba, Your prediction for this game?
Well, I was gonna go with Valiance at the beginning, and then I've decided, just why not I go for Game of Syndicate this time? Because why not? I mean, the map is on Cafe Dostoevsky, and yes, I'm just trying to use my Castus curse into effect because there's high likely a chance that Valiance can win because it is Valiance's pick after all.
See, now
And
that you've just said that Valiance can win, what does that mean? Because initially you were like, "Oh, it's a Gamer Syndicate, and they're gonna win," but now you're like, "Valiance can win." So where does it take us here?
yeah, I just bamboozled myself in the process. So
I
technically, since I said both of them are going to win, then that means it's still on 50-50, right? Because I said Gamer
is it
Syndicate
though?
is going to win first, and then I said no, Valiance is going to win first, and that's just equalates together, and that 100% chance just split themselves off to 50-50.
Or did it?
Oh no, we have no idea, guys. We have absolutely no idea. When it comes to predictions
uh,
wise, when it comes to predictions wise, I am not so good at it, but I still try my best to see on who's going to win, and I'm seriously not that good into it. Although yes, I mean I've met a lot of teams on Valiance's side. You have Kingslayer who's very amazing on his terms, and also on the game, on the side of Gamer Syndicate, there are some amazing players on their end too. I'm quite interested to see on Gamer Syndicate's side on how they will go up against Monkey Hunters, because since EXT is gone, and in the semifinals matchup, I think we might be able to see Gamer Syndicate go up against the next team in which we have the other two matches going around, right? We still have two semifinals match which needs to go around, and I believe that should be Red Vipers. Okay, actually, yeah, we still need to see the Red Vipers match and MRCZ match, which is going to happen in tomorrow. We still need to. We still don't have the proper schedule just yet, but yeah, talking about Gamer Syndicate, very intrigued and also curious to know what kind of tricks that they have up their sleeves. And going up against Valiants, all I can say to them is stay vigilant and stay valiant as always, because that's the only thing that I can say at this point. I mean, they are determined, they are well prepped and prepared. It's just that there are some certain places where they're not confident at, and hopefully if they try to fix those mistakes, everything should be working out fine and dandy. But for now, enough about predictions and rants as we proceed to our second matchup. Valiance versus Gamer Syndicate. Valiance will be the one on attack. Gamer Syndicate on defense. Map is on Clubhouse. Let's just head into the ban phase. Starting off with Valiance to be the one on attack. With the timer ticking down to zero, we'll be able to see Gamer Syndicate ban the 100% ban rate of all, Mike Baker. Very sad. It's just it's just I can predict this. I can predict this. I don't have any problems predicting on the ban phase times because I know who's going to get banned. I mean, the Thatcher on the attack side, Valkyrie on defense side, because that has been like these two ops are so powerful, and there is high likely a chance that we might be able to see some major tweaks in the next season. But since since this season itself is quite interesting one to look at, Osa having that bulletproof shield is really one thing that you need to be careful of. But for now, talking about the ban phase, currently we will see the same op bans that we did get to witness, Thatcher and the Valkyrie. Valkyrie, which is banned on Valiance's side. Flores will be banned on the attack side. Obviously, you do not need the attack drones, which would easily take out the deployable shields. Although you have the mute to disable them, it's best to just ban them anyways. And with it, that would be the end of the ban phase. The last ban on the side of Gamer Syndicate, actually, yeah, on the side of Gamer Syndicate will be the Mira. And with it, we will proceed to our first round. Gamer Syndicate on defense. And also, we've already made our introduction in the first map on Oregon. I am. I'm still putting my hopes onto Valiance this time, Jack. Since your prediction was on Gamer Syndicate, I'm just gonna fully fledged and I'm just gonna go for Valiance this time and say that they've got what it takes to put themselves on Decider map.
I just have one question, Baba. Are you trying to reverse psychology the caster's curse here, or what's going on?
At this point, we're just competing with the casters curse at this point. We just want to see some kind of a loophole to
Attackers
see
need to
whether
locate and
how do
defuse
we
as many bombs
counter the
as they can.
caster's curse in the first place. I mean, every single time I try to say that X is going to something happen to Y, it just doesn't happen. And I'm just trying to use some kind of methodology. I mean, I still remember every single time when this happens to me, I just use a whiteboard and try to write what exactly happened in this,
Attackers have
and
discovered
just
the
try to
location of a
use my
bomb.
brain and think on how to counter it. And I've been doing that. I'm not lying. I actually have a
10 seconds
whiteboard
left before
right at my
insertion.
house. I have a marker, and I try
5
to
seconds left before insertion.
write stuff on how caster curse
Attackers are heading
happens.
out to defuse a bomb.
It's a long process. I just I don't talk a lot of that much.
I mean, it is what it is. It's just one thing after another, and then we end up with the situation that we probably didn't predict anyway, because you can't really, cover all of the outcomes of a given Rainbow Six game. That's just not how it works. Regardless, let's stop, waffling about the about the Caster's Curse, folks, and look at the fact that Kingslayer has been downed. Interestingly enough, an early down. Coming in for the Valiants, he has been revived up, of course, 20 HP right there for him. But looks like it was a little unfortunate for the Sledge. Being on as low HP as he is means that he's going to have to be so much more careful about where he goes, how he chooses to play the rest of this round and all the like. But never mind, he's going to get taken down. SMG 11 is going to come in from Hecko, and that is going to be
Attackers have
Kingslayer
located a
off
bomb.
the board. Big drop. Huge drop. Gargantuan drop. Okay, I'll stop. Kingslayer off the board. That's going to be your Sledge down, and tons of soft breach, tons of close range utility denial, and all that stuff is gone. The grenades are gone. Kingslayer is the first casualty as as we move further into the round. Another one comes in. That's going to be Hecko again. It's going to be Divjol off the board. As in, Shasin is apparently facing a little bit of an issue with his situation in the lobby, asking for Rios and all that. I guess we'll get into that when we get into that. But right now, 5v3 Valiants, early disadvantage. And Shasin has to be so careful right now because of his position. The upside down rappel was there on the window behind him, on the corridor window of white. But unfortunately, it was not gonna be fatal for him because the repeller moved away onto potentially a better area. But wait a minute, there goes Spy Time, big drop. But here comes Hecko once again, triple kill. Shotgun's out, does damage to the one above him. Shotgun out again, but no, it's gonna be the alibi to take down Flickshotter. The trade is there. Unshasin comes in, and now it's all down to Nippon, the last one standing on red stairs hatch. Could go off to the new hatch, the balcony hatch that is. And oh, he's just chilling. I thought he was gonna push or do something, but guess not. I guess he just wants to wait and see if Gamer Syndicate peaks out or something like that. Oh dear me, I was building up momentum too, but I guess not.
Yeah, I guess acceleration slowed you down, Jack.
Yeah, I got decelerated nice and quickly.
Yep.
Ironically enough.
At this point, I mean, at this point, we all know what's going to happen next. Gamer Syndicate won't have any issues dealing with this,
5
but I
seconds
believe
remaining.
we might go for a rehost after this first round. Gamer Syndicate, a beautiful hold from them. They'll be able to win their first round of defense on third floor bar, cocktail lounge. Beautiful hold, and also a double kill for Hecko. Almost for a moment that I thought that the shotgun really did dealt some damage. Yeah, it actually did. Half HP right from that angle. It actually did dealt those damage, but yeah, it's quite interesting to see that the M5 shotgun is quite surprisingly good at mid range and also from long range as well. Long range, yeah, sometimes it can, sometimes it does not, but it still does the job, and that's the reason why you do get to see Smoke mains get to play it a lot more often, because he's an expert when it comes to close range combats. And with the first round going in favor of Gamer Syndicate, we will however unfortunately have to go in for a rehost, because the players on the side of Valiants, I believe it is on the side of Valiants, who are experiencing some connectivity issues. So we are not going in for a pause, we are going in for a fully fledged rehost, which means that we have to change the servers. We just have to see whether if the players are having players are comfortable with the servers and whatnot, and hopefully we shouldn't have any problems in the near future. But for now, you just stuck with us, where we'll be talking mostly about Caster's Curse and Gargantuan drops.
Well, I don't know about gargantuan drops. I guess you could call Spidey Time a gargantuan drop. He is, a pretty big player for the side of Gamer Syndicate and a very, very important player at that too. Given the way he likes to just completely demolish his opponents with absolutely no care given in the world. He sees some, he's gonna take him out. He sees some moving that's not his teammates, that doesn't have, a name or an operator icon above their heads. He's gonna shoot it. That's just how Spidey Time works, ladies and gents, and that's how he has been working for his team for this match so far, and it's been working out for them. And I guess they'll just want him to continue doing that, although he did get taken down the first round. It was mostly Hecko who was doing a lot of the work. But then again, we talk a lot about Spidey Time, but we can't really deny the fact that Hecko was doing some good work in the previous game on Oregon as well. He had a couple of multi-kill streaks. He had a couple of rounds where he really laid into Valiance. And at the same time, Anshasan, chipped in when they switched to the attack as well with the Finka and all that. He was doing good, and he did a pretty good job of trading for Hecko in this round, the one that we just saw. So, all things considered, not a bad performance from Gamer Syndicate. They're all slowly stepping up to the plate. And Valiance, on the other hand, I'm not necessarily sure about that first round. Again, if given that there were a bunch of issues happening on both teams' ends and all things considered, that first round I don't think really works as a good indicator of what both teams are capable of in this match. I think we're gonna have to wait a little more to see exactly what they have for us, what they can bring out for us, and that is what will truly determine the state of the game, the state of the teams, and all of that stuff. Now, I will still say though that Valiance can potentially, just to give them, just to throw a bone, if you will, can potentially win the match if they just played a little better, a little more coordination, a little bit tighter on the communication, and a little bit tighter on their formation, their positioning, and, the gunfights they choose to take, all of that stuff. They need to do those a little better. And I feel like, not even by much, it's just adaptations that can be made in the course of this one game alone. And I feel like they might actually be able to win this entire map and push us 1-1 into the third map. Now, whether or not that will happen, of course, remains to be seen, as we are getting all of the players into the lobby post Rios. It's not even going to be a long Rios, folks. It's going to be a short one, as we got the ready confirmation from both sides. So that means we're not going to be wasting any more time, and we are going to be going straight into round number 2 after a successful first round from the side of Gamers Syndicate. We'll just join the players in a second. We're just making sure everything is set properly, the bans and the first round and all that. Looks like they are. So we're going to be going back into the match. Let's join the players as round 2 is now going to be underway.
Yep, I'm just glad that we are finally back in the match. With Gamer Syndicate, the one having that advantage, winning third floor bar. They will go back on first floor kitchen side. Change the knobs yet again from Dibjol this time, bringing in the Dokebi. I'm thinking that the Dokebi will be having a marksman DMR, which is quite an interesting one to look at. And just as I was about to talk about Dokebi, Dibjol make a decision to go in for a 6 pick to shift off from
Attackers need to
Dokebi to the
locate
Jackal.
and defuse
Same thing
bombs.
can be said to Spy Time, I believe, who just 6 pick off from the Aruni to the Mute. Now, for a moment there when I saw the Kebi, I was like, yeah, they could use that information if they did get one of the defender kills, especially if the Kebi does try to take out the roamers first, which in fact it is a good idea to be doing so. They could take the cams immediate, you would have an immediate control on defenders cams and also some bulletproof cams if the defender has been placed. So it is a good op. It's just that you don't get to see the Kebi being brought up in competitive, so they just mainly prefer Jackal, because Jackal has that scans which could immediately give you that detection on where exactly the defender's locations are. It's way much more effective. It's way much more easier for the attackers to get free information. And with the total of 3 pings that the Jackal gives, There's mainly a reason why Jackal is considered to be the best roamer hunter on the attack side. And with the defenders already prepped and ready for the pushes that Valiance is going to be giving around, and Flick Shorter is, I believe, currently from the main entrance, who is just trying to get an access. Also, we will see Dibjol using the shotgun to open up the hatch and then slowly make his way from the red stairs. We'll be able to identify the footprints of the Jaeger, which will, in fact, be forced to fall back in towards the side. Another pings will come in, and this time it's going to be the mute. 2 pings down. Good amount of information being given around on the Valiance's side. And now the attackers will now proceed to use that vertical lines of sight into a second floor train museum. A very good use of the Jackal's track scan, which would imbue fear on the defensive side, which would force them to go downstairs and leave the entire second floor side in the hands of the attackers. This is actually a good play being made around on the attacker side, which is going to give a good amount of time for them to proceed from the red stairs downstairs as well. So it's a good way for Valiants to get themselves back up on their feet. And now the only problem is the main problem would be opening up the walls in towards Freezer and eliminating players one by one.
One by one, I think that's the case that, Valiants want to go for. But Gamer Syndicate, again, like Baba said, turtling up inside a site as soon as they had a hint of trouble coming their way. Sure, they didn't waste as much time as most other teams might have liked to, but wait a minute, Dibjol, oh boy! I was gonna say Anshasan was so close on White Stairs right now. I didn't know if he had seen him, but I guess it doesn't matter. But Psycho Boy, he's also on second floor. All of a sudden, there's a couple of players coming back up in the mid-round situation. Gray goes out. Will that find one? Guess not. Not for the time being. Only Anshasan has been the one to go down so far, but here comes a C4 from Spidey Time. Kingslayer off the board, and there's Psycho Boy to find Dibjol. Things are suddenly happening. Jin as well on second floor. He's going to find the Hibana off guard, and going to finish her off. There we go. Unfortunately, took a little bit too long to do that as the Ash comes around. Flickshutter has found another in the meanwhile. It's a 2v2, all down to Spidey Time and Hecko against Flickshutter and Killen. 15 seconds remain as the gas grenades go off. Killen finds one more. Spidey Time, does he know that there's somebody probably behind him inside a cold room? I don't think he does. He's gonna go around. Flickshotter's down. He's been taken care of as Hecko takes a ton of damage. He goes down to Killen. The Ash makes it work just in the nick of time. Oh boy, that was so all over the place from both teams. How did Gamer Syndicate start losing bodies like that? I guess we won't know. I mean, we saw what happened with Jin. He simply couldn't confirm in time and gave Killen enough room to come back up. And then you had the Nomad taking kills down below. How do you let that happen? Oh, Gamer Syndicate, they were 4-2 up in that round, 4v2 at that. And then they got taken down. One by one, just like we were saying. Valiants take their first round. Round 3 is going to see us go 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Well, round 3 will commence with the equalizer coming in from Valiance's side, 1-1. We will see 6-pick from Dibjol, shifting from the Zero to the Jackal. Same things can be said to Spidey Time as well, who in fact will 6-pick off to the Melusi. So we won't be able to see a mute being brought up on the defensive side, which means that the attackers are free to use their drones to place their cams from the side and give constant information. They can do it, evidently so. And it shouldn't have much of a problem for the attackers to hide those drones in a way where the defenders couldn't get to see it. Although having information is exactly what Valiance needs. And in that previous round, which was in fact a very close round, the Ash made it work. If the Ash, however, gets caught from the smooth gas canisters, it would have been a different story at this point. With the action phase coming in, and with Gamer Syndicate, who is still trying to make their lines of sight and also the rotations being made from the M5 shotguns, they shouldn't have much of a problem to get themselves prepped and ready for the attacker's push. And again, we will see Nippon, who almost saw the leg of Jaeger, will give the information indicating that the Jaeger is at the main stairs, but not the live information though, which can be given via the attack drones. Talking about the OPEX, you have two soft breachers, the Ash and the Sledge, and only one hard breacher, which would be the Hibana. So if Gamer Syndicate do get the chance of taking out Nippon at the early rounds, it would have worked out. But the early round is almost coming to an end, and here comes the mid round where the Hibana would use her Excalibur to open up lines of sight. So it is at the point of no return, and obviously Gamer Syndicate are going to play passively this time. As you see, a C4 being popped up from Spidey Time, won't be able to get the kill nonetheless, and so does Spidey Time, dealing so much damage to the Jackal. Fall back into his side. Not quite sure that this is a good idea for the military to be contesting the angle. Not to mention, Dipjol is still alive. He can get so much information via the tracks. Who is going to scan? I believe it's going to be Spidey Time right from the VIP lounge. And Kingslayer is definitely not wasting any time at all, using that vertical line of sight to put to his advantage. But how will he push through VIP lounge? That's my biggest concern.
Well, right now, of course, there's going to be a little bit more to be concerned about than just what we've seen so far. Given the fact that no bodies have gone off yet, and we are at the minute mark. Unfortunately, that Kaid toss from Jin was very, very late. And he's going to be spotted by the drone as well. He's going to have to fall back before things get dicey for him. Look at Spy Time, though. Still holding on White. He knows that there's going to be a drop on White Hatch. Excuse me, there. The hatch on Freezer. Cold Room. Okay, I got confused with the callouts. Forgive me. But yeah, there's going to be a drop from the hatch soon. But is it going to be before somebody peeks on White Stairs, or is it going to be after? Is the question I think he doesn't know the answer to. 30 seconds remain as smokes are going off. I think now is going to be the time for the push from the side of Valiant. Because again, it is now or never. Another gas grenade from the smoke goes out. That's going to delay the push just a little bit more. Killing it meanwhile, coming down the brown stairs. He's going to find one, and a big one indeed. Solo on HP, pistols out. Is he going to get anything off of this? Doesn't seem like it. There's going to be an attacker taking over. That's the Hibana down. Nippon off the board. Unshasen comes around, but Killing is off the board. There goes the smoke in the meanwhile. They have to find these players. There goes the Jackal. Is the plan going off? It is not. Kingslayer doesn't have it. Neither does Flickshot. They recover the diffuser, but not in time.
You have run out of time.
Diffuser dropped, and the need for kills, and that is gonna be one mistake after the other for the Valiant, attempting a final 20-second push. Unfortunately, those days are long gone, ladies and gentlemen, as a Gamers Syndicate are gonna take the lead. 2-1 is the scoreline as round 4 comes into play.
Again, such a close round for Valiants to be winning that round again on kitchen service / cooking. It's just unfortunate that the diffuser was been dropped right in towards the freezer side, and they had no other choice but to recover the defuse going for the plant. Unfortunate that they didn't have much time enough to even do that. But hopefully in the next round, we might be able to see something wonderful on Valiant's side. As a 6-pick will come in from both the sides on Valiants and Gamers as well. Spidey Time switch, and also Dipjol switching with his 6-pick off to Iana. Gemini Replicators, very useful when it comes to giving information, and also very useful in bamboozling the opponents if they can, but it's technically used for information at this point. It's just a live drone. A live drone which can help you give information, and that's the main reason why you get to see Iana bring more often. And it's a very good operator when it comes to getting much more information. Yes, we have Zero's Argus cams. In fact, you could get to have information of all the stairs, and you get to watch entire flanks. But it's just a static cam. You cannot move the cam from one place to the other, even if you want to. This is exactly what Iana's gadget delivers. And I mean, each object has its own pros and cons, and that's the main reason why you see Iana being brought up, because you need constant information, and that constant information will be relayed from the Gemini Replicator itself. Also, the Gemini Replicator can be used to deny useful information as well. And also, it also has an amazing gun, the ARX-2, the ARX primary assault rifle, which is a devastating weapon on mid and long range. But for now, enough about general knowledge. More about the game as we see the Hibana's Heart Breach being put to good use, opening up the walls in towards the side, and the first frag will come in on the side of Kingslayer as he takes out Spidey Time. Again, big drops coming in on Valiant's side as they're trying to shut down Gamer Syndicate's aggressive plays on their previous map. they've made a decision to put pressure towards them and make sure that Valiants have got this in the bag.
Well, that first kill is going to be extremely influential for sure. Spidey time off the board. That is a big drop. Looks like Spidey time is not going to be up for, the play just yet. Kingslayer did take a bit of damage, but unfortunately, I don't think he could have risen up to try and find the fact that the smoke had crossed using the gas canister as cover. Well done right there from Hecko. Now, oh dear me, that's going to be a big drop as well. Kingslayer off the board, and that's from Psycho Boy, who went all the way down below. I think he ran out from second floor dining's second floor dining window, which would be huge. Also, the fact that he somehow survives that jump out as well. Not sure exactly how. We didn't quite have visual on him, but it doesn't matter. That is going to be another big drop, and a trade at that too. A much needed trade. Spytime and Kingslayer off the board for both sides. Big players off for both sides. Now it's going to come down to the 4v4 in the last 50 seconds of the round. You have the Iana. Look at her. Dibjal snaking his way into Pixel. He's going to find one. He's going to find two. Excellently played. Dibjal. Beautifully done right there, leaving Anshasan and Jin, the last two standing. How much can they really do given the situation at hand? There are, of course, many things to be worried about. Flashbang comes in. Jin, unfortunately, does get flashed, which means he has to sit still for just a second. Anshasan on white stairs. Never mind, it's just him now. The last one standing, quite literally. Is his position given away? Did the drone see where he was? He is standing up on Freezer. Doesn't know there's somebody very close to his right. He doesn't. He's pushing out. He wants to find the planter. Is he going to get him? Yes, he does, but he can't survive. There's somebody on Skylight. Flick Shutter saw him and managed to take the kill just in time at that too. Oh, so close, so close, so close indeed. He had no time to wait, and unfortunately that, of course, allowed the site to go to the way of Valiance. Looks like this map, is going to be a lot closer than the first one was, at least in the early stages, as it is 2-2 going into the fifth round.
Fifth round. Talk about Valiance equalizing it this time 2-2. They win 2 attack rounds on both of those sites. And this is going to put Gamer Syndicate in a bit of a spot that they have to worry about. Let's expect again from Spidey Time as he shifts from the Clash to the Pulse. Having a cardiac sensors which should give instant information is exactly what the diffuser is exactly what the defender needs. And I believe he'll be playing around on second floor Train Museum. That's exactly where you either get to see a Pulse main or a Valk main playing around that particular angle, because you have those cams being put around in the piano side. You have the C4. All you have to do is just time it at the right time where you can get those important kills, especially when they're rappelling in towards the window side of piano. It's just where exactly you get most of those kills. Actually from the breached wall of red stairs. That's exactly where you get to see those C4 plays come in on either on Pulse or on Valk's side. But since Valk has been banned, Pulse is a good substitute to it. And also with the live information, Pulse also has a C4 which can be used to take out the attackers who are slowly, getting their control in towards the piano side. But he also has the ability to disable plant, knowing that the entire second floor pillars will be on his side as well. And talk about Valiants in which their main focus was at the piano side. We haven't seen any roam clearance being made on Valiant's side. It's just simple push, drone works, hatch being opened up, opening up the walls on red stairs, and then they just slowly made their way in towards the place on the side of Gamer Syndicate. That was just easier said than done. And now, since there is one roamer, and that would be the Pulse, who's giving constant information, or not, because he's back at piano and not on second floor Train Museum, the entire talk about Pulse that I made doesn't make sense.
Well, for the time being, Spidey Time seems to be having not so much of a good time. So many drones. He's out on pest control today. But unfortunately, none of those pests include an operator or two. Look at him. He's quite jittery as well. I mean jittery as in the word, not, of course, the player. But he's quite all over the place, if you will, as a grenade goes out. And that's going to be one. Anshasan off the board. Big drop as Killer in the meanwhile is going to be taking a ton of damage. So is Spidey Time. Is he actively contesting hatches? I believe he is. And he is somehow surviving. Spidey Time, how do you do it? Killen takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile, but not a whole lot, so he's going to be just fine on wherever his position is. Spy time in the meanwhile has fallen off to second floor. Pillars, as he will just hang on for the moment. Killen also coming down to second floor. They know the fact that they're gonna do these sorts of plays and pushes, so they are just trying to counter them as best as they can. But oh dear me, Spidey! Wait, when did he come back up? I am not sure, but he's gonna find Dibjol. That's gonna be a big drop indeed. Dibjol off the board again, equalizing the man count between both sides. But is it gonna be the same situation? Well, not as Spidey time has anything to say about it. He's gotten another one. That UMP is paying a lot of dividends right now, but he's got to be careful. He's being actively peaked. Shots fired as the gas ring goes out from the smoke, but it's not going to lead to anything yet. Psycho Boy is here for cover as well as a prone peak comes out, but no, there's the window rappel from Flickshotter, which somehow conveniently missed Psycho Boy. Not sure what happened there, but Psycho Boy is still alive, and that is what matters. Shots fired. Nippon takes a ton of bullets to the face, and he's still alive. So is the Jaeger. Gas ring goes out. 10 seconds remaining as Jin is just so comfy inside a freeze right now. Psycho Boy goes down. It's a 3v2. Valiants have all the advantage they could possibly ask for. Jin, the last one standing. Is the plan going to go off? Wait, it didn't. Why didn't the plan go off? Where, excuse me right there, was the planter? Was it not Nippon, or was it the Nomad who had the plan? Flickshotter. I'm not entirely certain, ladies and gentlemen, but whoever it was didn't get the plant off in time. Were they not in position? Were they not, yeah, Nippon was the one with the plant. As you can see in the highlights right here, where was he? Was he headed running, gunning towards the cocktail lounge side of the site, behind Jin? Could have been the case, but maybe you want to do that a little bit earlier. Not sure what was going on through Valiance's head, but hey, regardless, Gamer Syndicate will take the round win very happily. So 3-2 is the scoreline going into the 6th round, as we are now in the last round before the half, which means Gamer Syndicate have to make full advantage of this defensive round if they want to go into attack at an advantage. Valiance on the other side will also need to take advantage of this round if they want to equalize and keep things even Stevens.
Yep, even Stevens the name. Talk about Spidey time.
Bomb located by attacker.
The one was the one where I tried to explain everything, that how Pulse plays a vital part on a site like Third Floor Bar, where the Second Floor Train Museum. The entire explanation that I did in the previous round is just immediately nullified when Spidey time just gets 2 UMP kills from the red stairs. This is exactly why you've got to hand it to Cast Sisters. It's just, no matter how many times you try to find a counter to it, it always comes back. No matter what. No matter what. But for now, enough about jokes, and talk about Gamer Syndicate, who just got very lucky by winning those 2 defensive rounds, just because the attackers didn't successfully plant their diffuser. One which is on first floor kitchen, and the second was on third floor bar, which was on the previous round. Again, not a good way that Valiant should be losing such important rounds like these. Not to mention, in the previous round, it was a 1v3, and somehow Jin survived those shots, and look at that. Again, we get to witness Heko taking out Dibjol this time in towards the bakery side. Not looking too good on Valiance's side, but they will get the refrag nonetheless by taking out Heko thanks to Killen. Although you do get to see the trade games being also very balanced on a map like Cafe, it wasn't the same on Oregon. Even with Gamer Syndicate with the defensive side and Anshasin, very risky way to be reinforcing the wall on the side of Bakery. But he will succeed in just 10 HP. With the grenades being thrown around, Jin will be dealt with some major damage. But look at that, the damage has been done to so much as party time goes out. And the Kaid is still trying to contest the angle around here. And Tasin's still alive nonetheless. But Jin just make a quick rotate back in towards kitchen cooking. Look at that, the Jaeger is still contesting on the bakery side, getting one more kill, which leads to Valiance. Only 2 players left, and there is highly likely a chance where that huge lead of 4-2 can happen on the side of Gamer Syndicate, unless and until Nippon has something else to say. Keep that in mind. Alibi, all it needs to take out Alibi is just one single, bullet to the chest. And it's I would say I wouldn't say it's just an easy job. It's very difficult to try to eliminate players one by one. And look at that, you have good amount of cost being displayed around here from the Kaid. This leads to Nippon in a 1v3 situation. He only has 50 seconds left. He has 3 flashbangs which can be used to either disorient or maybe try to flash the defenders who are playing in close range. But I guess it's not going to work out well on the side of Valiant's time. And talk about Gamer Syndicate, they will end off their first half by putting themselves in the lead 4-2. As we proceed to a role swap in second half, Gamer Syndicate will be the one on attack. And I kind of get this feeling that Gamer Syndicate might lose their attack rounds. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because in the previous round when we were casting on match Oregon on map Oregon, in the second half we saw Gamer Syndicate losing quite a lot of important sites like second floor kids dorms and basement laundry. It's going to be even more ironic if they lost third floor bar and first floor kitchen, but they win second floor reading room site. That can happen, don't you think, Jack?
Defenders protect
Well,
your
I
bombs from
mean,
being defused by
there's,
attackers.
quite the chance, quite the likelihood of Gamer Syndicate ending up losing their rounds and us going 1-1 into Clubhouse. But at the same time, Valiants, I'm not entirely sure. I can understand where you're coming from, Baba, when you say that they might end up winning their defensive rounds. But thing is, GS are, I feel like, operating slightly better than Valiants are. I feel like, the fact that it's 2 back-to-back full esports matches of Siege, that's what, BO3 means. At least 2 back-to-back games. If, you manage to win the second one, it's a third game. It gets so long in the best of circumstances that things can be very, very dicey if you're not careful about it. And I feel like Valiants might actually start slowing down soon, especially given the last 2 rounds. I don't think their coordination was all up there in the last couple of rounds. I didn't particularly see that same Valiants that we saw making the comeback in the first map. So I'm not sure about, them actually being able to pull things around for themselves. I feel like that might not actually be happening. But then again, I've been wrong about these things before. So if I am wrong, hey, I will be. But in the meanwhile, Anshasan is going to start things off once again with the Finka taking down Nippon. Huge drop. Nippon, unfortunately, has not really been able to contribute in this game. You can see from the score, at least, we had a rehost after round 1, so there's that. But even then, Nippon hasn't been doing too much today in this map. Not sure what's up with him. Hopefully he can pick himself back up in the forthcoming rounds. But right now, wait a minute, already a drop from Spy Time. Looks like Gamer Syndicate are not trying to take any time at all. They want this round taken care of quickly, and they want to do it here and now, as the breach on the piano is going to be taken care of.
Yep, well, Gamer Syndicate doing hopefully opening up walls as best as possible, and with the amount of time being given around 1 minute and 35 seconds for the attackers to push in towards the site. And also with the huge advantage that they have taking out Nippon, the gas canisters which could have been used to delay the push from the attacker's side is no longer with them. And that's going to cause a huge dent in their defensive strategies. Look at that. The push from the piano is really going on in the side of Gamer Syndicate. The flashbangs are coming in to try to disorient or maybe try to take out the remaining ADSs. Grenades will come in, and also it will succeed taking out that deployable shield. I really hope so. Look at that. A C4 will come in as well to try to retaliate back. But unfortunate, it won't succeed for them. Now, Anshasan is definitely not wasting any time as he tries to hold an angle right from the white stairs. It looks like Jin is gone, but not out just yet. He is still in a DBNO state, but the confirmation will come in from Killen this time while he confirms that kill out. Look at that, the Jaeger still trying to contest as best as he can, holding out, knowing that Valiance's last hope is to survive the site on third floor bar. And with the amount of damage that they've been dealt around on the side of Gamer Syndicate, Psycho Boy and Spidey Time, the Capita, who use the fireballs to force the defender back from the white stairs, needs to be careful from that particular position, in which he does not. Dipjol will take out Spidey Time, which leads to Psycho Boy to deal a 1v3 situation. Can he do this? Quite a lot of damage being dealt. He will get one. Can he guess the second? No, he will not. Jaeger will come in at the right time. As we see it, Team Valiance will win third floor bar and cocktail lounge. Beautiful hold there from the Jaeger, and also a beautiful shot being displayed around from on Dipchol, holding the angles, making sure that even if they do get the site on piano, Kingslayer was the one who started to make such a great, amazing plays on his end. Made sure that they win this round as best as possible. With it, we will see Valiance win their first defensive side on top for bar 3-4. It's a score line as we proceed to round 8.
Well, okay, never mind. I'm gonna have to take back what I said in the previous round, that the Valiants that we saw in the last couple of rounds before the half weren't exactly the same Valiants that were making a comeback, because they are,
Defenders,
they
protect
still
your
are.
bombs
I
from
will
being
fully
defused by
admit
attackers.
that I might have been wrong in my assessment, a little bit too hasty, a little bit, probably a little judgmental at that too. So I apologize, folks, but it is what it is. 3-4 still. Valiants are still one round in deficit. They still need to make a little bit of ground before they can give themselves,
Bomb located by
you know,
attackers.
the equalizer and then potentially the advantage as well. And Gamer Syndicate can still fire back. I think the main issue that GS had in the last round was getting bunched up towards towards the cigar shop area. All of the kills that did happen ended up happening towards balcony, towards cigar shop door, and towards piano because of the cross map angles that Valiants had. I don't think they were quite covering those angles well enough. I don't think there was enough, people moderating the fact that those angles are going to be extremely difficult to counter and to take care of. And unfortunately, that ended up losing the round for Gamer Syndicate, even after a good early play by Anshasin to take care of Nippon, the player who's was playing the smoke in that round and is still playing the smoke in this round as well. So now, in round 8, things will need to change from Gamer Syndicate's attack. Excuse me, right there. They will need to be a little bit more proactive. They will need to be a little bit more aware of what they're really getting into, and they will need to make sure that they do not let themselves be caught off guard. They need to cover for each other, and they need to cover as many angles as they possibly can. With a drone, with a Nomad Air Jab, with a Claymore, with bullets. Dibjol off the board is going to be a first one down, and that is your Vigil gone. Big drop to start us off in round 8.
Weakness exploited from Gamer Syndicate's side as he takes out Dibjol, but he was very busy barricading the door frame of second floor train museum. Quite unfortunate that he didn't had any information at that time. And Spidey Time definitely not wasting any time at all by taking out Kill in 3v5 as Valiants again are starting to have some issues that needs to be worried about. With 2 of the important roamers gone, and with the attackers having all the time that they need to push in towards the side, with just a minute and 30 seconds left, they need to figure out a way to take out Nippon and Flickshutter, because those two are a very important anchors in towards the side. And if Gamer Syndicate doesn't take care of that opportunity, then I'd say that Valiants still can win the side. And with Buck, my goodness, the skeleton key, which in fact is opening up so much lines of sight in towards Fireplace Hall, is going to pressure Valiants a lot and will definitely force them to fall back and play in a position where the attackers have much more control towards the side. You have so much angles to take care of, and also the defenders will be in a position where they are really not comfortable at. The Nomad Air Jabs will flung back Kingslayer right from the brown stairs. Will also give them the information, but no confirmation of kills being given around just yet. But these 2 kills is exactly what Valiance needs to be worried about, because those 2 players would have given much more opportunity. And with Flickshotter taking out Anshasin, things might still be in favor of Valiance if they play this right. The execution will come in. So that's a kill from Spidey Time, double kill for him, and so does Heko taking out Flickshotter. A 1v4 where Nippon has to deal with 3 angry players on the side of Gamer Syndicate. But wait a minute! I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me?
You know, I thought Valiance was the one who forgot to plant the defuse, but Gamer Syndicate, they're also doing the same thing.
Oh, I see what happened. Thanks for the replay. I managed to get some perspective. Jin was in the last 5 seconds of the round, when we saw the Iana go down, he was coming down downstairs at that time while his teammates have pushed into site and are clearing it out.
Ouch.
Why wasn't he with them? Was he not the one with the diffuser from the very beginning of the round? Did he forget he had diffuser? I don't think so. I don't think you can afford to forget if that's the situation here. And I highly doubt that that would be the case anyway, even for Gamer Syndicate. So, what was he doing on downstairs that late in the round? Even if you know where the smoke is, you might want to support the fact that site is being pushed rather than the one op that is way off site who can be handled by your teammates while you plant. This is what I was saying. This is where both of these teams have suffered. They need to be trusting of their teammates. They can't be constantly going for kills and hanging back, letting people take care of things. You can't do that. If you want to survive in the competitive landscape, sure, when playing against each other, these sorts of plays might look, great for clutches and for highlight reels, but at the end of the day, the only one you're really disservicing is yourself and your team by playing like that. Because any other team of a higher caliber is going to absolutely punish you for it. And these are the kinds of mistakes you simply cannot afford to make. And I really hope that Valiance and Gamer Syndicate, when they revisit this footage, learn from these mistakes. Because I've seen this before, more so from GS than from Valiance. But then again, Valiance have been on a slump, an increasing slump as of recently. Psychobo is going to take a bit of damage on the entry on red stairs. But yeah, man, I'm not liking what I'm seeing from both teams at this point. I feel like they're slowing down in a significant way to the point where they're not really feeling themselves the same way they were not too long ago. They are really, really all over the place, and they are just, I'm not seeing it from them. I am not.
Although I could say the same for Gamer Syndicate too. I mean, the previous round, it was their round. The lead should have been in their favor, 5-3. That's actually huge. And they just missed it because of that one single mistake that the planter was supposed to be making. But hopefully they'll be able to recover that back as we see Kalen and Kingslayer. Both of them goes down while Anshasin gets caught off in the process. Party time again with the double kill, converting themselves into a 2v4 where Valiance is going to be the one facing problems yet again. Nippon and Flickshutter again in a 2v4 situation. We've seen the same exact thing in the previous round where it was just luck where Valiance won that previous round. Will we see the same thing that we do get to witness here in round 9, second floor reading room? We're about to find that out with just 56 seconds left, and with Nippon holding that foot line side right in towards the freezer's side, Buck will open up even much more angles in towards the reading room, which would cause the defenders to fall back from their respective place. And now, with good amount of denials that Flickshutter has, he could use that smoke gas canister to fall back. But look at that, Nippon! My goodness, he's taking quite a lot of damage running from the freezer's side, and that's exactly where Spidey time is. Rebel kill for him. Nippon goes down, and whether Flickshutter will be the last man standing. But he won't be able to survive nonetheless because Psycho Boy he's already in the site. He just used the rotating towards the luggage room and picked out the last player on the side of Valiance. And with it, we'll be able to see Gamer Syndicate put themselves back on the lead, 5-4, winning second floor reading room. And now we are back in round 10, but the site will be on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. And I just cannot believe what I just said came out to be true.
Well, it is what it is. Sometimes the Castro's Curse decides to take a break. It wants to take a day off, and that seems to be the case here. Regardless, that round is what I wanted to see from Gamer Syndicate for the last few. I have to say, their performance overall, I think, once we're done with this game, I think we'll still be looking at the performance today favorably. But in this moment right now, while we're still in the match itself, I have to say some of the rounds have been very lackluster from them. And the same goes for the Valiants, more so even because of where they are right now. Once again, they're at the deficit. They're not playing together. They're not coordinating together. And they are simply all over the place. It feels like
10
they're
seconds to insertion.
unrefined for some reason. At least that's what I'm getting as like a
5 seconds
general
left.
feeling. If I had to, really
Attackers are moving
condense
out
my
to
thoughts
locate a
down to
bomb and
one
defuse
word,
it.
I'd say unrefined from Valiants. I feel like they can be so much better, and they have been so much better. This team themselves, and yet here we are. And I'm not sure what's going on with them, but it is what it is, folks. Again, it's just the fact that we saw them rise so well during the days of the Pro League. And sure, say what you will about, some teams not taking the Pro League of the Esports Club back in the day at seriously, but they were great. Valiants were great in an environment where everybody was at least playing to win as many matches as they could. They were pretty good. They dominated Division 1 for a good while. And now here they are,
A bomb has
once
been
again,
located.
in a situation that is pretty much entirely of their own manufacturing, getting outplayed by things that really shouldn't be giving them this much trouble, excuse me. As we have round 10 going off now, it is 5-4, so it could still go either way. Valiants could still equalize 5-5 and push for the win, potentially speaking. But if they can't, well, things will be made that much more difficult. 6-4 match point for GS is going to be one of the final nails in the coffin if Valiants cannot make it back from there. We have the drop coming in from Red Stairs. As we have Jin, we have Heko, they're all giving themselves a good position to be. And you have the run out, the jump out from second floor being watched. You have the peak from bottom, excuse me out there, from the bottom of White Stairs being watched. Everything is being watched right now. But how long will this watch hold out for? It doesn't seem like that long. Spidey time off the board. It's a 5v4.
5v4, and this time Gamer Syndicate is going to be the one to face problems. Already 2 players gone. Heko and Spidey Time eliminated in round 10. Which leads to only 3 players left on GS to put this work to use. Dipchol and Killen will be down as well in the process, thanks to Jin, who's making quite a lot of work for the attacker's side. And now they've made so much mistakes, I think it's best for them to take this matter seriously and focus on the task at hand. With just 40 seconds left and Valiants holding their ground, Valiants should also not give up, because Gamer Syndicate gave so much opportunities that Valiants did succeed, and they're not going to let this one out easily. 25 seconds. The attack needs to happen. The execute needs to come in. They have C4s. Actually, they don't have C4s. They have yokai drones, which will be used to take out or maybe try to disorient one of the attackers, unless and until they take out Echo in the process, which would give them good amount of information. Again, freezer control will be theirs, and so does the yokai drones, disorienting the attackers in the process. But who will win the gunfight is the biggest question. We all know it is Kingslayer nonetheless, and the Echo, all he needs to do is just use the yokai drones to disorient him once. Will it work out? No, it actually does. It actually does. 3v1 as Kingslayer gets a double kill off from him, which leads to Jin in a 1v2 situation. Flick Shorter has been confirmed, and Billy gets to one. Yes, he gets here, and he gets another one, which leads to Nippon in a post-plan situation. He needs to win this. He needs to equalize it, but he will not. Jin comes in at the right time. He will succeed the attack round on third floor bar and make sure that Gamer Syndicate will put themselves on match point. 6-4 will be the scoreline. An amazing clutch from Jin, winning a 1v3 situation, and made sure that Gamer Syndicate would not make those mistakes once again. Beautifully done, well coordinated. The same thing can be said to Valiants as well on their end too, but they still have a chance. They have to win 2 back-to-back defensive rounds, and with third floor cocktail lounge in favor of Gamer Syndicate, they are going to go to the same side yet again. 6 pick will come in from Flick Shorter as he switches the side from the Echo to the Pulse. Information is king on a game like Rainbow Six Siege, and hopefully he'll be able to relay the information to none other than Kingslayer.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Only one more round. Gamer Syndicate, only one more round to go. That's all they need. And mind you, in the last match, last map, that was also all they needed. While they were 6-2, let me just take a quick check because the events of this map have, rattled my recent memory, folks. It was 6-3, excuse me. Gamer Syndicate were on 6-3, and then it was a 6-5. Now here they're 6-4, right? But it's been a much closer back and forth constantly between Valiant and Gamer Syndicate. So how will both sides fare here? Gamer Syndicate barely eked out the round in the last one, relying solely on a 2v3 between Jin and his teammate, and Jin was the one in a 1v2, well, 1v2 and a half. Echo was down, I guess, but oh no, the spawn peak! Dibjol, I guess he's not taking things lightly anymore. Spidey time off the board. Big drop right there. Spidey time 10-8 this match. Not as illustrious as he was in the previous one, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to be doing any more illustrating in this round. Early 5v4. Valiants have taken a big advantage early.
Again, this huge drop that Dibjol did is going to put Gamer Syndicate in a bit of troubles. The Bucks skeleton key, which could have been used to open up so much lines of sight. You mentioned the flashbangs, which should have been used to try to, take out the ADSs in a way that they could succeed in opening up the deployable shields. They had so much time, they had so much concern, and now it's been doubled. Knowing that the man-con advantage is still in favor of Valiant's side, and Dibjol contests again, and he will win it out. Psychopath goes down right from the red stairs, and Dibjol will make sure that the piano control will still be in his favor. Still, talking about the Thermite successfully opening up, breaching up the wall in towards the piano, all they need is to succeed this round. And talk about Valiants, they haven't lost a single player just yet. It's going to give them much more of an advantage for them. Quad kill from Dibjol. One early kill, 3 successive defensive hold on the piano side. And guess what? They're still back in the game yet, ladies and gentlemen. Valiants, one more point to put this match on OT. There's likely a chance that that can happen. The only difference is they have to switch in on a different site. And that site will be none other than first floor kitchen service and cooking. One last chance for Gamer Syndicate to end this once and for all. And one last chance for Valiants to put this match on overtime. The way how Valiants has been performing as of now, there is high likely a chance that an OT can happen unless Gamer Syndicate thinks this through. They just have to worry about spawn peaks yet again, and and Dibjol making that surprise entrance really did shake Gamer Syndicate off guard.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, looks like Valiants were more than ready to catch Gamer Syndicate off guard. That is for sure, Baba. GS, on the other hand, not sure what got into them there. Dibjol was too wily for them throughout that entire round, to the point where one could even argue that Valiants are probably really actually trying to take this seriously. And, well, as they say, better late than never. But at this point, oh boy, at 6-4, when you're 0-1 down on the map count, and if you're actually going to start, playing to win from there, that speaks to quite a bit about how far they've managed to push this game already. As on the other hand, Gamer Syndicate are once again potentially on the back foot. And why I say potentially, because it's a 6-5 and they're losing momentum. Once again, just like Oregon, they are 6-5 and they are losing momentum fast. They will need to turn this around. If they are unable to, then folks, it will not look good for them in the remaining rounds of this match. We still have a ways to go, though. So let's see exactly how both sides play this. Valiants have mostly standard setup. No shield, mind you, I think, on the bakery side of things, because you've got the Woma, you've got the Jaeger, but I guess the shield is being used somewhere else. It doesn't matter. Killing goes down first, and that's going to be towards the reception side. Spidey time comes in with a big drop, as that is going to be the Aruni off the board. No more P10 Ronies from the side of the defense, but they need to get Dibjol and Kingslayer those two have been absolutely insane in this half so far. And there goes Spidey time, pre-firing away to glory, only to be met by bullets. And there goes another one and another one. The confirm onto Spidey time does come in. Kingslayer does do that. But in the meanwhile, you have Unsashin getting Unshasin getting dropped right there. Excuse me, I inverted the position of the H of his name accidentally. But the drops are happening, and it looks like Gamer Syndicate are being caught in lapses in their playstyle, in lapses in their overall approach to the situation. And if they continue to be caught out like this, well, it's just not going to look good for them at all.
I mean, it's already not looking good at all on Gamer Syndicate's side. Unshasin and Spidey time already gone. It's going to put Valiance on a much stronger position. And talk about the attackers who are still trying to struggle on getting the control on the bakery side, because Smoke is still at the prep wall providing pressure. And the only thing that they can do right now is to just abort that push and head in towards Freezer. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Heko is still a bit worried about the stairs because the attackers have to provide support for the Maverick. And Psycho Boy, who is already in towards that particular position, Dibjol finds yet another one. Heko goes down as well, not looking too good at all, as the Maverick, who was holding the angle right from the brown stairs, will currently be the one who gets taken out. Again, not looking too good. Jin sees the opportunity, but no, he flicks out at the wrong time, and it will give Kingslayer the chance to give Jin his free kill. And now Psycho Boy, with just 15 seconds left, needs to find all 4 players. He will find one. That would be Dibjol. Gone and out. But is this very much more helpful for Gamer Syndicate? I really don't think so. That's not going to happen because they have lost so much bodies in this round. And now the only thing that we all going to know is that we are going to go to round 13. And we all know what's going to happen next, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready as I give my mic back to Jack. We all know what's going to happen next.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. And if you detected a slight lack of energy in that one, that's because I'm trying to make sure my voice doesn't completely crash on me right now, folks. Regardless, 6-6 is the situation at hand as we are now in round 13, folks. That is correct. Overtime does actually come out to play for us here at this match in the Challenger Series, as we have a couple of 6 picks right here into the Nomad for Nansashi and into the Echo for the side of the defense. I'm not entirely sure if Ansashi dropping the Finka was actually a good idea, all things considered. But then again, Nomad is an extremely good pick regardless of what up you're dropping her for. So I guess that makes sense. Her utility and overall presence on any given map is amazing if used well. That is true for pretty much all ops in a given round. If the utility is used well, their presence will be felt. Now, one thing I will say is what I'm seeing from Gamer Syndicate is, I wouldn't say an entire lack of utility clearance slash taking control, but a definite lack of that play. They aren't really looking to, clear things out before they go in. They're just kind of doing it and then shooting out utility as they go. That's not really how you're supposed to do this. Even in, year 6, season 3, I know that the utility meta has been reduced, but it's not gone. Utility is still very much important in how you play around. If you don't clear out the utility beforehand, you will not win your gunfights, because as soon as you go to throw those grenades, as soon as you go to throw those flashbangs to try and take advantage of a situation, boom, there's a Surya Gate, boom, there's a Jaeger ADS, or, a Womai Magnet, something to that extent to deny your utility. You need those ops banned, and whoever remains, you need their utilities taken care of. If not, then the rounds will continue sliding away from you one after the other. And that is what's been happening. Gamer Syndicate, they have slowly started, thinking like, okay, we've been pushing normally and it's been working, so we can just continue doing this and it's not really going to affect us. Well, guess what? Valiants have made changes to how they defend. Valiants have made changes to how they approach their gunfights, and they've, on the odd occasion, let Dibjol off the leash. Instead of constantly playing the same way over and over and over again. And where has that led us? Into overtime. And conversely, Gamer Syndicate have not been doing that. They haven't been, really letting themselves loose, letting their hair down, playing to truly grasp the situation. Instead, they've been doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And after a point, even Valiants will catch on, right? And I don't say that as a slight against the Valiants. Valiants would have caught on even earlier. I feel like there was just an air of, them not really taking it too seriously. But Heko will start things off by finding Dibjol. There we go. That is what you need. Target the player that's been very much in your face throughout the map. Dibjol, Kingslayer, players like these. And just as I speak of him, he makes a big jump out. There's no Claymore there. I don't know if there was a Nomad air jab there. Clearly not, if he was just able to run out and do all of that stuff. So I guess it doesn't matter anyway. As one more body will be taken care of on Sashin of the board, as we have, wait a minute, is that Heko already towards the default plan spot? I think he is. Not sure exactly when and how he got there, but that's going to be the impetus for Gamer Syndicate to push up here and now. They're going to need to do it, but no, not if you don't watch where you're going. Nippon shuts him down, but he gets shut down nice and quickly as well. Heko will take that kill nicely so. And here comes Jin pushing in, finds one more. Its body's being traded all over the place. Jin needs to go for the plant. Will he do so? Yes, he will. But is there somebody from below? The C4 goes up, but that's not the right way. Heko will be the one to take the brunt of that. As now the push-up from White Stairs needs to happen. It will. Heko pushing into Freezer as you have Kingslayer and Flickshotter. Both of them on full health. Looking to make a retake, and a retake is the order of the day. Kingslayer takes a bit of damage right there, but he is still alive, and that's what matters right now. Heko and Jin are the ones in low HP. Flickshotter's gonna push in. Is he gonna find one? Yes, he is. Nicely done, and it's now all down to Heko. Is he gonna be able to take a kill here? He needs at least one, but this is gonna be the bait. There we go. The bait is done. It is taken. The kill is taken. Triple for Flickshotter. The counter defuse goes off, and Valiants will be the ones to win round 13, regardless of the fact that they were the first ones to lose a body, regardless of the fact that the push from Gamer Syndicate resulted in multiple bodies being dropped. They never gave up, and they remained cool as ice, even in that situation. Coordinated, played well. That is what we've been looking for from the Valiants this entire time. Gamer Syndicate, on the other hand, you've got to pick it up. You have got to pick it up. If not, you will lose this overtime in round 14, and you will lose Cafe, and that will bode very, very poorly for Clubhouse.
Clubhouse is exactly what Valiance's aim. Talk about Gamer Syndicate. Not good. Not good at all. For the entire second half that you did get to witness, we've seen Valiants not lose a single site on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. They haven't lost a single, they haven't lost, a single round on third floor bar. Yes, they've lost on second floor reading and fireplace hall, and that's the only site where Gamer Syndicate were very confident on. And now with the OTs coming in and with them finishing map Oregon 7-5, I believe that the endurance that Gamer Syndicate has, it's slowly starting to fall off. And I believe that's the main reason why Gamer Syndicate is trying to end this match once and for all, but they could not, because the way how Valiance is playing at this point, it's working out well in their favor. And Dibjol, who in fact in the previous round made that first spawn peak on round 11, really did put a number on Gamer Syndicate's man count and also on their coordination game, because that has been hurting them out a lot since round 11. 3 successful wins on the side of Valiance's side on defense, and Gamer Syndicate is currently the one on defense OT. And if GS loses this defensive round, we'll be able to see map Clubhouse. And there is highly likely a chance that that can happen, but we still have round 15. We still have that one final round, a decider, to indicate on who's going to go up well. And guess what? Kingslayer is going to go down with the C4. Again, a huge drop, where Kingslayer was trying to get in towards the building, but unfortunately with that C4 toss right from the hatch itself really did not help out well for him. And with Kingslayer down and Heko still trying to use this, the angle to his advantage, hoping to get one or two players off from that rappel right from the windows side of Piano. It doesn't have that proper information as of now. Spidey Time currently playing into a default site. You see two players holding. I really don't think this is a good idea for Gamer Syndicate to be holding, right from below and wait for the prep hole to come out, because the attackers, they're slowly making their way into towards red stairs, and that's going to be having a lot of repercussions for them. But I believe they have good amount of information, but look what happened to them. Flickshorter immediately sees that. Jaeger is going to go down. And what's going to happen next at this point, I have no idea.
Okay, I guess Psycho Boy just wanted to go out for a walk in the winter afternoon. I don't know what time of day this is, but anyway, I'm not sure what he was doing. I don't think Flickshotter was sure of what he was doing, but regardless, the kill is taken. Psycho Boy did not need... Excuse me. Psycho Boy did not need to go down that like that. He could have stayed alive. Could have preserved the man advantage, but no, he had to go for the kill. There was a call out. Oh, wait, there's somebody on that window. That ping was a little old, but okay, then I guess not. Spytime's going to push out in through Pixel towards the sofa. Does a bit of damage, but takes so much damage in return. He's going to go down. SMG alone comes out to find one, but here's the F2 to find another. Jin is trying so hard, but is he going to do anything about this? No, he's not. Dipjol gets another and another for Dipjol. Valiants will be the ones to win out. Cafe Dostoevsky, after a very, very good push towards overtime, finally taking the match seriously and giving themselves the win where it mattered the most for them. Valiants are your winners for Cafe Dostoevsky, ladies and gentlemen. They are the ones to take it 8-6. And in a surprising turn of events, they were actually quite dominating in the last 4 rounds. I'm sorry, what? Valiants, where was this performance in the last one then? Where were you guys like saving strats for overtime on the last potential map of your stay here? What is it? What is this decision making from both teams, and what are you guys doing? Gamer Syndicate, excuse me? Oh man. Oh man. All right. Okay. I guess we're moving to Clubhouse. Clubhouse it is, ladies and gentlemen, as map 3 will be in play. But before that, we're gonna have a look at the highlights of the match that we have, of the map, that we have just had. So let's have a look at the highlights of map number 2. And Baba, please take us through them.
Man. Valiants. What can I say? I mean, I just cannot say anything at this point. The first half, where Gamer Syndicate had no issues on defense in first half map Cafe, suddenly we see Valiants fling back on second half. Constant wins on third floor bar, first floor kitchen, although round 9 and round 10 was the only round where Gamer Syndicate won those 2 important attack rounds. And then immediately we see Gamer Syndicate to just gone out of nowhere. Like their presence were unknown at this point, because Spidey Time, who was mainly the one who was getting most of their frag points, either Kingslayer eliminates him or either Dipjol goes. At this point, I have nothing else to say at this point. The first half, Gamer Syndicate was so confident that they were almost in it to win it. And then immediately in second half, we see Gamer Syndicate make countless amount of mistakes, not being able to plant their defuse right on time, which was, Valiants, who did not, successfully plant their defuse twice in a row. And then Gamer Syndicate also does the same thing by forgetting their, plant right from the red stairs. Like, it's just filled with mistakes, in which there were some certain rounds where Gamer Syndicate could have won the round, but they did not. And the same thing can be said to Valiance too. In the first half, it's just mixed. It's just mixed feelings at this point. I don't even know what to say next.
I
It is
mean,
so.
I
Yeah,
like
Jack.
how you uh brought up the point of mixed feelings, right? If
Yeah.
I think I think I do owe folks at home a bit of an explanation as to why I am so frustrated right now with Gamer Syndicate and slightly with Valiant is because of those mixed feelings, right? I'm
Yeah.
sitting here trying to understand what is going on between these two teams. And anytime it feels like we might be able to start a thread of what's going on, like a connective thread of what they're doing, they just do something else with no rhyme or reason, right? And while big teams also do that, that's not necessarily the cause of it here. What I really find baffling is just the level to which that both teams ended up stooping to until the end, when Valiants finally start not being the Valiants of this tournament. And I say the Valiants of this tournament as opposed to the Valiants themselves is because Valiants here today in these last 4 rounds are more akin to the Valiants we had back in the Pro League instead of the Valiants that we had for the entirety of the first tournament and the first Challenger Series. Of all times, now is when they pick to be serious. And of all times, they could have done anything about those lost matches. They didn't. Now is when they do anything about it. Are you kidding me? And at the same time, Gamer Syndicate, what is going on? Psycho is just going out for a walk in the middle of the street. You have Thunderbird, instead of holding Pixel or falling back to bathroom, which any sane person would do, you push up to couches, give away your position, try to fall back, only to get shot from 3 angles. What do you expect? Why are those the decisions made in overtime match point? Guys, what is happening? What is going on? And I could go on, but I'm not going to for the sake of, not ragging on the players here. But regardless, folks, we are going to have to take a bit of a break just for our own sanities. And we'll be back in just a short while for Clubhouse. Stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2. Supported by Ubisoft, here with the host Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are back once again in an unexpected turn of events for map number 3 between Gamer Syndicate and Team Valiance. That is correct. There is, in fact, a third map, which will be going live for all of our viewers at home in a short second, actually, right about now, or, well, like I said, a short second, because, let's not waste any more time. I know that it's starting to drag on a little bit, especially after the way the last game ended. So let us join the players here and now. Without further ado, in the middle of the ban phase, Gamer Syndicate and Valiance are currently 1-1 on the map count. And after the match on Cafe Dostoevsky, I believe all predictions are out of the window, and we have no idea exactly what's about to happen. Because if the Valiants continue to take the match as seriously as they were at the end of the last rounds, then they will win this out easily. Because Gamer Syndicate, I have lost almost all the faith in them that I had not too long ago, and I am just completely unsure as to what they wanted to do, especially right towards the end on Cafe. I don't know. I don't think a lot of people do, you know? So, as we have the bans coming in, it's going to be Thatcher, Capital, Kaid, the standard stuff for, well, Thatcher and Kaid are the standard bans for Clubhouse. Capital, on the other hand, I believe is just to, make sure that Wamai actually gets to use his utility for other things, more important things like flashbangs and grenades instead of being burnt out by Capital smoke bolts. As on the other side, Valkyrie will be banned by the side of Gamer Syndicate. Nobody really wants to play with or against Valkyrie, because of how strong she is in terms of gaining information and using that information to translate it into kills back to back. Those black eye cams are just ridiculously good. But with all that being said, round 1 is going to be underway. The bans have been taken care of. Thatcher, Cap, Kaid, and Valkyrie, just as discussed. And with that, round 1 is going to be underway on second floor gym and bedroom, as we have the site selected, maybe a couple of 6-picks happening. And after the man from the mic long enough, Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And here you have it, the decider map for Team Valiance and Gamer Syndicate. One final map to determine who's going to have a chance at the semifinals of the second series.
Attackers need to locate.
We've come a long way and talk about Gamer Syndicate and Team Valiance having some issues on the attack side. It's a bit problematic to even try to predict on who's going to be winning at this point, but I'm hopefully, seeing that we might be able to see some amazing gameplays coming in on the third map, which is going to be on map Clubhouse. We will see Gamer Syndicate to be the one on defense, Valiance to be the one on attack. Talk about the bans around here. We will see Kaid being banned, which means that the Mira is still Mira will be available for the defenders to bring up. So the Mira's mirrors, which will be very useful. And they've made a decision to not go on second floor CCTV to be their first site of choice. they'll decide to do the exact opposite, which will be on second floor gym / bedroom. And I believe that CCTV will be the site which will be brought up on maybe on round 3 or round 5. If in fact Valiants do win 1 or 2 attack rounds, we might see some changes in the side picks. But for now, with the action phase coming into play and talking about Nippon and Flickshutter being the two attackers who will be the one to open up lines of sight with the help of their hard breaches. And also, you have Killen and Kingslayer with the soft breach, Ash's breaching charges,
A
and the
bomb has been
grenades.
located.
It shouldn't be much of a problem for Valiants to head in towards the side, pick out players one by one. It's just that the information game that the attacker is giving as of now, it should be precise. I'm just hoping that the way how Valiance is progressing right now with the coordination that they've been given around the drone works, which should give them useful information, and hopefully when they go in for the plant, there should be good amount of covers being displayed around from the attacker's side. In order to do that, they need to have control on Jacuzzi wall. They need to have control on the window side. Not to even mention the CCTV control should be in the attacker hands as well. For now, we see Flick Shutter making the line of sight, and also should I say a half wall trick to open up the sight on CCTV, and also an access on second floor gym. With a minute and 34 seconds left, we see Valiants making their progress on successfully opening up the breaches, and now they just have to worry about getting in towards the side. What will happen next? Will we see Valiants fling back, win their first round of attack, or will we see Gamer Syndicate win their defensive rounds? We're about to find out in the late phase.
Clubhouse is generally known to be a defender-sided map, so this round could go the way of GS, but it could not at the same time. Mira will be, forced to reconsider looking through the Black Mirror constantly with the use of flashbangs. But wait a minute, here comes the Pete and Roni to shut down Kingslayer. That's an unfortunate drop right off the bat. And why are there 3 players on Jacuzzi right next to the wall? What is the thinking here from the side of Aliens? Why would you have everybody just stacked up here when you need to do a little bit more than just that? Shots are about to be fired as the Thermite pushes up very close, but here's some, Pete and Roni action, which will also get shut down. Spy time off the board. Big Joel makes sure of that. Mira window has been denied by the punch in, but Jin's been taken care of as the down comes in and the kill as well. Killen with one more, as Psycho Boy is now retreading his way back to site. Gas grenade goes off. Hecko and Psycho Boy are here and waiting. Killen finds one more in the meanwhile. That is going to be kill steal off the board. Psycho Boy is going to go in towards logistics, and Hecko is going to hold inside a site. Wait, why is Diffuser still out there? As Killen's going to come and try to take a couple more kills. Is he going to be able to? There's only a couple of seconds remaining. All the defenders need to do is hide. It's a 1v2. Where is Psycho Boy successfully hiding? So no one just picked up the diffuser. Okay, I'm gonna just roll with that. I'm not really in the mood to question what or why, as the first round has been taken by Gamers Syndicate after, just capitalizing on the mistakes made by the side of the attack. Valiants, once again, I think we're back to the Valiants that we've been seeing for the last couple of months. It is 1-0 going into the second round, and a pause has been taken because Nippon has disconnected, which means we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we resume with the action, folks.
Yeah, again, there's not much that I can say at this point. Previous rounds, so many, diffuser has been dropped for around 3 to 4 times. And that way it wasn't just from Valiant's side. Gamer Syndicate also did the same thing when they were on attack. And again, in the previous round, with the side being on second floor gym and bedroom, you see 3 players on the side of Valiants holding an angle in towards the site of Jacuzzi. We don't see any pressure being made on logistics, nor we see any pushes being made from mainstays and CCTV. And since when they realized that all 3 players are in that one particular place, they started to push in towards second floor gym. And next thing you know, they don't have the defuse because it's been dropped on Jacuzzi, and the last player is successfully hiding in logistics. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much what I can say on GS's side, because all they had to do is just wait it out, and they did exactly that. And for now, hopefully with the pause timer coming to an end or not, it's not. It's because we are going to go in for a fully fledged rehost, because the player on the side of Valiance is currently having some technical issues, so a rehost a rehost has been called. I'm not sure what exactly happened on my pronunciation there, but yeah, 3 matches where we did get to witness Valiance having a lot of issues on the attack. Same thing can be said to Gamer Syndicate on the attack side as well. I'm just confused, dazed, and stunned. All three at the same time. It's more of like just imagine you're playing an RPG game and suddenly it's just one guy throws a bottle at you and you're just immediately stunned for around 6 to 7 turns and you have no idea what to say next. I'm exactly in that phase. I don't know what to say.
To be fair, I would definitely like to be part of that D&D campaign.
I mean, at this point, it's just confusion after confusion. And me, on the other hand, like when I saw the other 2 matches, at first I was like, not bad. Gamer Syndicate is doing extremely well on map like Oregon. First halftime score, it's 1-5. They're doing extremely well. The next thing you know, when Gamer Syndicate to be the one on attack on a map like Oregon, the only set that they've successfully won was on first from meeting slash kitchen. That's exactly what I when I saw that first entire map, I thought it would be the same on the second half too, where Gamer Syndicate would win second floor reading room slash fireplace hall, in which it was half true, half false, because Valiance somehow successfully won their defensive rounds in the second half, where Gamer Syndicate made some decisions which wasn't likely well. I mean, the smoke was at VIP. The defuse guy, who on the side of Gamer Syndicate was slowly making his way from the brown stairs, had no idea where smoke was, got caught off in the process. Next thing you know, Valiance won that round. And also, this is actually a same repeat of what we're seeing on map Clubhouse as well. Second floor gym bedroom, Valiance, all three of them on jacuzzi. I believe that there was one or two player who dropped in from logistics, slowly made their way into us construction, provide a lot of distractions, because I saw the Maverick, in construction side as well, but they forgot to pick up the diffuser, and that led Gamer Syndicate just hide and win the round. That's all I can say at this point. I mean, I have nothing else to say. I mean, we could talk about Valiance's past, where they used to be such an amazing team, where they defeated Union Gaming way back in the Pro Leagues. And now I see Valiance having so much issues on the attack side.
Feels like a far cry from the Valiance that we used to see. And one could say that back then, sure, the big teams were probably holding back. Stage what was it? Stage 2 of year 5, no, stage 4 of year 5 had just happened. That was around the time
Mhm.
that Valiance really were at their peak, I would say. And sure, the big teams were probably holding back and all that, so we can make a big argument about it, but I think we can all agree that the team that Valiance were, you know, pretty much almost dominating any match that they played in Div 1 was a big step up for them at the time. I remember we had such a big storyline, congratulatory storyline for them that we used to talk about towards the end of the second Pro League, that, they are such a great team that's just going through a little slump. Who knew that that slump would translate into what it is today? I mean, are we disappointed? Yes, we are to a degree, but we're trying not to let it show too much. And that's why, if we sound like we're being a little too harsh on both Gamer Syndicate and Valiance, folks, we do apologize for that. Is that when you have a long day and then, things happen that are out of your control, it kind of starts getting to you after a while. Especially for me, I might have been a bit too harsh already, given some of the things I've said, but since the morning, it hasn't necessarily been a great day for me. So I was already a little bit out of it by the time casting began, but thankfully the match that we had between EXT and Monkey Hunters, that was an amazing game. Sure, we didn't have OT, but I am very satisfied with the results that we ended up getting, with the matches that we ended up getting. Whether or not, the results speak to the team that I was cheering for, well, let's not talk about that. Let's not get all biased up in here, yeah? But here, between Valiance and Gamer Syndicate, it is the exact opposite. When it comes to the map of Oregon, I can pretty much say that other than 1 or 2 rounds, I saw nothing different between the rounds that were being played. It was the same hold, the same push, and the same hold with one person in a different place, the same push with no one doing anything differently. You know, until Gamer Syndicate came to what was it? What were the sites? First floor, kitchen, and meeting. Yeah, those were the sites that they won on attack, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Until then, nothing was different. And that one, I think there was a rush, or maybe that could have been from the EXT game. That actually was from the EXT game. Never mind. The rush that I was thinking of was a different game altogether. And that, I think, speaks quite a bit about the match we've seen so far. Then we come to Cafe, and it's the same thing again. You know, it's the same kind of push and the same kind of thing. The difference here is when Gamer Syndicate go on the half, they're not even denying. They're not even using utility. They're just going in, forgetting their planter on brown stairs for first floor, and then Mavericks in the default plant spot on match point, and then suddenly, boom, where's the planter? Where's Jin? Nowhere to be seen. Twice in a row. How do you do that? So, you know, you look, you see how it keeps stacking on and on and on and on and on, right? And it gets to us after a point, even though we try to not show it. But regardless, folks, Rios has been taken care of in the meanwhile, and the players are back in the lobby. Everything is set back to the way it was pre-Rios, and we will be going back into the match here now. So let us join the players back as we go into round 2. 1-0 is the scoreline for Gamers Syndicate, and we will be joining the players here and now nice and quickly as the second round is underway.
Well, the second round will be resumed nonetheless. Also talking about the second round, the site will be on Basement Church for Gamers Syndicate to be defending on. And also, again, if I was mean to the teams on either on Gamers Syndicate side or Valiant's side, again, I apologize. It's just every single time we saw those matches, I felt a bit disappointed. You know, I felt a bit disappointed. I saw so many mistakes that Gamer Syndicate made, not just on the defensive side, but also on the Valiant side, where they had so much opportunities, they had so much chances that they could have put this match back on track, and they did not. And that was the main thing that me and Jack are mainly disappointed about, but nothing much more else to it. I hope that you guys, don't take too much harsh into it, but still, the show must go on, and we'll proceed to the action phase nonetheless, with round 2 coming in play. Basement Church and Arsenal Room being the side. We see Killen bringing in the Ash once again. We have 2 hard breaches, the Thermite as well as the Ace, the Selma breach charges and also the exothermic charges, which could be used to open up hatches and also walls on the side of Basement Church. I believe that their main execution would be on the main stairs, where, they have to open up 2 of the hatches on the bar side as well as on kitchen to provide a lot of distractions, and also the entryway shouldn't be much of a problem for the Valiants to proceed. Now, Gamer Syndicate's aside, but we see Killstream making a very long angle in towards the stage side, which can hold an angle all the way from in towards kitchen side. This is exactly where the kitchen hatch would probably be opened up. And this time we won't see any information game coming in from the defensive side. No bulletproof cams, no Maestro, not even a Pulse's cardiac sensor, which is, being brought up here for Gamer Syndicate. The C4 will come in. It won't connect nonetheless, and that's exactly what I was mainly, afraid of. Gamer Syndicate, they don't have any information, and what's the use if a C4 doesn't connect? And Killen getting his first frag, taking out Spidey time. This is exactly what you need to be afraid of. The defenders, they don't have any information. They could only rely their information via the default cams, which in fact the attackers will remove it nonetheless. And when they start to, arrive on a site on Basement Church, that's exactly where, we'd get to see a lot of action coming in. Killstream, my goodness, he survives that gunfight nonetheless. And he will survive by getting back into the site on Basement Church. Can you imagine that, Jack? Hatch has been opened around, which means the attackers won't have any issues dealing with. But how are they going to proceed next?
That is a question I think we're all here to answer. How are they going to proceed from here? They've already lost Spidey time, And I think, there's a trend there that we might end up talking about at the end of the match itself, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Hecko, all right then, wanted to throw a bit of a gas grenade, failed in that endeavor. Nippon taking so much damage, but he's still alive. Jin goes down in the meanwhile as Dibshell gets taken down by Killsteel. The plan is going off. Will it be stopped? I don't think so. Killen in the meanwhile does get one. That is, Killsteel, excuse me, does get one. That is Killen off the board as another shot is taken. Psycho Boy finds the thermite. Meanwhile, we have Nippon off the board, and it is a 2v2. The diffuser area has been opened up. Kingslayer is watching from above. He's got a drone down below, so he doesn't have to worry about that. What he has to worry about is getting shot from behind, as in the meanwhile, the Maverick will find one more. Hecko gets the final player standing. Is he going to get the defuse off? Wait a minute, he actually just might. Pistols out. Oh my goodness! If Flick Shutter hadn't come in at just the right time to deny the counter defuse, that would have actually gone off. Okay, calm down. Deep breaths. 1-1 is the scoreline going into the third round. That 1v2 nearly came off. Hecko, being sneaky as he does, almost cinched it out for his team, as we are now equalized going into the third round.
Round 3. Again, such a close round for Valiants to be from on there. Oh my goodness. I have nothing else to say at this point. Round 3 will commence with the side being on second for CCTV and Cash Room. CS6 coming in from Killsteel as he switches from the Vomite to the Bandit.
Attackers need to locate
Now let's
and
see
defuse
whether who will
bombs.
be the one to put themselves back in the lead. And again, such close encounters that we're getting to witness here. Game of Syndicate and Valiants. Again, second for Gym and Bedroom, where Valiants had a lot of issues pushing in from that particular site. Game of Syndicate won that round, and also second, I would say that was a decent round coming in on Valiants' side. Again, good coordination, good plays. It should be, a good way to be executing that round as well on
10
the previous
seconds left
round.
before insertion.
And let's see what they can offer on
5
round
seconds
3.
left.
Again, we will see some.
Attackers must locate
I wouldn't say
and defuse the bomb.
such changes. It's just for a moment there, I'm just seeing Psycho Boy currently roaming around on the side of Lounge. Maybe for a moment there, I thought he was going to be roaming, but I believe he was just there to just reinforce the hatches. I believe no, he was just there to just roam around on the blue corridor. Maybe try to pick off one of the attackers who does decide to go aggressive on the garage catwalk, because you still have that angle in towards the tunnel side where you can pick off 1 or 2 players. But talking about Valiant's side, just have to worry about opening up the hatches. Actually, they just have to worry about opening up CCTV walls. Maybe try to, open up the garage as well to provide good angle right from the windows of CCTV catwalk. Actually, yeah, from the garage catwalk, as I was trying to say. Again, a CCTV wall will be opened up from the Maverick, and Psycho Boy, who's currently in on second floor gym, will be prepped and ready to go in for a run out from the gym window. So you have good amount of cover on CCTV wall. You see Hecko going very aggressive on the red stairs hallway. Maybe I think it's best for the smoke to be playing passive this time, knowing that we have those smoke gas canisters, which could help him to deny the attacks push coming in on the side of Valiants. Exothermic charge will come in as well from Nippon to open up lines of sight. And now the moment of truth will come in from the attacker's side as to whether if they can get control on Garage Catwalk, or will Gamer Syndicate successfully hold their ground, giving them the lead on round 3.
Grenades coming off as Killsteel is going to dodge them and do a ton of damage to Flick Shutter right there. The Maverick needed to be a little bit more careful as to where he was going with that. But hey, he's alive, and that's what matters. Fight time on the base of the garage. Might be able to pull something off here if he is just a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more careful. There's somebody right by that white van. Of course, he doesn't know that. And oh dear me, Killen comes in with a big play. That's going to be spy time off the board. Get shot down by Killsteel in the meanwhile. Killen off the board. However, there's players outside the breach, and Killsteel, hello! He's gonna find one more, but then get taken down from outside the breach. Nippon does take that trade finally. A little bit messy, but it is what it is. Shots fired, more so Kingslayer as he pushes up the garage catwalk. and pushes really close to side, actually. Jin, Psycho Boy, they are holding against all odds. Hecko as well, but there goes Jin in the meanwhile. Mute of the board. It's all the Jaeger and the smoke, who has rotated back into Cashroom. Nippon goes in. Who's the one with the diffuser? It's him. There is no C4 to be worried about. Hecko does still have one gas canister, but never mind. If he's going to push up like that, he's going to get taken care of. And the plant has gone off. It's a 1v3 post plant, all down to Psycho Boy, the last one standing. He's going to be able to get anything off of this. Not quite. Shots fired all over the place. So many new lines of sight opened as a drone comes out by Kingslayer just to see exactly where the Jaeger is hiding inside of Cashroom. They need him gone as soon as possible so that they can progress on to the next round. Aliens are looking somewhat decent right now, but there we go. Kingslayer has been down. Ping does come out. Psycho Boy still somehow doing things right now, but no, peeks outside the breach instead of towards the bomb chassis. And that is going to be his end here in the third round. 2-1 as Valiants take another attacking round, even despite the efforts of Killsteel, who was admittedly doing pretty decently on Garage Catwalk. Once he went down, there was really no way back from the side of the Valiants. Round 4, and it's 2-1.
Again, good plays coming in from Valiants' side, and also good attempt from Gamer Syndicate, downing one of the players on CCTV. Although yes, it was a post plant, they did eventually get the job done. Now with Team Valiants winning 2 of their sites, which was on second for CCTV, they will decide to go back to the same site yet again. CCTV slash cache room. There you go. I'm just trying to write my information as best as possible. Yeah, there you go. Round 4 being the site on second for CCTV and cache room. They will make the same decision to go back to the same site again. The only difference is that we see some change in the optics, where you see Killsteel bring in the Tachanka. A total of 14 Shumika launches, which in fact detonates into an incendiary for a total of 5 seconds, which should be more than enough for the attackers to, run away, especially when they do try to go in for a default plant. You even see Spider Time using the bailiff shotgun, the secondary bailiff, to make lines of sight in towards the launch side. So expect one of the defenders, maybe maybe it should be either Jin or Psycho Boy, who will be in towards the blue corridor, holding some of the angles, and when the time's right in the late rounds, he will be there in towards the launch sides, denying the default plant as best as possible. So if that happens, we might be able to see Valiants planting in nearby the breach side, because that's the second most outcome if that happens, with the drone mocks being given around, with the information being relayed. They should get this job done without having any issues, but we have to see whether Gamer Syndicates have some techniques to try to force the attackers to plant in a way where they shouldn't go in towards cache room, but instead they just have to go in for a fully fledged CCTV push, because that's exactly what we've seen for the past 2 rounds on second floor CCTV. On the previous round, I believe that it will be the same push yet again on CCTV side. No gym push. We don't see any lurkers, especially on the attack side. We don't see killing in second floor gym. Should be in towards stock or maybe on CCTV. It's just guessworks at this point to realize what is going to happen next. And an interesting weapon pick from the Tachanka, not using the mounted LMG, but instead prefers to use the VSN. Yes, it has good fire rate. It has a better fire rate than the mounted LMG, but it has lesser damage than that. So most of them would prefer using the mounted LMG, but VSN also has its own fair share of uses. But for now, with just a minute left, we see Gamer Syndicate prepped and ready for the Valiants push, and so does Valiants, who are just placing their claymores and making sure that none of those flank watches would come in. Now we just have to wait for the execute once more.
Awaiting the execute, that is exactly what the Valiants are doing, and that is exactly what Gamer Syndicate are doing as well, awaiting the push in from the Valiants. Now, no bodies have been dropped so far, which is definitely going to change how things go. Psycho Boy on the roam down below. It's probably going to be a big influencer of the round, as we have Garage being taken control of. Jin is probably going to see that if there's a cam in there, red pings are coming off as the smokes, gas grenades have been thrown all over the place. You can see Tachanka as well going in with the Shamika launcher. And this is why taking a couple of bodies early is so necessary. Nippon's actually going to go in. Wait a minute, he's going for the plant. Kingslayer has been downed and taken care of. In the meanwhile, will the plant go off? Looks like it might just. And they didn't know where it was. Nippon gets the plant off, but he gets taken down as a result. The LMG of the Maestro comes in. It's a 5v3 as all 5 players of the defense are alive. It's a 5v2. Can they do anything to stop this? Joel, where are you? Why are you all the way here?
Bomb diffuser. Defenders win.
Okay, well, the counter defuse have gone off, and with that, the side of Gamer Syndicate are going to win out the round with the counter defuse. Dibjol did actually manage to get a kill. I should give him that, but regardless, why was he there? I guess we'll never know. Round 5, it's a 2-2 equalizer as we move into one round before round 6, which is the last round of the half.
Well, good job for Gamer Syndicate successfully counter defusing on round 4. This time they really made sure that in round 3, whatever mistakes they made, they did successfully won that round without having any issues. Although the plant that Dibjol, actually not Dibjol, the sledge was at second for CCTV, planted it in a place where the defenders wouldn't have any ideas. In fact, they didn't had any information on where exactly the attackers were, because it was just guesswork at this point. They thought that they were just planting in towards the default plant, so you saw a lot of smoke gas canisters, you saw C4s, you even saw Shumika launchers everywhere in that particular place. But it was at the back side of CCTV, not at the front side. That's exactly what Valiance did. They took use of that advantage. They did exactly that. Evidently, though, the post plant was where Valiance failed.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, I'm just have to see what round 5 has to offer, with the side being on basement, church and arsenal room. We see Spider Time bring in the Aruni. We also have 3 hard breaches this time, knowing that the site is on basement. You need to open up those hatches quick and easily, and who better could it be than to be the queen of hard breaches, Hibana, having those X-Kairos pellets, which could be used to open up any hatches. You can get to just change how much pellets that you want to open up. It's a very useful tool for for the Hibana to try to open up lines, to try to open up multiple hatches all at the same time. They will open up onto, opening up kitchen would be the first start. Second should be in towards the stock, and third should be in towards the bar side. And I believe one of the impacts has been thrown out from Kill Steal to deny the X-Kairos pellets. Once will be succeeded. Second will also be succeeded, which in fact that would be a total of 8 X-Kairos pellets being destroyed. And that means that Hibana can open up only 1. Yep, there you go. She only has 8. And yeah, that would be 6 around for them to get that kill. Heck, on the other hand, in towards the tunnel side, will get the first frag, taking out Flickshorter in towards the tunnel side without having any info whatsoever. And also Flickshorter making a grave mistake of opening up the breaching torch all by himself without having any cover from his team whatsoever. Although I would say that there is some, issues from the coordination, I believe, from the Valiance's side, but hopefully they should, fix those issues back up, and hopefully they could get themselves back on track as best as possible. But for now, I would say that there is some good progress coming in on GS's side. The same thing cannot be said to Valiance's side, because they did open up the hatches, but they lost the Maverick, which in fact is a very important role, because you need those grenades to take out those utilities. You need to worry about the flank watches, in which exactly what Spider Time is doing. And with just 50 seconds and Gamer Syndicate having their first advantage, let's see what Valiance is going to do in their execute.
Well, regardless of whatever happened to Flickshutter, him going down is definitely not going to be too good for the Valiants. Them having lost the first body going into the last 30 seconds of this round is going to be hurting them. Spider Time, in the meanwhile, I think he's been spotted. He's going to actually be able to get the kill. No, he won't. There's 3 people on first floor. Looks like Spideham got a little bit ahead of himself right there, as the Surya Gate of the Aruni will be denied as well. Now all they need to do is find the smoke, who is throwing out gas canisters, but wait a minute, the drop comes in and the kill comes in. Killsteal takes that as the diffuser has been dropped as well. Nippon goes down. There goes another to Killsteal. Is that going to be another? No, not quite. He finally goes down. Jin has been downed as well. It's all up to Divjol and Kingstar, the last two standing. Divjol gets taken care of. Kingstar's going for the plant. Do they know this? They don't, and it doesn't matter anyway. Heko will take the shot and get the kill as well. And that is going to be another round going the way of the side of the defense. Gamer Syndicate doing good. Well, good is a relative term. To hold on to the site after... Oh boy. All right, let's talk about it. Flickshotter on the Maverick, opening up the side of the wall in dirt, right? Good idea. That's what you should be doing, right? Don't get me wrong. That is actually what you should be doing there. At the same time, were there not any, line of sights made on the other wall? Like there's two walls, right? He's opening the one off to the side. The front wall needs a couple of lines of sight for somebody to hold that. That probably wasn't there. I didn't quite, notice any lines of sight made while the smoke was running back. So there's one. Either that or nobody was watching. One of the two. And the second one is, what was the idea behind 1x1 hatch drops? Did nobody clear out arsenal shelves or deep arsenal for that matter? Did nobody go towards church? What was the idea there? I get the dirt you couldn't take control of, but, try come down main stairs maybe? Try the bar hatch? No? Hibana still has Xcaris pellets left? Alright, I guess not. Okay then. 2-3 is the scoreline. Gamer Syndicate have the lead now. Going into the 8th round, Valiants on the other side are now the ones faltering ever so slightly, but they still have a chance to equalize 3-3 going into defense on the other half. If they're able to do that, then they might have a bit of an advantage going in. If not, well, things will look a little awry for them, depending on how Gamer Syndicate decides to play their attacking half.
Jack, remember way back in those days we used to have a team named as Jetterview, huh?
Oh yeah, it actually reminded me of them. I didn't necessarily keep them in my mind for that long, but yeah.
I mean, I was just trying to talk about the amount of experiences we had back when we were casting at pro leagues. Also on don't get me wrong, the first and second series we had so much fun. I mean, we're still having fun right now. It's just that there are some
fun.
Yeah,
it's fun. The issue is when it's the same thing repeated over and over to moderate levels of success, it gets annoying. And then it gets to us.
Yeah, I can understand that, Jack. And talking about Valiants and Syndicate, I'm not saying that they're not doing their best. They are giving their best. I'm not gonna lie. The past three maps that you get to witness, and also with Kingslayer getting taken care of on the side of Spidey Time, I would have to say that despite numerous amount of mistakes that they are making for the past 3 maps, there are some certain cases where they are holding their ground well, especially the way how we witness on the site on Basement Chest and Assault Room, where yes, Valiants, all 3 players dropped in towards the kitchen site. Was it a good idea? Just like Jack said, it's a lot to take in. They had multiple opportunities for Valiants to push in, and using that same technique time and time again, there has to be a reason behind this. Don't you think that there has to be a reason as to why that they're doing these plays in the first place? Maybe they're fatigued, maybe they're tired of playing 2 matches back to back at the same time, and because of the overtime that they had to deal with on a map like Cafe Dostoyevsky, where Valiants successfully made a comeback 8-6. And even on the first map where we didn't get to see Valiants' presence at all, we did get to see them in the second half itself. But for now, we're going to see Killen, who is slowly making his way from the main stairs. Won't be able to get that kill nonetheless, but Dibjol will come in to get 2 kills. eliminating both Jin and Spy Time. This is going to give Valiance a good amount of opportunities to push in towards the side without having any issues for them to deal with. But with that 2v2 happening around and Dibjol getting a triple kill, taking out Psycho Boy, things will not go well on the side of GS once again, because it is a post plant where Killsteel needs to find two players, and the plant is currently situated in second floor gym. Flashbangs will come in, which would force Killsteel to be disoriented, and Dibjol is just currently trying to find exactly where Mira's location is. He has good hold in towards the logistics side. He could use that angle perfectly, and making sure that he wouldn't have any issues. Again, Run-In will come in from the window side of second floor gym. Doesn't have any information. He'll be forced in to go in for a default defuse. What is going to happen next? That's the main question that we are about to find out. He's going to stick it in, and also a kill will come in on the side of Nippon into a second floor gym, where we see Valiance winning round 6 on site second floor gym and bedroom. And there you go, that's the first half done and dusted. We will see Valiance equalizing it 3-3 on map Clubhouse as we proceed to roll swap round 7, where we're going to see Gamer Syndicate be on attack, Valiance on defense. The site will be on second floor CCTV and cash room.
To lead on with what you said, Baba, right, about what we're seeing between these two teams, I think, again, I'm not saying that they're not trying. They are. I'm not trying to imply that they're not. I'm not trying to say that they are intentionally throwing rounds, because that would just be bad. No, what I'm saying, sure, I might sound like I'm being rhetorical and sarcastic when I ask questions like, so what was the point of dropping 3 people on the hatch with no one going main stairs? But those are actually questions I have. I do want to know what the thought process is. I do. But the issue here is the way they've played, and just how it's either been the same thing that both sides are doing that gives them one by one round between each other, or whenever they've made just some odd plays that I can't quite place or put my finger on as something you would see anyone do in that same situation.
10 seconds remaining.
Because I'm also, processing info coming in from 2 screens. I'm also trying to write things down. I'm also trying to, keep notes for future casts for these teams as to what I could or couldn't say accordingly, right? So there's things that I have to remember, and at the same time, I'm also thinking of possibilities of what they could or couldn't do, so that I can better articulate my words as to how they're going about this. In the meanwhile, spawn pick from Dibjol, he's going to start things off very, very strong. Spy time off the board, and once again, it's going to be a very tough round for Gamer Syndicate, given that Spy time is on the board. More on that later. But, like I said, it is because of all of that, when I see the same things, I can't really, think of any more possibilities than the ones I've already come up with, because there are none. You either do that, or you do the other 2 or 3 ways that have been proven to work on that site, right? And even then, if you want to be experimental, there's not really that much room to experiment with, but at the same time, there are diverging paths to work with. They're not doing those, right? It's only one player changing something or the other player changing something. Everything else is exactly the same. The op loadouts, right? Except for, look at the CCTV cache room situation. The only change we saw here a couple of rounds ago was when GS were defense, they brought out Tachanka. Other than that, this is the exact offset you'd see here. As of the shield, oh dear me, there we go. That's a good stuff. As a grenade comes in from Heko, he's going to find one. That is going to be the smoke taken care of. Nippon off the board, but immediately the LMG comes in from the Maestro to find Killsteel, the Thermite, off the board. Minute 30 on the clock, less than, of course, as we have a 4v3 developing with Gamer Syndicate in a bit of a disadvantage. Heko, unfortunately, missing out on the shots that were supposed to go onto the Jaeger right there. Kingslayer just figuring out, wait a minute, yeah, the Maverick is in fact right there. So he decides, all right, I've peeked it once, I'm not going to peek it again. I'm just going to hang back, as it were. And Psycho Boy, okay, I guess he didn't have any information. Probably no drones down below to give him intel on where the Aruni was. So an honest mistake. It is what it is. In the meanwhile, the final 2 kills will also come in from the side of the Valiance, who will take their first round on defense, making it 4-3 in their favor. But like I said, I might sound irritated, but it is because of those small things, one by one, adding up, that gets to me. And it's not just here, I get I irritated like this at any piece of media that I'm seeing that does the same thing safely over and over again, because after a point I can't really be bothered. And I'm sorry if this sounds a little crass to all of our viewers at home, but that's simply how it is. That's why I like matches that involve teams like,
Attackers
Monkey
need to
Hunters, that
locate and
involve
defuse
teams
as
like
many bombs
EXT,
as
that
they
involve mercenaries. Even for Valiance, every now and again, I do get perked up by a match that they have, despite their recent performances, even for Gamer Syndicate. But what I'm seeing today, I just cannot bring myself to be as hyped for it as I am for, or was for, the EXT game earlier today. And I'm not trying to be harsh here, I really am not. But when it starts adding up like that, my tone of voices goes there, and I almost can't help it. So I do apologize if things seem like they're going a little bit too far from my end. I'll try to keep it down, but at the same
5
time, I
seconds
hope
left
you all
before
understand.
insertion.
It's just a matter of how we perceive these things.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, it's all right, Jack. It's all right. But for now, let's just focus on the task at hand as we proceed around 8 basement church and arsenal room being the site for Valiance to defend. Talk about Gamer Syndicate, who's currently the one in second half going for an attack. Now, just like I said on the previous round, it's just that the teams maybe are currently trying, they're just currently facing some fatigue issues, maybe some they're not hydrated well enough, maybe there might be some issues that that is letting Valiance and Syndicate have those issues on their end. But that's the only thing that I can say at this point. I mean, the amount of plays that we're witnessing around from Valiance, especially the way how they attack in that previous round, really did make me surprised in the first place. But for now, enough about that. Let's just check about the game and also check on how Valiants are performing as of now, as we get to see the Jackal pinging out 2 of the attackers on the side of Gamer Syndicate. Actually, on the defensive side, on Valiance's place, I believe that should be either Kingslayer or Dibjols, who's been detected right towards the blue side. And now Killsteel is definitely not wasting any time and starts to hold his angle right from the main stairs. He will be met with a deployable shield, and this is exactly where Killen is holding around at the moment. You still have good amount of denial devices. You have the impacts from Debjol, you have C4s from Nippon, which can be used to blow up any attackers who is in towards the kitchen side. Exostomy charge will be used to blow up the hatch, maybe in towards the blue side. But look at that, the first kill will come in, and this is going to be Jin. And I believe that should be in towards the kitchen side, where the thermite did successfully open up the hatch, and also a refrag will come in where we see Nippon gets taken out in the hands of Killsey. That's exactly right from the main stairs. And with just 1 minute left, we have to see what exactly is going to happen on GS's side.
One body down from the side of each team, of course, means that things are going to get a little spicier as we go on in this round. Hecko with a grenade is not going to find anything, unfortunately, as Killsteel has already come down the main stairs. He's just waiting for some sort of signal or somebody to maybe cross that line of sight that he's looking at, that door of sight. Here we go. The finger boost comes in, and that's the drops from Spy Time. That's a kill, unfortunately, for Killen and Dibjol, who find 2 back-to-back. Spy Time and Sakaboy off the board. Diffuser hasn't been dropped just yet. Hecko comes in to find Killen, but there goes Killsteel. Dibjol will not stop. As now it's all up to Hecko, the last one standing. He hears somebody going prone above him, but he waits, and unfortunately, he still loses the gunfight. Kingslayer takes it, and it takes down Hecko, the last player from the side of the attack. And with that, Team Valiance push their lead even farther. 5-3 going into round 9, as Gamer Syndicate on the other side are very much faltering.
Yes, indeed. Gamer Syndicate are currently falling apart, as I like to call it. Only 3 wins on the first half, and Valiants have successfully won 2 defensive rounds on second floor CCTV, basement church and arsenal room. And now they are back on the third site, which will be on second floor gym bedroom, with 5-3 scoreline being the one where Valiance is currently in the lead. 2 more rounds for them to successfully get their spot in the semi-finals. They are so close, but Gamer Syndicate still has the chance to come back. Can happen. I mean, talking about the previous 2 maps, there is high likely a chance that that can happen, unless and until if Valiants do decide to have some issues on their end. Although equalizing it 3-3, especially when Valiants were the one on attack, is I would say it's pretty decent on their end. It did work out well. First three halves where Valiants would say that they've had some
10 seconds
decent
left.
wins on round 4, 5, and 1, but I wouldn't say the
5
same
seconds
on
remaining.
round second and third. The place where all three of the attackers just dropped in immediately on towards the kitchen hatch, and that was just like I had no idea what was happening at that point. But let's just forget about it and just proceed to the action phase. Round 9, second floor gym and bedroom. I mean, don't get me wrong. The players on the side of Valiants and Syndicates are doing a good job at it. I'm not having any hate towards them. It's just that, like, we've been on this over and time again. Let's just focus on the match as of now. As we see Jin using the Escaro spells to open up lines of sight in towards CCTV, which would give them good amount of angles, but the site is on second floor gym, so that means they need to focus on getting control on Garage Catwalk. Hope that Killen should be roaming around at that particular place, and there you go. Kingslayer will get caught off from the Jackal, which is going to give Gamer Syndicate the opportunity to hopefully roam around on cash room or on logistics and hold an angle, try to force Gamer Syndicate to reposition it, actually Valiants to reposition in a way where they get where they can get caught off in the process. A minute and 50 seconds left, where we see Valiants get themselves a bit of a trouble because they've lost Kingslayer, which gives Gamer Syndicate a huge advantage boost for them. But what is going to proceed next? That would be the biggest question.
Well, so far what we're seeing from both sides is a tiny bits of damage done. Kingslayer is taken care of, so that is a drop, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, Heko has taken a little bit of damage, not a whole lot. So it's still the Valiants who are in a bit of a spot of bother, but nothing too major. They can still make it out of this with, relatively unscathed on their own end. But whether or not they will, of course, is the real question here. Heko on first floor, going up towards billiards. He's going to try and see if he can find somebody from below the open hatch of Jim. Isn't going to be able to just hit. Shots fired. Psycho Boy takes a bit of damage, but he is still just fine. Drops down towards the first floor billiards, actually. Opens up the window and goes through, as we have Sam Fisher on logistics hatch. We have Psycho Boy down below. He's got a ping. He wants to grenade it. Might just be able to find somebody. Maybe not. No, actually, he won't. No damage done to the floor either, as another one goes out, and that will only do very minor damage to Flick Shot. But wait a minute, he and Dibs are going to go down at the same time, as kill still has been dropped. It's a 4v2, all up to Nippon and Killer. Nippon was the one who took that first kill. Kill steal off the board. He needs to push out now, but wait a minute, where's Killen going? Nippon takes a ton of damage right now, but he's going to get taken down. Unfortunately, he did. He had no idea that people were coming in behind him, as in the meanwhile, we have Killen taking one down. Only so much time. Jin needs to get in for the plan, but it won't matter. Psycho Boy comes in and Killen gets taken down as a result. And with that, Gamer Syndicate are still fighting back. 5-3 now up to a 5-4, and the lead is still in the favor of the Valiants. However, Gamer Syndicate have just taken a round. They could take another. They could equalize. Will they be able to? Round 10, we'll find out.
Well, round 10 is the deciding factor for Valiants to see whether if they could continue that streak, or will we see Gamer Syndicate equalize at 5-5. As we proceed to round 10, the side being on second floor CCTV and cash room, the site is going to be an interesting one to look at. And also we'll be able to see a 6-pack coming in from Nippon as he switches from Thunderbird to Smoke. And also we'll be able to see Zero being brought up on the side of Gamer Syndicate. That should be Spider time. Having a total of 4 Argus Cam is a good utility, because you can get information, and also you have the chances of taking out any necessary utilities which has been placed in towards CCTV. So it's a good thing that we get to see Gamer Syndicate bring out the other operators. Spidey Time bring in Zero. You have good weapons from it. You also have the Gon 6 to take out any necessary utilities. You even have 2 of the iconic weapons, the SC2000K and also the MP7, in which the Bandit uses. And also the 5.7 USG to be his secondary with his attached suppressor.
Attackers objective.
Again,
Locate a
a
bomb
great
and
operators like to call it and talk about Kingslayer is actually thinking of going in for a spawn peek. What exactly happened there? I believe that's going to be Sledge catching Kingslayer off guard. That is quite an unfortunate that Valiant's Kingslayer had to go in for a spawn peek like that. That's going to cost Gamer Syndicate a huge advantage for them to go pass through. But what exactly is happening at that point? I currently have no idea, but I believe that Dibjol is gone in the hands of the Sledge once again. I believe. Yep. It should be Psycho Boy who just gets 2 kills, taking out both Dibjol and Kingslayer, which means that CCTV wall is still, it's still unbreached. They still have to work out on, opening up that wall, and then they could just slowly make their way and going in for the plant. For now, currently, we see Gamer Syndicate having the opportunity in their hands. They have a higher chances of equalizing it 5-5. Let's see what's going to happen in this round.
There's actually a really good chance that GS actually makes it out of this round with a 5-5 equalizer. Aruni has been spotted in the meanwhile via the Jackal's scans, of course, and those scans are probably going to be renewed onto either the Aruni or a different operator. Probably Killen. I don't really see... Oh, it's actually Flickshotter. Never mind. Didn't think the Maestro would be all the way out towards the door of construction, at a point of the round soon enough that the Jackal could track from, but hey, it is what it is. Shots fired, and that's going to be able to take it one more. Spidey time off the board. It's a 3v3, and they are looking, once again, as if it might not all go their way. Equalizer coming in from both sides, and suddenly things have gone quiet. Well, I was gonna say, but here's Jin with one only to get refragged by Nippon, which means it's gonna come down to Killsteel and Sakaboy, the final 2 standing. They need to get the diffuser. Will they be able to? No, Killsteel's been down, and meanwhile it's solved with Psychoboy down below. Grenade, I think that was his. The explosion that just happened does not find anyone. He's gonna go in through to Garage. He's gonna get spotted, but no, it doesn't matter. He's gonna take that kill. 40 seconds on the clock. Gazgren goes out by Nippon. He knows exactly where his opponent is coming from, but where is the Sledge? On catwalk right now, looking to try and get in, looking to try and turn this situation around. Is he going to be able to? Shots fired, takes a little bit of damage right there, Sackboy. Gotta be careful as to where you're going. Shotgun might just come out from Nippon anytime now. He's got him in a situation where he will fall into his range, but it doesn't matter. The SMG-11 will do the trick. One more kill taken, and Nippon holding on strong for his teammates is going to give them the round. Despite the rather odd start that the Valiants just had with that double peak on Garage Door, they still managed to hold out that 3v4 and make it their own. 6-4 as series point and match point are now on the Valiants' half, and Gamer Syndicate are the ones facing the other side of this little encounter.
Well, series point for Valiants. They have they finally come very far from that previous matchup. Good comeback, 8-6, and now they just have to pass through the final barricade. That would be on round 11.
Attackers
Being
need
the
to
site
locate
on
and
Basement
defuse
Church
as
and
many
Arsenal Room,
bombs
this
as they
should
can.
be their chance for Valiants to win it out, or maybe we might see Gamer Syndicate fling back, winning 2 of their attack rounds. In order to do that, they have to win this particular site, and if they did, there is likely a chance that they will win on second floor gym and bedroom as well, giving us yet another overtime matchup on map 3. This can happen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not saying that it cannot. This can happen. We might see another OT coming in from this matchup.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, if and only if we see Valiants successfully defending
5
on
seconds
site
remaining.
Basement Church and Arsenal Room. That's all I can say at this point.
Attackers must
The
locate
the
and
thing that I
defuse
can
the
say
bomb.
right now is that the optics from Gamer Syndicate have made a decision to bring in the Montaigne this time. Spidey time will bring in the Montaigne. Also, we have 2 hard breachers, the Hibana as well as the Maverick. Now, he's just definitely not going to waste any time. He's just going to make some lines of sight in order for the defenders to not go aggressive in towards the tunnel side. So, with that being said, they will open up the tunnel side. They will have an access. Easier said than done. and this will provide a lot of distractions for the defenders to worry about. Which means, with tunnel taken care of, they can push in towards the kitchen hatch with one of the attackers holding the angle, and also there might be an attacker who will be holding an angle from the main stairs and also from the blue entrance. But for now, we will see the Hibana using the Excalibur spells to open up the kitchen hatch. We see two of the players, Nippon and Killing, who in which both of them were at the main stairs, currently fall back and wait for the attackers to make their push. Although Dibjol has something else to say while he's currently holding an angle right from the kitchen window, hoping that he'll be able to find one. But for now, he just needs to worry about the kitchen entry wires, because that's exactly where the sledge is in. And here comes the annoyance from Spidey Time. Bringing in the Montaigne is going to give so much information in the hands of Gamer Syndicate. So much information, so much utilities being dumped around to force Montaigne go back. But they're not going to waste it out just yet. But with Psycho Boy being eliminated out in the kitchen side, we might see Valiance fling back.
There's, of course, going to be a little bit more to it than just that, but the essence of it is there. As in, these kills will need to be taken by annoying the hell out of the defenders, but it's not working. Killing's going to take one and okay, weird place to unshield, but it is what it is. Devjol finds a double, and that's going to leave Jin, the last one standing. Gamer Syndicate completely collapsing as somebody comes in from above to finish off the round, the map, and the match. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Valiants are your winners of this best of three that had a surprising twist in the middle and some very questionable and bombastic gameplay. I believe those are the two words that should not be mutually exclusive. Well, are mutually exclusive, but here we are. This is the kind of match that we have seen. 11 and 12 to Nippon and Dibjol, and 10 to Killsteel at the end of the day. Gamer Syndicate, a very good try, but Valiants are the ones who end up winning after being 0-1 down, performing a bit of a reverse sweep right there as well. Now 2-1, they will be the ones to go forward to the semifinals. A great attempt by Gamer Syndicate, but it is what it is. They will have to bow out of the competition here and now. And, the side of Team Valiant will join Monkey Hunters LFO as our first two semifinalists of the AMD the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft. But that is going to be it for ourselves, folks. I'm your host, Blackjack. My co-host is Baba Gusta. And yeah, I guess that is, in fact, it for tonight. We're ending it a little early without the highlights. We do apologize for that, but we're all kind of a little hungry and tired, so we want to just, finish things off here. And with all that being said, we're going to be ending things off here. So we'll see you all tomorrow for the other two quarterfinal games. Stay tuned and good night.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.